Chapter 4854. Lin Ling sat cross-legged in the void of the universe, his eyes looking at the vast universe. Then he disappeared from where he was. When he reappeared, he was standing on a street, looking indifferently at an old man. The old man looked like a beggar. His clothes were tattered and he was extremely skinny. The people around him crossed the street and stared at the old man with sympathy in their eyes. In the end, they put down some food, sighed, and left. The old man used to be the richest man in the city. He was kind and generous and often helped others. Later, his wife could not stand it and colluded with others to rob the old man of his wealth. However, the old man was still kind in the face of such a situation. He could not bear to fall out with his wife. In consideration of their decades of marriage, he gave all his wealth to his wife, but he ended up as a beggar. It could be said that the old man was a true philanthropist. He spent most of his life helping others, but in exchange, his wife and children were separated and he ended up wandering the streets. Jioshabadi. On the street, Lin Ling looked indifferently at the miserable old man. He did not expect the Lin Ling universe to have a Jioshabadi. It seemed that as the Lin Ling universe gradually grew, there were more and more mortals. The Jioshabadi was a great philanthropist who had given everything for 99 lifetimes. Only they had this kind of power that could suppress the world will's host. I promise you that when I, Lin Ling, laugh proudly in the universe, I'll return everything to you and help you become a god. With a thought, Lin Ling suddenly appeared in front of the old man and said indifferently. The old man looked up at Lin Ling with a wry smile. He did not know Lin Ling's purpose for coming here. He thought that Lin Ling was here to mock him. The people around felt the same. They thought that Lin Ling was adding insult to injury. However, after Lin Ling shook his head, he suddenly slashed with his sword. The sword cut through the old man's neck. The entire street was in shock. Moneybags Chen was already miserable enough. He had been reduced to a beggar, but this person who came out of nowhere killed him. Why did you kill Moneybags Chen? Someone pointed at Lin Ling and cursed. His anger was boiling. The others also looked at Lin Ling with righteous indignation. He must die. Lin Ling didn't even look at the crowd. He activated the sealing technique and took away Moneybags Chen's soul. God, why did you kill me? Moneymaker Chen's soul was trembling. He was afraid of Lin Ling, but he also wanted to know why Lin Ling wanted to kill him. End your never-ending benevolence and give you a chance to become a god. Lin Ling didn't explain much as he brought Moneybags Chen's soul into the square prison. Moneymaker Chen's soul trembled inexplicably as he suddenly understood the principle of karma. Today, Lin Ling killed him as the cause, and in the future, Lin Ling helped him become a god as the effect. Thank you. He gradually disappeared into the square prison. You want to leave just like that? When the people around saw that Lin Ling was about to leave, they all wanted to stop Lin Ling. They wanted to seek justice for Moneybags Chen. Get lost. Unfortunately, Lin Ling erupted with a powerful aura, causing everyone to fly backward in shock. He could see that the people around him were very angry at him. However, when the 9-shi body was reduced to a beggar, they didn't actually help him. They only gave him some food occasionally. With that help alone, Lin Ling didn't think that they had the right to speak for the 9-shi body. Next, Lin Ling looked for the next 9-shi body. The next 9-shi body was a little girl. She was loved by everyone. She was kind and pure, and she was like a little angel. That day was also her birthday. However, Lin Ling appeared and killed the little girl with a slash of his sword. Then he left. This also caused everyone to curse Lin Ling. They thought that Lin Ling was too vicious. How could he kill such a little girl? Unfortunately, Lin Ling ignored them and showed no mercy. Although these people were good people and innocent people, they were all innocent people. Lin Ling was determined in his heart. When he had the strength to surpass the world's will in the future, he would repay the kindness of these people one by one. Next, the third 9-shi body, the fourth, and the fifth. As time passed, Lin Ling finally gathered all the 9-shi bodies. Then he entered the Dao Tower. After checking it out, he ran wildly again. Although there weren't any powerful gods around, Lin Ling felt that danger wasn't far from him. After running all the way, Lin Ling was getting farther and farther away from the Dao Tower. Next, he entered the square prison. Lin Ling, run. If you have the ability, run. This time, let's see how you escape. In the square prison, Lien Ledin had been ravaged by the prison's great calamity. After seeing Lin Ling, he was obviously stunned. However, he was going all out. He knew that Lin Ling wouldn't dare to kill him anyway. Let me tell you, the gods of the underworld are coming. You have nowhere to run, ha. Lien Ledin laughed louder and louder. Lin Ling stood in front of the prison cell and looked at Lien Ledin indifferently without saying a word. Lin Ling, you're really powerful. You're just a mid-level god, but you can hurt a late-level high god. If you step into the realm of high gods, then no one among the high gods can suppress you. Unfortunately, your strength has been exposed. The heavenly Tao has issued a wanted order, and the underworld will hunt you down. Let's see if you can escape. Well, I'll give you a chance. Let me go quickly and I'll spare your life. Lien Ledin thought that Lin Ling was afraid and sneered again and again. Lin Ling remained silent. Lien Ledin kept talking as if he was venting his anger. He laughed louder and louder, but after laughing for a long time, he finally frowned. This was because Lin Ling didn't say a word. This made him feel like he had punched cotton, and he couldn't exert any force. Lin Ling, shouldn't you say something? Lien Ledin stared at Lin Ling and said with a frown, Are you done? At this time, Lin Ling finally spoke. Lien Ledin, I came here to see you being arrogant and proud of yourself in the end. Unfortunately, this face can only make me laugh. It can't make me angry at all. You might think that I don't dare to kill you, but unfortunately, you think too much. I've found a way to subdue you. Lin Ling walked towards the prison cell step by step. He looked calm, but he gave Lien Ledin a huge sense of pressure. Nonsense, you can't subdue me at all, unless you kill me. But what's the use? I can reincarnate. Lien Ledin said with a guilty conscience. Then you'll see. A mysterious light appeared in Lin Ling's hand. It was the Jiosha body, and he suddenly threw it into the prison cell. Boom! This light seemed to be the size of a fist, but when it landed on Lien Lishan's body, it made his whole body tremble. It was as if ice had met fire and quietly melted. What kind of power is this? Lien Ledin sensed that the power of the world's will hidden in the depths was now wrapped in a light and was constantly being compressed. Chapter 48:55. Boom! Lien Lishan's body trembled once again as his flesh and blood began to melt. It was incomparably terrifying. Why, Lin Ling, why do you have such means? Where did you get them? Impossible. I'm the host body of the world's will. No one has ever been able to seal me. No! Lien Lishan's voice became weaker and more panicked. Oh no. His mind was blank. This was because the host body of the world's will would not die. Even if it died, it would be reincarnated. It could be said that it would never die. But now, he felt a sense of death. Lien Ledin, you should rejoice because you will be the first host body of the world's will that I, Lin Ling, devour. While Lien Ledin was still in a daze, a thunderous voice pierced his soul. Devour? Host bodies of the world's will could devour each other. Lien Ledin knew this better than anyone else, but in all these years, no host body of the world's will had succeeded in devouring the other. Was Lin Ling going to be the first? And was he going to be the first host body of the world's will to help someone else? Lin Ling did not care about his painful wails. Light continued to appear in his hand, and he struck out fiercely. I beg you, spare me. By the time the eighth Jiosha body's soul struck out, Lien Lishan's body had already dissipated, leaving behind only a ball of yellow light that emitted a weak voice. Seeing this, Lin Ling finally stopped. He held the ninth Jiosha body's soul in his hand and looked indifferently at his palm. I'll take your life. I'll definitely do what I promised you. Lin Ling muttered to himself. This was because the last Jiosha body's soul actually came from a god. After saying this, he struck out the light in his palm fiercely. A whimpering sound was heard, and Lien Ledin completely quieted down. Only a ball of yellow light was left floating in the cell. This ball of light looked extremely ordinary, like the light of a candle. However, Lin Ling knew that this was the host body of the world's will. He was also the first person among the 9 world-will hosts to be beaten back to his original form. The yellow light was like a candle, but Lin Ling could see the ancient nebula churning within the light. He could faintly sense the might of the creation of heaven and earth. The will of the world, in reality, was also a powerful consciousness that had created the world. Can I devour it just like that? Lin Ling frowned as he stared at the ball of light. Then, he raised his hand and the yellow light floated over and landed in Lin Ling's hand. Lin Ling carefully examined the light. At first, he didn't notice anything strange, but gradually he felt a sense of familiarity. It was as if the yellow light and Lin Ling were one. As expected, I am also a host body of the world will. Lin Ling's heart rumbled. He was extremely shocked. Although Lin Ling knew that he was the host body of the world's will, he had never been able to use this power. Therefore, Lin Ling had always held a skeptical attitude. But now, he was deeply aware of it. World will hosts devour each other, and even let in is the yellow world will host body. Then what about me? Lin Ling's eyes kept flickering as he constantly sensed the world will in his body. Gradually, that vague feeling became clearer. He also let go of his whole body and fully comprehended. At the same time, the yellow light in his palm followed his palm and quietly disappeared into his body. What shocked Lin Ling was that the yellow light followed his limbs and bones, followed his dantian, and finally reached the depths of his soul. Moreover, this was the deepest part. Rumble. Lin Ling's soul heard a deafening roar. It was incomparably terrifying, as if the world was being created in Lin Ling's soul. The power of my world's will is actually in my soul. No wonder I can't sense it. Lin Ling muttered to himself. He wanted to control the power of the world's will in the depths of his soul. However, he could only sense it but not control it. However, he could clearly feel that this power was incomparably strong. It was stronger than his soul force, physical body, and everything else. Could it be that the reason why my soul force is increasing so quickly is because I have the power of the world's will? Lin Ling felt as if he was looking at a treasure sword hidden in his body. Once this treasure sword came out, it could cut the world apart and was omnipotent. However, he could only see the treasure sword but couldn't use it. How strange. Why do I feel that this power is continuously becoming stronger? Constantly sensing his soul, Lin Ling suddenly frowned because he could sense that there was an invisible power surging from all directions and disappearing into the world's will. And this power was incomparably mysterious. It was as if it was constantly nourishing the world's will, but he couldn't sense it at all. If not for Lin Ling being able to sense his world's will, perhaps he wouldn't be able to sense it at all. What is this power? Where did it come from? No, within this power, I can actually sense a lot of familiar feelings. Lin Ling's eyes suddenly narrowed. Then, after carefully sensing it, his face finally changed dramatically. Because he found that most of this power came from the Jiuzhou Void, from the Lin Ling universe. Most importantly, Lin Ling also sensed that this power came from many people he knew, such as the Lei Gong Palace and the martial artists of the Jiuzhou Void. This is the power of faith. Suddenly, Lin Ling's expression changed dramatically. He completely knew what this power was. Because in the Jiuzhou Void and the Lin Ling universe, countless people worshipped and revered Lin Ling, treating him as a pillar and a legend in their hearts. Therefore, it formed an extremely strange power. If this power was alone, it was insignificant. However, when it was gathered together, it was a different story. The power of faith could actually be said to be the power of incense. In ancient times, there were gods who built temples in the mortal world and made millions of people kneel down to worship them in order to accumulate the power of faith. It was said that if enough power of faith was gathered, one could become the most ancient god. The power of gods is indeed endless. There is divine origin, divine power, divine steps, and even ancient superpowers. The power of faith is probably a power that surpasses superpowers. Now, I have divine power, divine steps, ancient superpowers, and divine power of faith. It's a pity that I can't control this power of faith. I can only let it continue to grow stronger. I only hope that in the future, I can completely control it. Lin Ling was inexplicably excited. Although he couldn't control this power of faith now, at least this power was constantly growing stronger, and that was enough. Now that I've refined Lien Ledian, it's time to leave this place. After a long time, Lin Ling left the cell and went to Guang Chengzi's cell. Guang Chengzi seemed to know that Lin Ling was coming. He had been waiting there for a long time. He smiled at Lin Ling and said, "Swallowed?" Chapter 4856. Oh, then what is it? What color is the world will's power? Master Guangqing asked curiously with a shocked expression. Lin Ling shook his head. I can only roughly sense the world will's power, and this power is constantly changing colors, so I can't find out what color it is. After a pause, Lin Ling said, but I can sense that this is the power of faith. Faith, this is also the power of incense. Lin Ling, oh Lin Ling, it seems that your world will's power is very impressive. Master Guangqing's body trembled when he heard this. He stared at Lin Ling as if he was staring at the future giant god of the universe. There are many types of world will hosts. According to legend, there are devouring, passing on, and so on. Each has its own merits, but your faith is a method of the most ancient giant god. With the power of faith gathered in your body, you can represent the entire universe. If you can make this power of faith grow stronger, you will definitely become a giant god in the universe in the future. You will be able to establish a sect and pass down countless disciples. Anything is possible. Lin Ling nodded. In fact, he had also guessed this point. However, he smiled bitterly and said, although that's the case, I can't control this power of mine at all. I can only sense it. Take it slow. There will always be a time when you gain something, Guang Chengzi advised with a smile. At the same time, he reminded him, now that you've devoured a world will host body, the remaining 7 world will host bodies should be able to sense it. You must be careful. You must not spread this matter, not even to your closest kin. But Lin Ling nodded heavily. Then, he exchanged a few words with Master Guangqing and left the square prison. At the same time, in the distant chaos realm, an old man muttered to himself, I can sense that there is one less host body of the world will in this universe. And it is not reincarnated, but has completely disappeared. He closed his eyes slightly as if sensing something. After a while, he opened his eyes, his brows tightly knitted together. I can't detect it. Could it be that a world will host has devoured a host? It's finally here. The old man's eyes flickered. And on the other side, a massive giant floated in the endless void. His eyes were closed, as if he had vanished from the universe. It's Lin Ling. This giant's voice was like the might of the heavens, and it seemed like he had discovered something. His eyes finally opened. It was as if he could see through the endless space and time and land on a man. Have they finally activated the mutual devouring? His voice was as deep as thunder, and it actually caused the universe around him to collapse continuously. It was as if heaven and earth were falling apart. At this moment, Lin Ling had already returned to the outside world. He gazed into the distance, and for some reason, he could sense that a large number of gods had appeared in the vicinity and were converging in his direction. He's probably looking for me. Lin Ling smiled. When he was devouring Lien Ledian in the square prison, the gods in the surrounding area must have been searching for him. Of course, although Lin Ling was far away from these gods, for some unknown reason, he seemed to be able to sense the power of the world will. Somehow, he also felt a little more. Let's leave this place first. Now that Lin Ling had recovered all of his trump cards, he was no longer afraid of those powerhouses. However, he had something important to do now. This was because the owner of the last body that had been possessed was a god, and he had appeared in the Jojo Void. He was an extremely ancient god who had been isolated from the world. In fact, when Lin Ling was still very weak, this god had helped Lin Ling in the Jojo Void. However, Lin Ling didn't know about this, and he only found out after the fact. This god was also one of the 4 great gods in the past, hiding behind the scenes and guarding the Jojo Void. The 4 great gods probably didn't know about this back then. However, for the Jiosha body, Lin Ling still killed him. After that god found out about Lin Ling's origins, he didn't hesitate and was decisively killed by Lin Ling. Of course, Lin Ling also agreed to do something for him. It was the thing he wanted to end the most in his life, and that was to kill someone. This person was in the Tao Pagoda, under the North Pole Emperor, and was also the greatest enemy of that god. When the great calamity of the world's will came, this person had a great enmity with that god. Unfortunately, when the great calamity of the world's will came, this enemy died in the calamity, and this god survived. This god couldn't die in peace because he couldn't kill his enemy with his own hands. He had hated him for thousands of years. Xiao Yexing, right? I'm coming to find you. Staring into the distance, Lin Ling put on his cloak and slowly left. Xiao Yexing was this god's enemy, and they were father and son. Xiao Yexing was the son, and that god was the father. Walking forward, Lin Ling gradually disappeared into the distance. This time, he was heading in the direction of the Tao Pagoda. Lin Ling, is that you? While moving forward, someone also doubted Lin Ling and stopped him to ask. So what if it's me? Do you think you can kill me? Lin Ling killed his opponent with a single slash and then went into stealth again. Of course, Lin Ling also took away the other party's Tao regression heavenly position. After a long time, the god who had been killed before returned. After all, he still had the chance to be protected by the Tao realm. Lin Ling, return my Tao regression heavenly position. This god kept roaring as he sensed his Tao regression heavenly position. Then he chased after Lin Ling. His Tao regression heavenly position. If he didn't get it back in a few hours, then all the Tao realm fragments he had obtained would belong to Lin Ling. Moreover, he would be forced to leave the Tao realm. He had entered the Tao Pagoda with great difficulty, so how could he be chased away by Lin Ling? Unfortunately, Lin Ling was already far away. After experiencing several waves of pursuit, Lin Ling was no longer the same as when he first came to the Tao Pagoda. Coupled with the fact that he could sense the world's will, he was more confident. He sensed the gods surrounding him and flew in another direction to avoid being surrounded by the gods with the greatest number of them. Lin Ling. Of course, on the way, there were gods who met Lin Ling and asked suspiciously, Your Excellency, are you also looking for Lin Ling? Me too. TSK 300 million Tao realm fragments, I wonder who can get it? Lin Ling said with a smile. Alas, I only knew that Lin Ling was in this area, but I didn't expect it to be so difficult to find. Moreover, there are so many people looking for him. It seems that finding him is like finding a needle in a haystack. When the god heard Lin Ling say this, he couldn't help but sigh, thinking that the person in front of him was not Lin Ling. It's indeed difficult to kill him, but it's actually very simple to find him. Lin Ling said with a smile. His words made the god's eyes light up. He thought that Lin Ling had a way and immediately asked, Your Excellency, do you know the whereabouts of Lin Ling? I am Lin Ling. Chapter 4857. Just like that, Lin Ling left the west side of the Tao Pagoda. He was not in a hurry to go to the Yellow Emperor. Instead, he inquired about the North Pole Emperor along the way. Meanwhile, in the west side of the Tao Pagoda, there were still a large number of gods looking for Lin Ling. It was chaos. Unfortunately, no one knew that Lin Ling had quietly left. Moreover, during this trip to the west side of the Tao Pagoda, Lin Ling had obtained a large number of Tao realm fragments. As long as he obtained a few more, he would have enough capital to break through. As he moved forward, the number of people who knew Lin Ling became fewer and fewer. After a long time, the weather began to become hot. Yellow sand filled the sky, and from time to time, divine fire would soar into the sky. It was incomparably frightening. The whole world swayed as if it were an illusion. The scenery could no longer be seen clearly from 1,000 miles away. The dense fog swayed. What a strange place. The west is so cold, but this place is so hot. According to Huaxia, it's probably tens of thousands of degrees. Lin Ling shook his head helplessly as he stepped on the scorching hot sand. Then, with a wave of his right hand, a wisp of sand floated into his palm. Before he clenched his fist, a burst of divine fire gushed out of his palm. This divine fire was extremely powerful. If it could be refined, it would be of great help to gods. Unfortunately, this divine fire would not be of much help to a superior god. With a wave of his right hand, Lin Ling threw away the sand in his hand and continued forward. Boom! At the same time, a 5-meter-wide fire snake soared into the sky from the left. It circled around in the air, looked at Lin Ling fiercely, and then rushed into the sky. This was a fire snake formed by the scorching divine fire, but it had already become a spirit. Seeing that Lin Ling had avoided its attack, it left. If one was hit by this divine fire, even an early-stage superior god would be injured. Of course, superior gods were powerful enough to avoid the divine fire. Therefore, no matter how powerful the divine fire was, if it could not touch a person, then everything was empty talk. There are few gods around here. Someone is collecting divine fire in the distance. There's actually a valley in that direction, and many gods have gathered there. Lin Ling's gaze looked around and finally landed in a certain direction. With a step, he sank into the hot sand. Divine essence wrapped around his body as he moved forward along the sand. Although the temperature of the sand was even hotter, moving under the sand allowed them to avoid the attacks of the fire snakes and save a lot of time. Rumble! It was as if Lin Ling had transformed into a fiery serpent as he advanced, causing all the gods he encountered to furrow their brows and evade him. In their eyes, the tremors underground were so great that it was most likely due to a gigantic fiery serpent. Not long after, the valley appeared before his eyes. Before he even entered, a wave of coolness swept over him. This caused Lin Ling to rush out from the sand and walk towards the valley. This valley was very vast, like an ancient city in the middle of a desert. In the valley, a large number of gods were gathered, exchanging information they needed. There's a fire scorpion demigod under the desert. In the primal chaos realm, many gods are looking for this thing. If you can catch it, you can probably exchange it for some good treasures. It's very difficult to find traces of the fire scorpion demigod, but you can use Tao realm fragments to exchange for it. I reckon that as long as the price of Tao realm fragments is right, there should be people willing to trade with you. Xiahou Banqing, is there any good news recently? There's no good news, just that a few gods have entered the Dao Pagoda. However, if you want more Tao realm fragments, it's best if you go and kill wanted criminals. Wanted criminals are too difficult to kill. Sun, moon, star, heaven, earth, and man rankings. None of them are easy to deal with. I heard that a god went to kill Poison Elder of the 3 pure ones on the earth rankings, but in the end, they were all annihilated. Even a superior god was no exception. It was difficult for him to escape death. How stupid! Who told you to kill wanted criminals in the tunnels? Can't you kill sun, moon, and star instead? Whispers could be heard, causing the cool valley to suddenly become hot and dry. As for the gods hidden in every corner, they seemed to not care about anything, but in fact, they were secretly collecting information. Most of the gods who came here were here for the Dao Pagoda, and Tao realm fragments were indispensable to enter the Dao Pagoda. Therefore, they were thinking of ways to obtain more Tao realm fragments. After Lin Ling entered the valley, his eyes flashed slightly. He saw the significance of the valley's existence. However, in the valley, Lin Ling also sensed a few powerful auras. He estimated that they were the strength of late-stage superior gods. Moreover, there were gods, demons, and even demons here. It seemed to be a good place to gather information. A newcomer is here. Suddenly, a deity whose entire body was enveloped in black mist looked at Lin Ling with indifference. This god was very mysterious. There was a black crow on his shoulder. The crow was also staring strangely at Lin Ling, its eyes blood red. Seeing this god staring at Lin Ling, many people suddenly fell silent. This was because everyone knew that the god was the evil crow god, who had been extremely famous in ancient times. Later on, in the era of the gods, he had established a sect and passed down countless demons. Everyone was afraid of him. However, after the great calamity of the world's will, this god had fallen and disappeared without a trace. The evil crow god stared indifferently at Lin Ling, as if he wanted to attack Lin Ling. After all, this place was chaotic. Killing and robbing were common occurrences. Next, the black mist began to roll and surge toward Lin Ling. However, at this moment, the black crow let out a shrill cry. As soon as the cry fell, the evil crow god, who was about to make a move, immediately stopped. Then he floated in another direction. He seemed to be extremely afraid of Lin Ling. Not only did he not choose to attack, but he also fled. Everyone was shocked. They had also seen that the god who had suddenly appeared was very unfamiliar. He did not seem to be a famous god. The evil crow god was famous for his ferocity, so he should not be afraid of him. Most importantly, the evil crow god did not even fight before he left. This meant that this unfamiliar god's strength was extremely terrifying, so much so that the evil crow god did not dare to provoke him. And the thing that warned the evil crow god was obviously that black crow. For a moment, no one dared to provoke Lin Ling. Lin Ling walked slowly. When he reached the end of the street, he looked at a god and said, "If I want to obtain the Tao realm fragment, who can provide me with the information?" Tai soul stealing. The god frowned at first, but when he thought of the evil crow god, he finally told the truth. Then he flicked his sleeves and left. Obviously, it was humiliating for him to answer Lin Ling's words humbly. All the gods present were famous gods. They were arrogant and had to be humble. It was no wonder that they were in a bad mood. In a restaurant, it was lively and noisy. All the gods were drinking divine wine. They were very happy. However, at this moment Lin Ling walked in. His gaze swept across the entire restaurant and he said coldly, "Who is Tai soul stealing?" Chapter 48:58. His voice was quite loud, and the entire restaurant fell silent. All of the gods furrowed their brows. Who was this? How rude. Couldn't he see that they were drinking? They were all glaring at Lin Ling, as if they wanted to do something to Lin Ling. However, Lin Ling continued to ask as if he didn't see them, "Who is the Tai soul snatcher?" He was looking down on all of the gods with an extremely arrogant attitude. However, all of the gods fell silent this time. They had all thought that Lin Ling couldn't tell who was stronger and who was weaker. However, he still dared to act so arrogantly even though he knew that they were enraged. This was a little strange. Unless he was extremely confident in his own power, who would dare to do something like this? "What do you want?" Finally, a voice sounded. A white-haired elderly man in a Tai robe looked at Lin Ling from the corner of the restaurant. "How about we make a deal?" Lin Ling spoke with a straight face. "Sure." A smile appeared on the elderly man's face upon hearing this. He strode out of the restaurant, and Lin Ling followed closely behind him. The two of them walked out of the valley and arrived at the scorching desert outside. The Tai soul snatcher finally stopped and turned to look at Lin Ling. "What kind of deal do you want to make?" "Please put away that gourd under the desert before making a deal. Otherwise, I don't mind destroying it." Lin Ling didn't reply. Instead, he spoke in a cold voice. The elderly man's eyes flashed slightly upon hearing this. He didn't think that this person would be able to see through his ploy. He nodded and withdrew his trump card. "My apologies, I was too cautious. Tell me, what kind of deal do you want?" "I want to find someone, Emperor Ziwei." "Emperor Ziwei? That's not very difficult to find. What do you want in return?" "I want to find Emperor Ziwei's subordinate, Xiao Yexing." "Sir, that's two questions, but you're lucky. I know where both of them are, but you'll have to pay me double," the old man said calmly. After all Lin Ling needed to do was find Xiao Yexing. However, he was afraid that this Tai soul-seizing immortal wouldn't know who Xiao Yexing was, which was why he had mentioned Emperor Ziwei. "I don't need to know the whereabouts of Emperor Ziwei." Lin Ling's brows furrowed. "No, if you don't want any information on Emperor Ziwei, then I won't sell any information on Xiao Yexing either." The old man shook his head. Not only did they raise the price, they were also forcing them to sell. Lin Ling's gaze instantly turned cold, but he nodded. "All right, what do you want?" 30 million Tao realm fragments. The old man said matter-of-factly. However, the price he was offering was astronomical. If it had been any other god, they would have definitely turned around and left in anger. "Of course, it's fine if you want to cancel the deal, but you have to give me 1 million Tao state fragments because you made me follow you out and wasted my time." As if he was afraid that Lin Ling would turn around and leave, the old man said again. Lin Ling frowned as he looked at him, and the dissatisfaction in his eyes became more and more pronounced. Alright, I can give you 300 million Tao state fragments. Lin Ling finally spoke, and his words caused the old man's eyes to narrow. 300 million? One had to realize that the old man had already decided that if this guy couldn't produce 30 million Tao state fragments, then he could lower the price to 10 million. Who would have thought that this guy would actually agree to 300 million Tao state fragments? Are you messing with me? The old man was in disbelief. Do you think I have the time to play with you? Don't worry, I promise you that after the deal, I'll give you 300 million Tao state fragments. Moreover, it's right in front of you. Lin Ling said. All right. The old man's eyes flashed. He wasn't afraid of Lin Ling playing any tricks. After all, Lin Ling was only a mid-level god. No matter how powerful he was, there was a limit to his strength. This jade talisman records the whereabouts of the North Pole Emperor and Xiao Yesheng. Now, give me 300 million Tao state fragments. A jade talisman appeared in the old man's hand. It recorded the places he had been to and everything he had seen, including the whereabouts of the North Pole Emperor. All right. Lin Ling immediately nodded and said coldly, originally, according to the rules, I only needed to give you 30 million Tao state fragments. But now, I've given you 300 million, so I can't give you the Tao state fragments that I have. However, I can give you a piece of information. It's fair to exchange information for information. Then, without waiting for the old man's anger, he said again, the heavenly Tao wants Lin Ling. I know where he is. As long as you kill him, you can get 300 million Tao state fragments. You really know? The old man was angry at first, but when he heard the two words, Lin Ling, his eyes trembled and he became a little excited. Lin Ling was the latest heavenly Tao wanted poster. He had once caused a stir in the entire Tao pagoda. After all, the reward was too many Tao state fragments. Lin Ling is right in front of you. Almost at the same time, Lin Ling said coldly. The old man's expression changed drastically. Moreover, the Tai soul snatching on the daily roll should be you, right? You're worth 30 million Tao state fragments. Lin Ling said again. You? How do you know where I came from? This time, the old man's eyes trembled fiercely. You don't need to know that. You only need to know that the 300 million Tao state fragments are right in front of you. This is the information I'm giving you. We don't owe each other anything. Lin Ling ignored the old man and turned to leave. On the other hand, the old man stared fixedly at Lin Ling's back, and in the end, he suddenly gritted his teeth and chuckled. Lin Ling, I've searched high and low for you, only to find you by chance. I'll kindly accept your 300 million Tao realm fragments. After saying that, he immediately pounced on Lin Ling. However, as soon as he got close to Lin Ling, an extremely terrifying cosmic ray arrived and sealed away the old man's soul. Idiot! Lin Ling scoffed in disdain as he witnessed the old man's indignant death. Lin Ling had already wanted to kill the old man when he was trying to force a deal. Moreover, he had guessed that this old man was actually one of Emperor Ziwei's subordinates. However, Lin Ling didn't attack. Instead, he turned around and left because he knew that the old man wouldn't let him go. And that was indeed the case. Tai soul snatching, worth 30 million Tao state fragments. It's a pity that I can't exchange his head for Tao state fragments. After that, Lin Ling put away the old man's Tao regression tablet. After inspecting it, Lin Ling couldn't help but be astonished. This Tao regression tablet contained 30 million Tao state fragments. Moreover, Lin Ling saw a mysterious talisman on the old man's body. After Lin Ling used his soul power and the enchantment barrier to decipher the talisman, he discovered that the talisman recorded the locations of all of Emperor Ziwei's Tao state fragments. These Tao state fragments were safeguarded by 7 people, and each of them had 100 million Tao state fragments. One of them was Xiao Yesheng. This Tai soul snatching is indeed a seller of information. He even managed to obtain such information. He's probably also looking for a suitable seller. Chapter 4859. After checking the token, Lin Ling disappeared into the desert. The heavenly Tao arrest order made Lin Ling a target of scorn. He had to constantly hide his identity, but once he became a high god, the number of people who could threaten him would decrease by half. Therefore, He was determined to obtain Xiao Yesheng's Dao fragment. However, Xiao Yesheng was responsible for protecting Emperor Ziwei's Dao fragment, so his strength must be extraordinary. Perhaps Lin Ling would have to use all of his trump cards to kill him. Moreover, Lin Ling had to kill him as quickly as possible. After all, if the battle dragged on for too long and Emperor Ziwei arrived, things would become troublesome. Pill Mountain, this was the place recorded on the token. Back in the day, Xiao Yesheng was also a pill refiner under Emperor Ziwei, and his seniority was incomparably high. I don't know what happened between Xiao Yesheng and his father that made his father want to kill him. Generally speaking, even a vicious tiger would not eat its own cubs. After a long time, Lin Ling was also getting closer and closer to Pill Mountain. Pill Mountain was located at the intersection of the west and north of the Dao Pagoda. Here, birds chirped, flowers bloomed, and there were green mountains and clear waters. It was very suitable for gods to open up cultivation caves. Of course, in the Dao Pagoda, the places with rich spiritual energy had already been occupied by various gods. Otherwise, those great demons and great demons would not be hiding in places of extreme heat and extreme cold. The fact that Pill Mountain was built here was proof of Emperor Ziwei's might. Lin Ling looked into the distance and saw that under the endless green mountains, there were a large number of gods hiding and cultivating in their own residences. These gods were probably all under Emperor Ziwei's tomb. It would undoubtedly be difficult for Lin Ling to kill Xiao Yesheng here. Among the mountains, there was one that was the most dazzling. It was like a gourd lying on the ground, and that was Pill Mountain. Pill Mountain was a divine mountain, and it was the favorite place of the gods in the surrounding area. This was because not every god was a pill refiner, and they also needed the assistance of pills in their cultivation. Of course, the truly powerful ancient gods did not need pills. They only needed cultivation treasures. Quick, catch him! All of a sudden, a voice came from the front. Then flying swords flew across the sky. A few gods stepped on their flying swords and rushed forward as if they were searching for something. They were all wearing the same wide divine robes with a huge gourd embroidered on the back. After that, Lin Ling checked the surroundings again. He immediately discovered that in the dense forest on the ground, a mysterious force was moving quickly. Moreover, it was underground. This method was quite impressive. Even Lin Ling had to carefully investigate before he could feel it, because Lin Ling relied on the power of the world's will to sense it. His soul power could only give him a rough idea. Lin Ling's world will contain the power of faith. Ever since his awakening, Lin Ling had gained a deeper understanding of this world. Before this, he had used this understanding to escape from the west of the Dao Pagoda. As for this mysterious power, Lin Ling didn't quite understand it either. He could only guess that it was a kind of divination power. A rabbit, what does that mean? After investigating the object moving quickly underground, Lin Ling was even more suspicious. After pondering for a moment, he quietly sneaked over to see what was going on. Over there, chase. Those gods had obviously come to catch the rabbit, but they had lost it and were chasing in another direction. After a long time, in a dense forest, a rabbit slowly crawled out. This rabbit was extremely cute. Its whole body was white, and its ears moved slightly. It was full of spirituality. The rabbit sensed the surroundings for a moment. After seeing that there was nothing strange, it quietly turned into a woman. This woman was also very cute. Her skin was as white as snow, and her facial features were exquisite. Although she was not tall, she gave people a feeling of daintiness. I've escaped. The woman couldn't help but smile. Is that so? Do you really think Taoist Xiao is an idiot? He'll let you escape. However, at this moment, a ray of light suddenly appeared in the forest. Following that, several old men slowly walked out of the light. They held ropes in their hands. After forming a seal, one could see that the rope was actually connected to the woman. The woman's ankles had long been tied up by the rope. It was with this rope that the old men found the woman's whereabouts. God-binding rope, you're so despicable. The woman looked down at her legs and suddenly cursed angrily. Lin Yuetu, you've already agreed to marry Taoist Xiao. Why go back on your word? The old men said coldly. Who said I'm going to marry that old man? I'm just here to ask for a pill. You tied me up and then want me to marry Taoist Xiao. You're shameless. The more the woman spoke, the angrier she became. She stomped her feet fiercely. It's useless to say more. Come back with us. The old men ignored the woman's anger and said coldly. Then, they pulled the rope, wanting to bring the woman into the light. Let go of me. I'm from the Moon Palace. If you dare touch me, the Moon Fairy will never let you off. The woman kept struggling. It's no longer the era of the gods. The Moon Palace is nothing to worry about. Unfortunately, the old men were still indifferent. However, at that moment, a sword slashed at them. Bang, bang, bang. 3 of the old men were killed by a single slash. The terrifying killing power was not something they could resist at all. The remaining 2 were stronger, but they were only temporarily immortal. Most importantly, they were clearly protected by Dao realm experts. Sir, how dare you interfere in the matters of the North Pole Emperor? They shouted angrily. I even dared to kill his son, let alone such a trivial matter. The person who came sneered and activated a powerful cosmic ray to directly kill the 2 old men. Even the protection of Dao realm experts was useless. Thump. The 2 old men fell, and the forest fell silent again. Only the woman looked at the corpses on the ground in disbelief. Then her expression changed, and she stared cautiously in a certain direction. She wanted to immediately run away. Where can you run to? If Xiao Yesheng doesn't die, he will catch you sooner or later. If you cooperate with me, I have a way to solve this problem for you. A man slowly walked out from a certain direction in the forest. His expression was calm, as if he was not afraid that the woman would run away. The woman wanted to run away, but she stopped when she heard the man's words. She seemed to be thinking about something. In the end, she looked at the man and said, You're not lying to me, right? When she looked at the man, her eyes flashed. What a cold man. For some reason, she was momentarily dazed. Perhaps she was attracted by the man's temperament. I'm not lying to you. Because he is the person I want to kill. The man was Lin Ling. He smiled faintly. That old man is the person you want to kill? Then what should I do? Lin Yuedu finally calmed down and hurriedly asked. Chapter 4860. You're lying. You're one of Taoist Zhao's people. Hearing Lin Ling's words, Lin Yu too was obviously cautious. She turned around and ran, but her speed was not weak at all. With the speed of 1,500 worlds per second, even Lin Ling would not be able to catch up with her if he did not use the Pangu attack. However, Lin Ling did not give chase. He said indifferently, If I were one of his people, why would I save you before? Lin Yu too was still running away, but after hearing Lin Ling's words, she frowned and pondered. After a while, she finally walked back slowly. Why are you doing this? She was not stupid and guessed that Lin Ling was not one of Xiao Yesheng's people. After all, if Lin Ling was one of Xiao Yesheng's people, he would not have helped her at all. I've already told you my purpose, but Xiao Yesheng is very strong. I have to kill him secretly, so I need your help to get close to Xiao Yesheng. Moreover, although you escaped from Xiao Yesheng's pursuit, are you sure that Xiao Yesheng has no other means? And if you are caught again, no one will help you at that time. Lin Ling said calmly. Hearing this, Lin Yu too's eyes flickered, wondering if Lin Ling was lying to her. Finally, she looked up and said, If you promise to protect me, I will help you. But Lin Ling nodded. What, just one word? Lin Yu too was speechless. Why was this person so quiet? Every word I, Lin Ling, say is worth 1,000 gold. Lin Ling shook his head. He and Lin Yu too had only met by chance, so what could they possibly talk about? Even now, they were simply cooperating with each other. Okay, I'll believe you this time. Thinking that Lin Ling would not change much, Lin Yu too finally agreed. The two disappeared into the woods and headed for Pill Mountain. After a long time, under the huge gourd mountain, someone stared at Lin Yu too in the distance and shouted. Immediately, a large number of gods flew out. What's the hurry? Aren't I back now? Lin Yuetu said in annoyance. She knew that these people were the disciples of Taoist Xiao. I came back this time to marry your master. Get out of my way. Next, Lin Yuetu strode forward, passing by the stunned gods. This was because none of the gods could have imagined that Lin Yuetu, who had been very resistant before, would suddenly become enlightened. Lin Yuetu, this is? A woman in her 30s suddenly looked at Lin Ling and asked, "My brother?" Lin Yuetu glared fiercely at the woman and said coldly, "Your master is about to marry me. Isn't it normal for my big brother to come and see?" "Your brother?" The woman sized up Lin Ling from head to toe and even secretly used a probing divine ability, but she still didn't find anything. She said indifferently, "Why didn't I hear you mention that you have a brother before? You're so annoying." Lin Yuetu's patience was exhausted and she said in an extremely unpleasant tone, "Now, I am going to marry your master, so my big brother wants to come and see. If you don't like it, then we will leave, okay?" After saying that, she wanted to leave with Lin Ling. "No, no, no, please go in." In this way, the gods didn't dare to stop Lin Ling. Lin Yuetu coldly snorted and led Lin Ling up the stairs to the top of the mountain. Lin Ling slowly followed Lin Yue. His expression seemed calm, but in fact, he was secretly investigating. He discovered that there were dozens of late-stage high gods in this huge gourd mountain. If these gods joined forces, Lin Ling would undoubtedly die. Fortunately, Lin Ling chose to let Lin Yue to bring him in. As long as there was a chance to get close to Xiao Yesheng, Lin Ling would have a chance. When they reached the top of the huge gourd mountain, a rich medicinal fragrance wafted over. A large number of alchemy halls were built around them. All kinds of divine flames and divine lightning were used to refine pills. Some of the more powerful gods even used the Milky Way to refine pills. At this time, many disciples rushed over and looked at Lin Yuetu in shock. Behind these disciples were some alchemy masters. "What are you looking at? Do you have any manners?" Lin Yuetu was in a bad mood when she saw these gods. Although they were reputable alchemists, in reality, they were a group of sanctimonious fellows. "Lin Yuetu, don't be too arrogant. This is the Pill Mountain." An old man who was obviously of high status frowned and said, "So what if it's the Pill Mountain? Who knows, I might become your master's wife tomorrow. If you don't salute me when you see your master's wife, do you want to molest me?" Lin Yuetu was able to escape from the Pill Mountain, so she was also a pushover. She immediately retorted. Sure enough, no one dared to speak. Lin Ling quietly watched this scene. He realized that although the people around him did not dare to speak, he could vaguely sense that these people were sneering. There was probably something hidden behind this. "Lin Yue, you're back?" At this time, an old man slowly walked over with a large number of gods. This old man had white hair and a ruddy complexion. His face was filled with endless vitality, giving people the feeling that he had regained his youth. In reality, gods were powerful and it was not difficult for them to regain their youth. However, that was only the ability to change one's appearance. It was not truly regaining one's youth. Gods had an endless lifespan. Generally speaking, it was difficult for them to die, but it did not mean that they would not age. This was especially true when they had experienced great injuries and exhausted their vitality. They would age even faster. This old man in front of them had obviously exhausted a lot of his vitality, causing him to age faster than ordinary gods. "Sect Master." At this time, everyone bowed to the old man. This old man was Xiao Yesheng. Xiao Yesheng nodded slightly, his gaze still fixed on Lin Yuetu. "I'm back, and I've also agreed to marry you," Lin Yuetu said angrily. Then, she looked at Lin Ling behind her and introduced, "This is my brother. It was his suggestion that I decided to marry you. My brother said that this area of the Dao Pagoda is too cruel. It's better to have a backer." "Lin Yue, it's best that you think this way." Hearing Lin Yuetu's words, Xiao Yesheng nodded slightly. He looked at Lin Ling and said calmly, "I'm Xiao Yesheng." "Lin Shun." Lin Ling also greeted him and used a fake name. He realized that although Xiao Yesheng seemed to be greeting him, Xiao Yesheng had secretly used his skills to check on him. However, Lin Ling had 8 dantians, and as long as he showed one of them, the other dantians would be hidden. Xiao Yesheng glanced at Lin Ling, and the depths of his eyes flickered. For some reason, Lin Yuetu's brother gave him a strange feeling. It was as if he was very strong but also very weak. In the end, he still thought that Lin Ling was very weak. After all, he had investigated Lin Ling and found that he was only a mid-level god with the strength of a peak mid-level god. Chapter 4861. At the same time, Lin Yuetu also glanced at Lin Ling. The meaning in her eyes was even more touching, as if to say, "Everything depends on you, don't lie to me." Faced with the meaning in Lin Yuetu's eyes, Lin Ling remained expressionless and did not say a word. Of course he would save Lin Yuetu. He was just curious. Was this Xiao Yesheng the son of that god in the void of the 9 states? Seeing Lin Ling's indifferent look, Lin Yuetu panicked, fearing that Lin Ling would lie to her. At that time, she would have to marry Xiao Yesheng. As for Xiao Yesheng, he ignored Lin Ling. After seeing Lin Yuetu agree, he was obviously happy. "Get ready." He waved his hand and said to the disciples around him, "Congratulations, master." The people around bowed respectfully, and at Xiao Yesheng's wave, they dispersed one after another and hurried away. "Come, help Lin Yue to get ready." Next, Xiao Yesheng ordered several female disciples and then strode away. "Your Excellency Lin Yuetu, please follow me." The female disciples looked ordinary and politely said to Lin Yuetu, taking her to wash up and dress up. Lin Yuetu felt as if she had entered a dragon's lair or a tiger's den, but at this time, she obviously could not refuse and could only follow the women. As she left, she also took a deep look at Lin Ling. Unfortunately, Lin Ling only looked into the distance, silent, as if he was sensing something. This also made Lin Yuetu's heart tremble. She wanted to say something, but in the end, she remained silent. At this moment, the news of Xiao Yesheng's wedding spread from 1 to 10, 10 to 100, and the entire Pill Mountain gradually became lively. Lin Ling followed the crowd as if this matter had nothing to do with him, and quietly waited for the arrival of the wedding. "You are Lin Yuetu's brother, right? It is your blessing that your sister is marrying my master. Now we are a family. If you encounter any trouble in the Dao Tower area, you can ask us for help. We have the North Pole Emperor behind us, and there are many people in the Dao Tower area who give us face." "People," a senior said lightly to Lin Ling. Lin Ling, on the other hand, smiled and casually thanked him before falling silent again. These seniors thought that Lin Ling's personality was taciturn, so they ignored him. They had no idea that at this moment, Lin Ling was secretly inspecting the entire Pill Mountain. There was something strange about it. There seemed to be a powerful barrier array. This grand formation was a sealing grand formation. This meant that if something were to happen here, a large number of experts would come here. And Emperor Ziwei was definitely among them. Lin Ling's heart was heavy. He knew that this was no small matter. He had to think of a way to break this array. That night, the Pill Mountain was decorated with lanterns and colored banners, bustling with noise and excitement. After Lin Ling dealt with the crowd, he left quietly, and no one noticed him during the whole process. If there was one, it would be Lin Yuetu. Lin Yuetu was in the middle of her wedding with Xiao Yesheng, but Lin Yuetu looked deeply at Lin Ling, her eyes full of pleading. Lin Ling naturally saw that look, but now was not the time for him to make a move. A moment later, Lin Ling stopped in front of the entrance of an elixir hall. Based on his experience, this elixir hall was not simple. He reckoned that it had something to do with the ancient spirit formation above his head. Then, Lin Ling's soul force quietly spread out, secretly investigating. There was an old man refining pills in the pill hall, but the surroundings were filled with precious heavenly treasures. Interesting. Lin Ling could not help but smile as he pushed open the door and entered. "Tong Danzi, are you back? It's the sect leader's wedding, you should have just gone to drink some wine. Who told you to drink for so long?" An old voice sounded, carrying a hint of reprimand. This person had obviously mistaken Lin Ling for his own alchemy boy. Lin Ling sneered and did not say anything. He continued to walk forward, the tyrannical song sword in his hand, his killing intent restrained. "Tong Danzi." The old man heard the footsteps and continued to walk forward, but the person behind him did not answer him. Something was wrong. He slowly turned his head, but he saw a cold man walking over. Then, a cold, murderous aura drowned him like the universe. "Who are you?" The old man only shouted one sentence, and then his head fell off, endless divine essence pouring out. If you want to blame someone, blame yourself for being Xiao Yesheng's man. Lin Ling looked down at the old man and said. Then he investigated for a moment and found that there was indeed a mysterious barrier in the pill hall, and it was connected to the mysterious array in the sky. In response, Lin Ling directly ruined it. Lin Ling also took away all the treasures in the pill hall. Then he walked to the next pill hall, constantly killing people and stealing treasures, destroying the array. In this way, he obtained more and more treasures. Meanwhile, no one on Pill Mountain had noticed Lin Ling's attack. After all, Lin Ling had attacked too quickly, and today was the day of the sect leader's wedding. Everyone was eating and drinking in the hall to celebrate the sect leader's wedding. Lin Ling's journey was smooth, and he destroyed the mysterious barriers of 11 pill halls. When he reached the 12th pill hall, he had just killed the alchemy god inside. At this time, a figure walked in through the door. The person was very young and looked about the same as Lin Ling, but his strength was at the mid-stage of the high-level deity realm. After he walked in, his expression changed when he saw Lin Ling. Lin Ling frowned slightly. Although he was killing people and stealing treasures, he had been paying attention to the outside of the pill hall. However, he did not notice this person walking in at all. This meant that this person was not an ordinary mid-stage high-level deity. Who are you? The person frowned and looked at Lin Ling, then stared at the god that Lin Ling had killed, and his expression finally changed. You're Lin Yuetu's brother? Why aren't you drinking in the hall? Why are you here to kill the alchemy god of Pill Mountain? What are your intentions? Rolling divine essence appeared on the person's body, and it was incomparably terrifying. Most importantly, there was a divine staircase within it. Who are you? Lin Ling sensed that this person seemed to be very arrogant. He did not intend to inform others, and instead wanted to settle it himself, so he asked calmly. Dong Ting Dragon God. The young man said coldly. My name is Lin Dashin. Lin Ling casually called out a name. Then, he said in realization, the Dong Ting Dragon God on the wanted list? That's worth 90 million Dao realm fragments. It seems that you are familiar with me. However, since you know my background, are you not going to surrender? The young man stretched out his right hand, and with a flick of his fingers, rays of light that resembled fireflies floated out. They were like fireflies, but at the same time, they were like torches that floated in the air. The entire pill hall changed quietly, and Lin Ling felt as if he had entered the void. Flames the size of fists were everywhere, floating up and down. It was extremely strange. Chapter 4862. Dragon. The spear had truly transformed into a dragon. Lin Ling's eyes flashed. He knew that the other party was an existence that surpassed the dragon god level. Therefore, the tyrannical song sword appeared in his hand as well. Although the other party was a mid-level deity, Lin Ling sensed that this person's strength was probably stronger than an ordinary late-level higher deity. Moreover, the other party had the dragon god's bloodline and was a higher deity's divine fetus. Due to all these reasons, the dragon god of Dongting had become a wanted criminal in the underground world who was still safe and sound. However, because of this, Lin Ling's fighting spirit was aroused. Instead of retreating, he advanced and slashed forward. 200 million points of strength erupted at the same time. Rumble! The dragon god's spear collided with the tyrannical song sword, and a terrifying shock wave struck out. If the dragon god of Dongting had not sealed this place with the divine stairs, it would have been destroyed. Dragon god's bloodline, you actually have the dragon god's bloodline. After the collision, the young man was shocked. He sensed that although this person was only a mid-level deity, his strength was extremely terrifying. Moreover, this strength contained the strength of the physical body. The dragon god of Dongting was also good at physical strength, but compared to this person, he was obviously weaker. To be able to withstand my attack, your strength is indeed amazing. However, I haven't used my full strength yet. The young man shouted angrily and used the divine stairs. The surrounding fireflies jumped up like thousands of lights by the lake. Then, all of them rushed toward Lin Ling. Looking carefully, the entire void was filled with endless lights. The scene was extremely spectacular. Lin Ling was also shocked by the strength of the dragon god of Dongting. In terms of divine power, this person was stronger than an ordinary mid-level higher deity, but this person's physical strength was very strong. Originally, Lin Ling could fight above his level by relying on the combination of his physical strength and talent. But now, the other party also had the same advantage, causing Lin Ling to unknowingly fall into a disadvantageous position. These lights. Soon after, Lin Ling frowned and looked around. In his eyes, the sky was filled with lights shooting towards him like shooting stars, sealing off all his escape routes. In front of him, the young man was still using the dragon god's spear to suppress Lin Ling, forcing Lin Ling to face the attacks of the lanterns around him. The power of God is invincible. In an instant, Lin Ling seemed to have sensed something. These lanterns contained powerful divine energy, but they had a unique characteristic. They ignored divine energy. This meant that no divine energy could stop these lanterns. After all, Lin Ling's Panga Strike also has the invincible power of God, which is comparable to the god stares of the dragon god of Dongting. His fleshly body and godly power were invincible. Lin Ling had finally met a god who was on par with him. Unfortunately, compared with Lin Ling, the dragon god of Dongting still had fewer means. Since you've already used all your strength, to show my respect, I'll also use a part of my strength. In Lin Ling's eyes, monstrous fighting spirit was boiling. The killing intent that belonged to the tyrant song sword burst out in all directions. This killing intent not only had terrifying power, but also could affect the opponent. As long as one had killed before, their combat strength would be affected. Killing? Fantasy world? Not good. The dragon god of Dongting thought that the outcome of the battle had been decided, but who knew that Lin Ling's sword would suddenly burst out with a terrifying killing power, affecting him. He seemed to have entered a world of killing, indulging in it, and all his strength was greatly reduced. This meant that he could no longer attack Lin Ling. So what if you have some means? However, the dragon god of Dongting was still confident because his stares of the gods were also attacking Lin Ling. Endless lights shot towards Lin Ling like moths to a flame. Then, they stuck to Lin Ling's body like a burning flame. However, as time passed, Lin Ling was still safe and sound. Instead, his figure quietly became bigger, like a giant standing between heaven and earth. That was because Lin Ling had used the Panga's earth-shattering strike. Originally, these ultimate trump cards were reserved for Xiao Yexing, but now Lin Ling was also forced to use one. Boom! The roar continued. Under the entanglement of all the lights, Lin Ling's body shook and a force destroyed the lights. He seized the opportunity and slashed the dragon god of Dongting with the tyrant song sword in his hand. At this moment, the dragon god of Dongting was affected by the fantasy world of massacre, and his combat strength was greatly reduced. When he saw his stares of the gods being broken, he couldn't help but roar, How is this possible? Who are you? By now, he knew how powerful this mid-level deity was. He was also the strongest mid-level deity he had ever seen in his life. I am Lin Ling. Lin Ling slashed down with his sword, and the cold killing intent slashed through the dragon god of Dongting. After all, he also knew that he couldn't give a god like the dragon god of Dongting a chance, otherwise, there would be endless troubles. Rumble! The dragon god of Dongting could no longer resist this sword. With a clang, the dragon god's golden spear in his hand fell, and the surroundings returned to normal again. Lin Ling took away the treasures around and swept away the dragon god of Dongting's heaven-returning Tao. Then he pushed the door open and left. Who is Lin Ling? Why is he so strong? The dragon god of Dongting murmured to himself. His vitality was dissipating, and his dantian was also destroyed by a terrible killing intent. He no longer had the protection of the Tao realm, so this sword undoubtedly killed him. It's him, the heavenly Tao arrest order. All of a sudden, the dragon god of Dongting completely remembered Lin Ling's name as if he was about to die. The heavenly Tao arrest order, the one worth 300 million Tao realm fragments, Lin Ling. As for the dragon god of Dongting, he was just a wanted man with less than 100 million Tao realm fragments. How could he compare? Plot. He fell down, dying with his eyes wide open. At this moment, Lin Ling strode forward, his eyes looking at the sky. He estimated that the mysterious array in the sky had been destroyed, and it was time to kill Xiao Yexing. After all my calculations, I made a mistake. Now that I've used up one of my trump cards, I hope the remaining trump cards can kill Xiao Yexing. Xiao Yexing is very strong. I must attack with lightning speed. Otherwise, if he gets the chance, I will definitely die. Lin Ling walked towards the place where Lin Yuetu was. Before, he quietly left a soul mark on Lin Yuetu to prevent accidents from happening. But now, he found that Lin Yuetu's trace had stopped, and she was not in the hall. This Xiao Yexing wants to marry Lin Yuetu, not for her beauty, but for something else. I must save Lin Yuetu quickly. In a beautiful garden, Lin Ling quietly appeared, staring at the old house in front of the garden, his eyes flashing. Lin Yuetu was in one of these houses. At this moment, in the room, an old man looked at Lin Yuetu on the bed and said, "With your body, this old man can live for another 300 years. On the bed, Lin Yuetu was subdued by a powerful method, and her clothes fell off. Chapter 4863. You guessed right. After I enter your body, you will experience both pleasure and pain. In the end, your vitality will be sucked dry by me and my lifespan will be restored. You are the reincarnation of a divine beast. You are full of vitality. This old man has been watching you for a long time. This old man is a god who has descended to the mortal world. Ordinary goddesses are not worthy of me. Only divine beasts and geniuses are worthy of this old man. To be honest, this old man has already absorbed 300 goddesses." Xiao Yexing slowly unbuttoned his clothes and spoke calmly as if he was doing the most ordinary thing in the world. Lin Yuetu was sealed. She could not even speak, let alone resist. She could only beg for mercy with her eyes. Unfortunately, it was useless. Save me, save me. Is he really not coming? Is he lying to me? He must be lying to me. He is using me to attract Xiao Yexing so that he can steal the treasures of the Elixir Mountain. Lin Yuetu's mind was filled with thoughts. When she looked at Xiao Yexing again, he was already slowly walking toward Lin Yuetu's day. The sneer on his face deepened. However, at that moment, a murderous intent suddenly appeared. It was fast, incomparably fast. Bam! The door was knocked open. An ancient aura descended from the sky and slashed toward Xiao Yexing. This speed was too fast. It was definitely the speed of 20 million worlds. Moreover, the slash did not seem to be very powerful. However, Xiao Yexing sensed the most ancient and ferocious power. This seemed to be the power of a divine ability. At that moment, Xiao Yexing was already caught off guard. He could only anxiously urge his divine power to resist. Unfortunately, the power that he anxiously urged naturally could not block the sudden slash. Rumble! This slash directly cut off Xiao Yexing's right arm. If he had reacted a little slower, his entire body would have been split in two. In the face of such an ancient divine ability, all of his defensive measures were useless. Moreover, he was anxiously resisting it. He could not use any powerful moves at all. However, even though he had dodged the fatal attack, his right shoulder was still cut off diagonally. Blood spurted out. Rumble! The slash passed by Xiao Yexing and landed on the ground. It was as if the entire Elixir Mountain was about to be severed. Countless gods in the Pill Mountain also noticed this. They all came to the flower garden and frowned as they watched. They didn't seem to dare to approach the garden because it was a forbidden area. Anyone who approached would be killed without mercy. This was an order that Xiao Yexing had once issued. What happened to the disturbance from before? How is Master? Everyone was talking about it. The attack was just Lin Yuetu's retaliation. It's not a big deal. That's right. Something like this happened to Master before. He'll be fine in a while. A few of the more senior gods said indifferently. They clearly knew what their master was going to do. However, they didn't know that there was an accident this time. It was because they didn't dare to approach the garden that Lin Ling took advantage of them. In the room, Xiao Yexing rubbed his right shoulder and used his divine energy to recover. After that, he looked at the ground and saw that there was a ditch. Although it wasn't big, it was so deep that he couldn't see the bottom. Xiao Yesheng sensed that this ravine not only reached the bottom of the Pill Mountain, but also the core of the earth that was tens of thousands of miles away. What a terrifying attack. It's you! Xiao Yesheng suddenly looked at the person who came and found that it was Lin Yutu's brother. At this moment, Lin Yutu also looked at Lin Ling in shock. Then, her eyes quietly moistened. She didn't expect that this cold man would finally come. Lin Ling looked at Lin Yutu and saw that her clothes were falling off. He frowned and immediately pointed his right hand to the bed, releasing the power of divinity to remove the barrier on Lin Yutu. After Lin Yutu noticed this, she quickly put on her clothes to cover her body. Even so, her little face was still red because Lin Ling had seen her naked before. It seems that you used Lin Yutu to get close to me. Seeing Lin Ling's actions, Xiao Yesheng completely understood. He said coldly, "You only have the strength of an intermediate god? Why are your methods so terrifying? Also, why do you want to kill me? But none of this matters. If you let me go, I will give you whatever you want." Xiao Yesheng was already seriously injured, especially his right shoulder, which was still burning with pain. This made him realize that the previous attack was no ordinary attack. It could make it difficult for him to recover and greatly reduce his combat strength. And now, there was still no one on Pill Mountain. This meant that he could only face Lin Ling alone. "I have Emperor Ziwei behind me. If you let me go, I'll give you whatever treasures you want and introduce you to Emperor Ziwei. Is it worth it to offend me for Lin Yutu? A slut like Lin Yutu is everywhere. If you want, I can give you thousands of goddesses." Xiao Yesheng continued. "I am Lin Ling." At this time, Lin Ling finally spoke. He was not moved by Xiao Yesheng's offer at all. "Lin Ling?" Xiao Yesheng frowned. Then, he thought of a certain rumor and his expression changed drastically. As for Lin Yutu, she was also extremely shocked. It was Lin Ling. This was a wanted criminal on the Heavenly Tao arrest order. "Secondly, I am here for your father, Xiao Tai." Lin Ling continued. Hearing Lin Ling's words, a hint of panic appeared in Xiao Yesheng's eyes. "Isn't he dead?" Xiao Yesheng shook his head in disbelief. "He is not dead. He is hiding in the void of the kingdom of the 9 states and has been looking for an opportunity to kill you. Unfortunately, the world you live in is too powerful and he will never be able to set foot there. So, he entrusted me to kill you." Lin Ling said calmly. "Father, you want to kill me?" Xiao Yesheng was in a daze, as if there was a secret between him and Xiao Tai. Of course, Lin Ling was not interested in any of this. His goal was to kill Xiao Yesheng. His talents quietly merged and the tyrannical song sword appeared in his hand. Xiao Yesheng was still immersed in anger and indignation. However, after sensing Lin Ling's murderous intent, he finally came to his senses and suddenly ran into the depths of the room. He did not choose to rush out of the room because Lin Ling was guarding the door. It was impossible for him to succeed. In addition, although Lin Ling's cultivation level was not high, his attack power was too strong. Xiao Yesheng did not dare to take the risk. Trying to escape. Seeing that Xiao Yesheng was trying to escape, Lin Ling also chased after him. However, he did not dare to get too close. After all, Xiao Yesheng had the strength of a late-stage high god. Previously, he had been able to injure Xiao Yesheng severely because of a sneak attack. To Lin Ling's surprise, after rushing into the depths of the room, there was a ray of light. Xiao Yesheng disappeared into it. Lin Ling did not dare to delay and also rushed into the light. At this moment, in the light, there was a world of its own. In the vast void, an ancient continent was floating there. Upon closer inspection, there were countless buildings and humans on the continent. Kill him. Chapter 4864. These people seemed to be Xiao Yesheng's disciples, and this place seemed to be Xiao Yesheng's hidden sect. Unfortunately, these people were too weak and could only stop Lin Ling for a while. They were no match for Lin Ling at all. Lin Ling held the tyrannical song sword and killed one person in 10 steps. His eyes were still locked on Xiao Yesheng. He knew that he had to speed up or things would change. Moreover, Xiao Yesheng was also very powerful. This was because this was obviously a universe, Xiao Yesheng's universe. However, this universe was not as good as Lin Ling's universe. Everything had yet to take shape. Xiao Yesheng, on the other hand, had an anxious look on his face. He arrived at an ancient-looking building, opened the barrier, and rushed in. Quick, quick, quick! A North Star appeared in his hand. He drew a barrier with his other hand and slammed it into the void. Buzz! The North Star disappeared into the void as if it had entered a jellyfish. It rippled like water, but there was no change. What? Where's the divine barrier? Xiao Yesheng looked at the sky in a daze. He was furious. He knew that the spirit formation he had left on Elixir Mountain had most likely been destroyed by Lin Ling. Stop him! Xiao Yesheng had no choice but to instruct his disciples to stop Lin Ling with all their might. He went into the inner room and took out a pill. After looking at it deeply, he swallowed it. Master, why are you so afraid of this person? This is the first time I've seen Master like this. However, this person's strength is so terrifying. We can't stop him at all. Looking at the sky, countless gods tried to stop Lin Ling. Unfortunately, they could not stop Lin Ling's sword. They used powerful methods, causing countless illusions to appear in the sky. However, they were still cut by Lin Ling's sword. A large number of barriers appeared, but they still could not stop Lin Ling. Bang! After a while, Lin Ling finally arrived at the building. He then walked in step by step. Inside the house, a wild and tyrannical aura pervaded the air. It bared its fangs and brandished its claws, forming an eggshell-like protective shield that firmly protected Xiao Yesheng. Lin Ling looked through the light and vaguely saw that Xiao Yesheng had transformed. Many dragon forms had appeared around his body. A pill refined with the bloodline of the endless dragon? Lin Ling frowned as he suddenly thought of the Dragon Valley. After devouring Lien Ledian, Lin Ling learned from Lien Lishan's memories that the Dragon God and the others from the Dragon Valley had been brought into the Netherworld. This also forced Lin Ling to step into the Netherworld one day and take away the Dragon God and the others. Lin Ling, come and kill me. Let's see if you can kill me. Let me tell you, this 10,000 Dragons Draconic Grandeur pill can transform me into a dragon. You can't break this dragon scale light at all. As if sensing Lin Ling's arrival, Xiao Yesheng shouted ferociously, after I completely transform into a dragon, any late-stage high god will die. I will torture you to death. By the way, I forgot to tell you. Over the years, I have absorbed the vitality of countless goddesses, but I have also absorbed a lot of men. Especially a pretty boy like you. I like you the most. Scum. Lin Ling immediately cursed. His soul power spread out. The first thing he noticed was that there were a large number of cages under the building, imprisoning countless gods. There were men and women in the cages, but they were all extremely old. They must be the ones whose vitality had been absorbed by Xiao Yesheng over the years. And these people were all moaning powerlessly. Their bodies were trembling as if they had encountered a nightmare. It seemed that they were not far from death. As gods, they had unlimited power and could cover the sky with one hand. Unfortunately, after encountering a god stronger than them, they could not escape death. Moreover, they died so miserably. This was also the reason why all the gods had to enter the Dao Tower. First, they had to resist the will of the world. Second, they did not want their lives to be dominated by others. As he thought of this, Lin Ling's soul force locked onto the massive dragon-scale light screen. He discovered that this dragon-scale light screen was extremely powerful. It could block the power of divinity and the steps of divinity. It could even block the power of supernatural powers. This meant that Lin Ling could not do anything to Xiao Yesheng for the time being. Moreover, if Xiao Yesheng succeeded in refining the pill, Lin Ling would definitely be in danger. But at this critical moment, Lin Ling did not panic, nor did he run away. Instead, he kept probing the dragon-scale light curtain. Suddenly, Lin Ling discovered that his soul power could pass through and lock onto Xiao Yesheng's body. Sure enough, the dragon-scale light curtain was not invincible. It could not block soul power. This also made Lin Ling laugh. It seemed that his Universe 3 Extremes break could attack Xiao Yesheng. Die, this kid must die. He was sent by my father. That old guy would not let me go even if he died. Damn it, that old guy still remembers how I killed my father. Is there a father like him? He doesn't think about his child, only cares about himself. Fortunately, my Tao heart was firm back then. I seized that old guy's life force and soared into the sky. At this moment, within the dragon scale light curtain, Xiao Yesheng was constantly thinking, and his face was ferocious. Back then, he had also done the same thing to his father. Everything was to become stronger, but he did not expect that his father would not die after the incident. Linling, right? You're dead. Then Xiao Yesheng laughed. His laughter was incomparably happy because he realized that the effect of the pill was about to take effect. But at this moment, a strange feeling rushed in, and Xiao Yesheng realized that it was soul power. He actually has such a powerful soul power? Xiao Yesheng panicked. Of course, he knew that the dragon scale light curtain could not block soul power, but he did not expect Linling's soul power to be so powerful. This intermediate god was simply omnipotent. And now, what he feared the most was that Linling had powerful soul power techniques. At that time, he would be dead for sure. Xiao Tai, I've avenged you. At this moment, a cold voice mixed with soul power floated into Xiao Yesheng's ears. No, no. I was so close. Does the heavens want me to die? Xiao Yesheng became more and more panicked, and he kept shouting in his heart. At the same time, the powerful soul power turned into cosmic rays, drowning the dragon scale light curtain, and then passed through Xiao Yesheng's body like swords. Xiao Yesheng's body trembled, and his pupils constricted. His soul was completely obliterated. Kacha. At the same time, the dragon scale light curtain shattered, revealing a monster-like body. This body was formed by countless dragons, and its aura was incomparably powerful. Unfortunately, the moment this monster appeared, it immediately collapsed, because its soul had been obliterated. Just a little bit more. Linling looked at the monster indifferently, and his heart relaxed. Xiao Yesheng swallowed the pill and its effect took effect, but it was still a little too slow, and Linling killed it first. Dao returned to heaven's seat. Next, Linling plundered Xiao Yesheng, took away the Dao returned to heaven's seat, and then plundered the surrounding area, taking away a large number of treasures before leaving. Now, the treasures he had were enough for him to break through. Next, he only needed to find a quiet place to break through. When Linling returned to the room, he saw Lin Yuetu worriedly looking at the light curtain. When Linling came out, her expression changed. Let's go. Chapter 4865. The two of them walked out of the room. Linling quietly looked into the distance and found a large number of gods gathered outside the garden. We have to leave from another direction. Linling pondered. He knew that he had to avoid these gods. Otherwise, it would be very troublesome. Suddenly, Linling thought of the universe void left behind by Xiao Yesheng. That universe was very unstable. If they could break it, they could use the universe to leave. Master! At this time, a voice came from outside the garden. It turned out that everyone saw that Xiao Yesheng had not responded for a long time, so they curiously shouted. After all, it had been so long. Master should have come out. Let's go. Linling knew that time waited for no one. He quickly entered the room, then passed through the light and came back to the universe. Looking around, this universe was more unstable than he imagined, and the area was very small. When the gods in this universe saw Linling again, they were all terrified. Previously, Linling had killed everyone and even killed their sect leader. Now he was back. Linling ignored them. He sensed his surroundings, then chose a weak point in the void and attacked continuously. Rumble. The entire universe was in turmoil. Sure enough, this universe was more unbearable than imagined. It was extremely fragile and did not even have universal laws. Follow me. After attacking for a while, Linling noticed that the universe was broken, revealing a void passage. He quickly called Lin Yuetu and rushed over. The void around the Dao Pagoda was extremely terrifying. As soon as the two of them approached, a primordial storm attacked. This also made it difficult for Lin Yuetu to get close. Quick! Linling's body was tyrannical. He suddenly grabbed Lin Yuetu's hand and rushed into the void. Rumble. After entering, the two of them flew as if in a storm. Lin Ling gritted his teeth and looked for a way out. At this moment, outside the garden, the gods were getting impatient. They felt that something was wrong because their master had not come out for too long. Emperor God Tianling, how about we go in and take a look? Someone looked at an old man and asked. This old man was the person with the highest seniority in Pill Mountain. When he heard this, he frowned. He did not dare to interrupt the sect leader from doing that kind of thing, but now, they had indeed waited for a long time. All right. The old man finally nodded and strode to the front of the garden. He shouted with his divine essence, "Is Sect Master here? The disciples are worried about your safety, so we want to come and see you. Sect Master, if you hear me, please let me know." His voice enveloped the entire garden, but after a moment, there was still no response. It seems that something is indeed amiss. God Wu Luo, come with me and have a look. He shouted at the gods behind him, and then strode into the garden. After entering the garden, Emperor God Tianling felt something was wrong. Quick, something has happened to Master. Emperor God Tianling shouted, causing the expressions of the gods behind him to change drastically. When they rushed into the room, they were shocked to find that there were traces of a battle and that their sect leader was missing. Over there. Emperor God Tianling's eyes were sharp. He was the first to notice the teleportation barrier that led to another universe. He brought everyone and dashed in. Then, they saw the disciples of the sect leader. Emperor God Tianling knew a thing or two about this universe. He quickly asked, "What happened?" "Sect leader is dead." When the disciples saw clearly who it was, they all said anxiously, "The sect leader is dead?" Emperor God Tianling and the rest felt like they were struck by lightning. They could not believe it at all. Over there, over there." A disciple pointed to the front and asked Emperor God Tianling and the rest to rush over. Then, they found Xiao Yesheng in the room. It was a pity that he could not be more dead. "Sect leader is dead. Everyone come in quickly." God Wu Luo shouted, causing everyone to rush in. When they saw the scene in front of them, they were all shocked, speechless. Who is it? Emperor God Tianling knew that things were troublesome. After all, Xiao Yesheng was a favorite of the Ziwei Emperor. Now that he was dead, they did not know how to report back. "It's a very cold young man," the disciples said. "Lin Yutu is also missing. Could it be Lin Yutu's brother?" "It must be him. I knew it. Lin Yutu would not be so kind. We have been tricked." "Why is the array not activated?" Some of the more senior gods said anxiously. "The spell formation has been destroyed. As expected, that person came prepared. We have to notify Emperor Ziwei immediately." Emperor God Tianling immediately ordered. He then looked at the disciples and asked, "Do you know who that person is?" "I heard that his name is Lin Ling," a disciple recalled. He vaguely heard his master shouting the name Lin Ling. "Lin Ling." Everyone's eyes flashed. Then they reacted. They had all heard of Lin Ling's name. Lin Ling is the enemy of the Ziwei Emperor. I did not expect him to behave so atrociously in the Ziwei Emperor's territory. Immediately informed the Ziwei Emperor. Emperor God Tianling knew that this matter was more troublesome than expected. So, he immediately informed the Ziwei Emperor. "Xiao Yesheng is dead? And Lin Ling?" Emperor Ziwei's enraged voice sounded. "Find him. You must find him." "Oh right, is Xiao Yesheng's heaven-returning Dao seat still here?" "Emperor, please allow us to take a look." Emperor God Tianling and the others hurriedly went to investigate. Then they returned with dark expressions. "Emperor, Master's heaven-returning Dao seat is no longer here. Also, many of the treasures on the Pill Mountain have been taken by Lin Ling." "Damn it." Emperor Ziwei was enraged. "You must find Lin Ling. I'm coming right now." "The Emperor is coming in person?" Everyone was stunned by Emperor Ziwei's words. Xiao Yesheng was the Emperor's trusted aide, but it was not enough for the Emperor to come in person. What they did not know was that the heaven-returning Dao seat Lin Ling had taken away was worth 100 million Dao realm fragments. How could Emperor Ziwei not be anxious? On the other side, Emperor Ziwei did not have the time to inform the tomb. He immediately charged out. Emperor! Countless gods stared at Emperor Ziwei and yelled in disbelief. However, Emperor Ziwei did not say a word. He simply charged toward the Pill Mountain. Everywhere he went, killing intent surged. It was as if the emperor was on an expedition. Not even a blade of grass could survive. Lin Ling, it's you again. Emperor Ziwei gritted his teeth. He had yet to avenge his son, but Lin Ling had already killed another one of his trusted aides and stolen countless of his treasures. He had to avenge Lin Ling. Then, he sent out an order to inform everyone in the Dao Tower that Lin Ling had appeared in the Pill Mountain area. What? Isn't Lin Ling west of the Dao Tower? Why is he here? We've been tricked. Let's go to the Pill Mountain area. West of the Dao Tower, a large number of gods began to retreat and then charged toward the Pill Mountain. Chapter 4866. Looks like I won't be able to get far. I have to get out of here immediately. In the end, Lin Ling came to a decision. He found the nearest spatial rift, opened it, and entered it. Even though he was quite a distance away from the Pill Mountain, he was still in the Pill Mountain region. Lin Yu too, I'm guessing that Emperor Ziwei is already here. You should leave first. Emperor Ziwei's target is me, so you'll be safer away from me. Lin Ling looked at Lin Yu too as he spoke. Should I leave? Lin Yu too was a little conflicted upon hearing Lin Ling's words. Lin Ling nodded as he continued to look ahead. Lin Ling, will we meet again? Lin Yu too finally asked after a moment of thought. Lin Ling had helped her kill Xiao Yexing, saving her from the abyss of misery. Even though Lin Ling wanted to kill Xiao Yexing as well, Lin Ling had still saved her at a critical moment. She was very touched by his actions. Yes, I'm a subordinate of the Yellow Emperor. You can find me there. Lin Ling nodded. Lin Yu too's heart leaped with joy upon hearing this. She looked at Lin Ling with a complex expression, but she didn't leave immediately. What is it? Lin Ling asked curiously. Lin Ling, have you ever liked me? Lin Yu too hesitated for a long time before finally asking. Lin Ling stared at her indifferently before shaking his head in the end. Lin Yu too felt as if something had exploded in her heart, but she forced a smile onto her face. I knew it, but it's fine. I've never liked you anyway. By the way, are you going back to the Yellow Emperor? If that's the case, you can head east and take a boat. That's the shortest and safest route. Once you're on the boat, there will be very few people who can hunt you down. Take a boat? Lin Ling's eyes flashed, and he nodded. All right, I'll be leaving first. Leave me immediately. Lin Ling flew away after saying this. A hint of reluctance appeared in Lin Yu too's eyes, and she sighed softly before leaving. Previously, when Lin Ling shook his head, she felt as if her heart was being cut by a knife, but she also felt that everything was normal. Although she had only known Lin Ling for a short time, she could sense that Lin Ling was a man rarely seen in this world. She reckoned that not only her, but any other woman would have a sense of dependence on him. Unfortunately, this kind of man was not promiscuous and would not easily fall for other women. Alas, if only I had known him earlier. Lin Yuetu's expression dimmed. She was confident in her own appearance and knew that she had lost in terms of time. The time they had been together was far too short. After that, she also disappeared into the mountains. Half an hour after she disappeared, the aura of a powerhouse rushed through the sky. The entire earth was affected, and countless plants died because of it. This was none other than Emperor Ziwei. When the great emperor went to war, he did not give birth at all. Lin Ling this way. Emperor Ziwei was extremely powerful, and he had drawn upon a mysterious power to explore the boundless continent. As such, he could vaguely detect Lin Ling's whereabouts. However, even though Lin Ling was not as fast as him, he was not much slower either. As such, it would take him a long time to catch up to Lin Ling. Most importantly, he discovered that Lin Ling was heading toward the Sea of Fog. If he allowed Lin Ling to enter the Sea of Fog, it would be extremely difficult to catch Lin Ling. Lin Ling is to the east of the Sea of Fog. I, Emperor Ziwei, will reward anyone who kills him with 100 million Dao realm fragments. Seeing as Lin Ling was about to escape, Emperor Ziwei decided to throw caution to the wind and toss out 100 million Dao realm fragments in order to kill Lin Ling. Furthermore, he also revealed the direction that Lin Ling was heading in, hoping that the gods to the east of the Sea of Fog would attack Lin Ling with all their might. At this moment, Lin Ling also sensed a mysterious power approaching him from the front. Moreover, it was not far away from him. The reason why he could sense it was because of the power of the will of the world. Ever since he could sense the power of the will of the world, Lin Ling had clearly attained a lot of enlightenment. Judging from this power, it's most likely beyond the level of a higher god. I have to leave immediately. Lin Ling wore a grave expression. Setting aside the fact that he had already used up all of his trump cards, even if he did not, he was still no match for this powerful being. Moments later, Lin Ling sensed a large number of auras soaring into the sky in front of him. Moreover, there was an extremely large number of them. Lin Ling hurriedly flew down to the ground and traveled along the ground. Didn't they say that Lin Ling was heading in this direction? Why don't I see him? He probably hasn't arrived yet. When Lin Ling passed by these people, he could vaguely hear their conversation. That was close. If Lin Ling had not given up flying in the sky and traveled along the ground, he would definitely have been discovered by now. Although Lin Ling was not afraid of these gods, if he was blocked by them, there would be even stronger gods coming from behind, and things would become even more troublesome. Then Lin Ling sped up again. Before long, he saw a huge steel city. This steel city was incomparably huge, as if a steel black dragon was lying on the edge of a cliff. It was extremely magnificent. Moreover, a large number of gods were entering and leaving the steel city. Have we arrived? Lin Ling slowed down his pace, put on his cloak, and walked forward slowly. Rumble. Then he heard a deafening roar. It seemed to be the sound of the sea. He estimated that he should be close to the seaside that Lin Yueta had mentioned. This steel dock had a large number of doors, and there were gods guarding outside the doors. Judging from their strength, they were incomparably powerful and had the strength of a higher god. Moreover, there was a barrier around the doors. It was a sealing barrier that had the effect of warning. Lin Ling's eyes flashed slightly, and then he strode forward with the crowd. Along the way, Lin Ling also learned from the mouths of others that there were many steel docks in the area of the Dao Pagoda. They were controlled by some ancient forces, who collected some fragments of the Tao realm for profit. The steel dock in front of him was controlled by the Tooth Clan. The Tooth Clan was the first mysterious force to come to the Dao Pagoda. They occupied a lot of resources, and the entire clan was united and powerful. Therefore, ordinary gods did not dare to provoke them. As for the 5 emperors, although they were powerful, they were still latecomers. Take off your cloak and take out your Tao, returning to heaven's seat. A voice came from the front. In front of the long line, there was also a god who took off his cloak and hid his appearance. However, the guards of the dock stopped him. The god was unwilling, but in the end, he still took off his cloak. The people around immediately started talking. They recognized this person. He was actually a wanted criminal on the human list. Go in. What was surprising was that the guards only checked for a moment before letting them in. Moreover, they took advantage of the other party's Tao returning to heaven's seat to remember his origin and name. It seems like the rumors are true. These docks don't look at the other party's origin. They just remember their origin to prevent people from destroying the docks. What if someone destroys it? Ho-ho, then they'll all be wanted. I heard that 100 years ago, a god of the Star Clan was rampant here. As a result, he was wanted everywhere. In the end, the Star Clan was mobilized and compensated with a lot of treasures. Only then did the matter end. Chapter 4867. Not long after, it was Lin Ling's turn. Lin Ling took off his cloak and handed over the heavenly Dao throne. The other party checked and let him go expressionlessly. However, he also warned him not to cause any trouble in the dock. No killing was allowed. Lin Ling nodded and entered the dock. He then found that the dock was extremely huge and packed with people. One after another, gods were choosing their cabins in an attempt to leave this place. These gods were also of all shapes and sizes. Some gods were as tall as 3 meters, while others were as short as mice. There were also a large number of magical beasts. Lin Ling even saw the great demons that he had seen in the demon city. Lin Ling was too lazy to pay attention to them. He looked around and saw that there were people lining up in front of him. Only then did he know that this was the place to buy tickets. This also prompted Lin Ling to quickly line up. After spending a lot of time lining up, Lin Ling found that the fastest ship to leave was in 2 hours. Within 2 hours, there would probably be experts surrounding this place so tightly that not even a drop of water could trickle through. Although killing and fighting were not allowed in the steel dock, there were always exceptions. For safety reasons, leaving immediately was the best choice. You can buy a ticket. While Lin Ling was thinking, a voice sounded. Lin Ling was standing in a light door. It was a barrier, and he was talking to someone on the other side through the barrier. Buy. Lin Ling had finally queued up, so he naturally bought a ticket first. To the east of the Dao Pagoda. Okay, 30,000 Dao realm fragments. Because the east of the Dao Pagoda was far from here, the price was very expensive. Lin Ling's expression didn't change at the price. He handed over the celestial return of the Dao and bought the ticket. Then, a boundary appeared on his palm as if it was engraved on his palm. This was the ticket. This was a barrier unique to the Tooth tribe. It was refined with the blood of an unknown divine beast and could not be imitated. Lin Ling had just bought the ticket when he saw a large number of experts lining up to enter. Most importantly, he vaguely heard the name of North Pole Emperor. This meant that North Pole Emperor was among these experts. Urgent. Things had become even more urgent. 2 hours later? Lin Ling's brows furrowed. He knew that 2 hours was more than enough for Emperor Ziwei to find him. He snuck into the crowd in an attempt to buy time so that Emperor Ziwei wouldn't be able to find him. Damn it. At this moment, Emperor Ziwei was leading a large number of gods in search of Lin Ling, Great Emperor. This shipyard belongs to the One-Tooth race. Even if you see Lin Ling here, you can't attack him. One of the gods warned. Let's find Lin Ling first. As long as we find him, I have my ways. Emperor Ziwei spoke in a dignified voice. Although he couldn't fight here, he had a way to subdue Lin Ling. As long as Lin Ling was under his control and obediently acted like a puppet, then he could bring him out of here. Of course, if he wanted to do this, he would have to be 100% stronger than his opponent. However, Emperor Ziwei was far more powerful than Lin Ling. Lin Ling continued to move stealthily. All of a sudden, a familiar figure appeared in front of him. This person was smiling as she walked forward with a man. Most importantly, this person was Long Yang. Lin Ling was extremely surprised. However, after thinking about it, it made sense. The Dao Pagoda was so large that Long Yang and the others couldn't stay in the Yellow Emperor's territory forever. Lin Ling. Long Yang, who was walking forward, suddenly discovered Lin Ling. Most importantly, Lin Ling was walking toward her. Why are you here? Long Yang immediately walked toward Lin Ling. She was extremely surprised. I was chased here by someone. Lin Ling also walked over. He didn't hide anything and smiled wryly. You've only just arrived at the Dao Pagoda, but you've already done something so big. You're now a wanted criminal. Long Yang seemed to have thought of something and hurriedly said. Next to Long Yang was a man wearing silver armor. He had the strength of a late-stage high god, but he gave off an extremely powerful feeling. This was because he had the bloodline of the Yifang clan. According to legend, the bloodline of the Yifang clan was incomparably heaven-defying. They were born with the divine embryo of a high god. They were extremely powerful. Long Yang, is this your friend? Seeing Long Yang and Lin Ling talking, the young man was clearly very surprised. This was because the Long Yang he knew rarely paid attention to others, let alone take the initiative to greet them. As for Dragon Mother, she was a deity that he had met when he was traveling the galaxy. Because they had fought a powerful deity together, they had a good relationship. Yes, Lin Ling, the Yellow Emperor's man. Long Yang was also very familiar with this young man and didn't hide anything. Yifang. The young man immediately said to Lin Ling in a friendly manner. Lin Ling calmly stared at the young man. He could sense the young man's strength, but he also sensed the young man's friendliness. He immediately nodded and said, "Lin Ling." Just a single sentence, without any self-introduction. The young man was stunned. He didn't expect Lin Ling to be so arrogant, but he didn't mind. That's his personality. Long Yang also smiled at Yifang. Then, she looked at Lin Ling and asked, "Are you leaving now?" "Yes, there are experts hunting me down. One of them is the North Pole Emperor, so I have to leave immediately." Lin Ling nodded. Hearing this, Long Yang frowned. She knew that things were more troublesome than she had imagined. The North Pole Emperor. To the side, Skyfang was clearly taken aback. He naturally knew of this king. Not only was his strength tyrannical, even his faction was extremely strong. Long Yang thought for a moment and asked, "How can I help?" "I want to leave immediately," Lin Ling said straightforwardly. Hearing this, Long Yang immediately looked at Yifang and said, "Yifang, you're from the Yifang tribe. Can you arrange for Lin Ling to leave immediately?" Well, Yifang was a little hesitant. Although he was from the Yifang tribe, arranging for Lin Ling to leave wasn't easy. Most importantly, he didn't expect that Long Yang would take the initiative to ask him for help for Lin Ling. One had to know that during this period of time, he knew that Long Yang seemed to be easy to talk to, but she was very clean and kept her distance from others. She wouldn't easily ask for help. Okay. It was rare for Long Yang to take the initiative to ask him for help. Yifang pondered for a moment and finally nodded. "That's great." Long Yang smiled, and her beautiful face looked as if a heavy burden had been lifted from her shoulders. Yifang's eyes flashed imperceptibly. He could clearly sense that Long Yang was very happy. This was happiness that came from the bottom of her heart. He couldn't help but secretly look at Lin Ling. He was curious about the relationship between Lin Ling and Long Yang. "Don't think too much. He's helped me many times. I've always owed him a favor, so I want to help him this time." Long Yang was smooth and slick. She guessed Yifang's thoughts, and her words made Yifang smile awkwardly. Lin Ling said gratefully to Long Yang, "Thank you." "What are you thanking me for? Is there a need to say these things between us?" Long Yang smiled and shook her head. She was happy not only because Lin Ling could leave safely, but also because she could finally help Lin Ling. Chapter 4868. Thank you, Heavenly Fang. Long Yang thanked Heavenly Fang before turning to Lin Ling. "Lin Ling, I'll go back with you." "All right." "Long Yang, aren't we going to 9-Star Island?" Heavenly Fang was shocked again. They had already agreed to go to 9-Star Island, but now they were giving it up for Lin Ling? Lin Ling is one of the Yellow Emperor's men, and so am I. I can't just watch him be in danger. Long Yang explained when she saw Heavenly Fang looking at her. "How about this, I'll go with you. After all, although the fog sea is faster, the sea is also extremely dangerous." Heavenly Fang pondered for a moment before saying, "All right." Dragon Lady couldn't help but nod. At the same time, a loud voice sounded nearby. The ship was about to depart, and the passengers were asked to head to the 9th cabin. "Lin Ling, let's go." Heavenly Fang led Lin Ling and Heavenly Fang forward. They didn't need to line up and went straight to the giant steel ship. Lin Ling scanned the ship and discovered that it was extremely huge. It was thousands of kilometers wide, and the entire ship was made of rare gemstones. These gemstones were extremely ancient and had existed since the beginning of time. They had a special effect, and that was that they were extremely hard. However, they also had a flaw, and that was that they couldn't circulate spiritual energy. However, powerful gods had a way to layer these gemstones together to make powerful spaceships with extremely powerful defenses. This Heavenly Fang tribe is indeed impressive. They actually used a barrier to connect the gemstones together. No high god would be able to break through these spaceships. Lin Ling thought to himself as he boarded the ancient ship with Heavenly Fang and the others. The three of them didn't need to line up, and they attracted a lot of attention. Some of them recognized Lin Ling and anxiously informed the North Pole Emperor and the others. At this moment, the North Pole Emperor and the others were still looking for Lin Ling. After hearing the news, they were furious and rushed straight to the cabin where Lin Ling was. Soon after, he saw Lin Ling and the others who had just boarded the ship from afar. "You are Lin Ling?" Emperor Zue let loose an enraged roar like thunder, and everyone's expression shifted drastically as they turned toward him. Isn't that Emperor Zue? Why is he here? Everyone was discussing spiritedly. They were incomparably curious. On the deck of the ship, Lin Ling's brows furrowed as he looked at Emperor Zue in the distance. He didn't think that Emperor Zue would be able to find this place. However, he was not afraid in the slightest. After all, this was the dock and he could not fight. Emperor Zue. A cold smile appeared on Lin Ling's face as he looked at Emperor Zue. This wasn't the first time he had seen the latter. Back when he had killed Emperor Ziwei's son, Emperor Ziwei had appeared in the form of a clone, and Lin Ling had already seen him. Similarly, this wasn't the first time that Emperor Ziwei had met Lin Ling. Give me Xiao Yesheng's Dao regression heavenly seat, and I'll forget everything that happened between us. Emperor Zue gritted his teeth as he stared coldly at Lin Ling. What Xiao Yesheng's Dao regression heavenly seat? I don't even know what you're talking about. Lin Ling feigned ignorance. He wasn't stupid. If he handed over Xiao Yesheng's Dao regression heavenly seat, Emperor Zue might not let him go. Lin Ling, don't test my patience. Emperor Ziwei's eyes flashed with a cold light. Lin Ling had taken so many of his treasures, so how could he allow Lin Ling to escape? I really don't know what you're talking about. However, if you say that I'm testing your patience, then so be it. What are you going to do next? Are you going to kill me? Or are you going to do it here? Lin Ling asked with a smile. Emperor Zue didn't say anything. I killed your son, and Xiao Yesheng's treasures are right here with me. Come and take them if you dare, but if you don't, then shut up. By the way, I'm about to set off for the sea. If you miss this opportunity, it'll be very difficult for you to kill me again. Lin Ling spoke again upon seeing that Emperor Zue didn't dare to say anything. Emperor Zue was trying to scare him? He had no idea how much Lin Ling had been hunted down during this period of time. Why would Lin Ling care about this little threat? Don't fall into my hands if you dare. Emperor Ziwei's entire body trembled as he spoke in a cold voice. Rumble. At this moment, the gigantic ancient steel ship finally began to move. A loud voice sounded. Ship number 9 is about to set off. Please board the ship immediately, or please leave without a ticket. What do we do, Emperor Zue? Lin Ling is about to leave. Damn it, Lin Ling only got here a little earlier than us. How did he get a ticket already? Are we going to have to watch him leave? This ship is going to the east of the Sea of Fog, and that's the territory of the Yellow Emperor. Everyone around Emperor Zue began to whisper to one another anxiously. Emperor Ziwei's expression was ashen. He was naturally aware of how troublesome this was, but he really couldn't do anything now. Notify Emperor Yao and the others. Emperor Zue spoke in a low voice. By the fastest ancient ship. We can't let Lin Ling escape no matter what. Emperor Zue knew that if he allowed Lin Ling to escape back to the Yellow Emperor's territory, then he would be dreaming if he wanted to catch Lin Ling again. Furthermore, Lin Ling was progressing at an extremely fast rate. If Lin Ling were to hide for 1,000,000 years, it was hard to say how powerful he would be by then. However, it was very likely that he would be able to battle Emperor Zue. Let's go. Emperor Zue took one last meaningful glance at Lin Ling before leading everyone away. Lin Ling could sense that Emperor Zue wasn't going to give up just like that. What a troublesome bastard. Lin Ling couldn't help but curse in his heart. Don't worry, Lin Ling. They won't dare to do anything in the Sea of Fog, as the Sea of Fog is notoriously dangerous. Even the mighty gods of the universe wouldn't dare to do anything there, let alone high gods. Tianya offered words of consolation after witnessing the battle between Lin Ling and Emperor Zue. Lin Ling nodded, but he was still feeling uneasy. If this was any other matter, then Emperor Zue definitely wouldn't dare to risk his life. However, this was an irreconcilable situation. If Emperor Zue were to go crazy, then anything was possible. Rumble. At this moment, the giant ancient ship shuddered. Even with Lin Ling and the others' strength, they still felt as if they were about to lose their balance. This was a type of weightless power. Quick, go to one of the cabins and sit down. When the ancient ship sets off, the power it unleashes is incomparably terrifying. This is because the power unleashed by this enchantment barrier is equivalent to the full force attack of 10 universal gods. This kind of power can easily reverse life and death, reverse the universe. Tianya immediately yelled, "Lin Ling, quick!" Long Yang dragged Lin Ling toward one of the cabins on the ancient ship. The two of them then entered one of the cabins. Tianya was completely flabbergasted by this. This was because the ancient ship had a large number of cabins. Every passenger could enter one of these cabins to avoid the shockwaves of the ancient ship. But now, Long Yang had chosen to share a cabin with Lin Ling. Had she forgotten in a moment of panic, or had Long Yang done this on purpose? Chapter 4869. Skyfang was all too familiar with Long Yang. Although this woman seemed easy to talk to, she was actually extremely arrogant. Wanting to stay in the same room with her was simply a dream. As for Lin Ling, he seemed to be a wanted criminal of the heavenly Tao. Moreover, he had offended many important figures, including the North Pole Emperor. As for his strength, he was merely a mid-level celestial. In fact, for a mid-level celestial to offend the North Pole Emperor, Skyfang couldn't help but think that Lin Ling was courting death. However, this mediocre person was not only the focus of everyone's attention, but he was also treated differently by Long Yang. "Interesting," Tianya said faintly, then entered the room. The room was completely made of precious stones and had several windows that allowed one to see everything outside. After Lin Ling and Long Yang entered, they sat down cross-legged. Lin Ling also looked outside. After all, this was his first time on such a terrifying ancient ship. Rumble. The ancient ship shook. Even though he was sitting in the room, Lin Ling could clearly feel the power of the turbulence. If he was outside the room, he would probably feel the world spinning. Next, Lin Ling looked through the window and immediately saw the ancient ship rushing toward the ocean ahead with a powerful force. The ocean was gray and covered in clouds. It looked extremely ordinary, but Lin Ling had a feeling that those clouds were probably nebulous primordial qi, and a large amount of nebulous primordial qi. Moreover, the ancient ship seemed to be moving slowly, but when it set sail, it was actually facing layers of pressure, so the pressure of the ancient ship was extremely powerful. Rumble. At the same time, Lin Ling felt his 7 dantians spinning as if they were affected by an ancient power. Looking at Long Yang, her face was pale. Clearly, she was even more uncomfortable than Lin Ling. However, after the initial departure period, the feeling of heaven and earth spinning gradually weakened. This was because the ancient ship was gradually stabilizing, moreover rushing forward with the speed of passing through the void. It felt like a wild horse that had broken free of its reins. This speed is probably the speed of 50 million or 80 million worlds. Lin Ling was shocked. He admired the methods of the Fang clan. Moreover, there were many docks like this in the Tao Pagoda. This showed how powerful the ancient methods were. Alright, we should be able to return to the Yellow Emperor's side in about 6 hours. That's the east of the Tao Pagoda. Long Yang gradually recovered and smiled at Lin Ling. "Thank you." Lin Ling bowed to Long Yang. "What are you thanking me for?" Long Yang waved her hand, and then the two were embarrassed. After all, they were now in the same room. Moreover, they would never have thought that the life and death enemies of the 9 regions would one day be in the same room in the oldest Tao Pagoda area. Moreover, they were extremely polite. After all, they had a life and death battle. For a moment, they both. All of this is really like a drama. After a moment, Lin Ling finally said with a wry smile, "That's right. I didn't expect that I would be able to help you one day, let alone be in the same room with you. You should know that there have been countless gods in the past several eras. Some gods have fallen, and some gods have risen. However, very, very few gods are able to meet each other again. As for us, we have known each other since we were in the 9 prefectures." Long Yang nodded. "Perhaps, this is a kind of fate." Lin Ling's eyes were filled with a strange emotion. However, in order to avoid the awkwardness, he smiled and said, "I'm just a little bit away from breaking through. I'll try to break through." "Okay, but the ancient ship is only 6 hours away. If you think it will take a long time to break through, then go back to the Yellow Emperor's side and break through." Long Yang reminded. Lin Ling expressed his understanding and then entered a state of enlightenment. Long Yang was still looking at Lin Ling. The same strange emotion that Lin Ling had earlier appeared in her eyes. Lin Ling was not only an old acquaintance of hers, but also a host body of the will of the world. This meant that she might have known Lin Ling a long time ago. Perhaps, as Lin Ling said, all of this was a kind of fate. Let me protect you while you're comprehending, Long Yang said in a voice that only she could hear. Lin Ling kept sensing his dantian and checking the treasures in his possession. Only then did he realize that the treasures in his possession could be said to be piled up like a mountain. It was definitely enough for him to break through. However, the time needed to break through could be long or short, so Lin Ling continued to sense. After a moment, a feeling arose in his heart. This time, he might be able to achieve the breakthrough in 4 hours. The main thing was that Lin Ling had enough treasures and the foundation of his 7 dantians was enough. He only needed a finger to pierce through the screen. However, Lin Ling hesitated. It was better to break through now or back in the Yellow Emperor's territory. Lin Ling suddenly opened his eyes and asked Long Yang, "Long Yang, I only need 4 hours to break through. When do you think I should break through?" After all, he needed someone to protect him during the process of breaking through, and Long Yang was his only choice. Therefore, he wanted to hear Long Yang's opinion. Break through. 4 hours will pass very quickly. After you break through, your strength will increase greatly and you will be able to prevent some unexpected events, Long Yang said without hesitation. Lin Ling immediately nodded. All right, I will also leave some methods to help you. After saying that, Lin Ling quickly entered the state of breakthrough. He first took out the 8-treasure acacia tree and then poured the energy of his dantians into the 8-treasure acacia tree. At the same time, Lin Ling appeared in the illusions of the 8-treasure acacia tree. The owner of the 8-treasure acacia tree turned into an old man and nodded at Lin Ling. He was going to help Lin Ling break through with all his strength. The 8 illusions entered Lin Ling's 8 dantians, and Lin Ling's real body was sitting in the room. Moreover, a large number of treasures were brought into the illusions. During this process, Lin Ling's heart was as calm as water as he constantly sensed the changes in the 8 illusions. Long Yang witnessed Lin Ling's breakthrough and felt an inexplicable sense of joy in her heart. This was because the breakthrough of a god was very important. Lin Ling breaking through in front of her meant that she, Long Yang, was someone that Lin Ling trusted. Thinking back to the past, they were like enemies. Long Yang wished that Lin Ling would die every day. But now, she hoped that this man could live well and smoothly break through. Even Long Yang herself felt that this dramatic change was incomparably wonderful. Lin Ling has helped me so many times. This time, I will help him with all my strength. Long Yang thought to herself. Time passed quietly. 2 hours later, Lin Ling's progress was smooth. However, at this moment, a rumbling sound was heard. Rumble. The ancient steel ship, which had been stable and motionless, began to tremble. The expressions of the gods on the ship changed drastically. What happened? They rushed out of the room, came to the deck, and looked outside. Chapter 4870. Yifeng clan, we are only here for Lin Ling. Hand over Lin Ling and we will leave. A cold voice poured into the ancient ship. The ancient ship was sealed from the outside world, yet sound could enter. This meant that the person who came was extremely powerful. He is definitely at the level of a universe giant god. Tianya also appeared on the deck, frowning as he looked ahead. Outside the deck, a thin membrane appeared, blocking out all external forces. Outside the membrane, 3 figures clearly appeared in front of them. This is the ancient ship of our Yifeng clan. You came here to cause trouble, aren't you afraid that our Yifeng clan will come to settle the score? Tianya said indifferently. The old man standing at the bow looked at Tianya indifferently and said calmly, we can't afford to offend the Yifeng clan, but there is a reason for this, so we can't do anything about it. If we have offended you, someone will definitely go to the Yifeng clan to apologize. But today we must take Lin Ling away. I am Penghuozhen of the White Mountain Divine Gate. I am here on the orders of the Buddha God. Hearing this, Tianya's pupils changed slightly. I am Emperor Yuan of the Burning Heart Divine Gate. I am also here on orders. On the other side of the ancient ship, a burly middle-aged man also spoke. The three major divine gates of the White Mountain Divine Gate were extremely terrifying existences in the Chaos Realm. They actually appeared here, and the ones who came were universe giant gods. As for the last person, he was Emperor Ziwei. Obviously, it was Emperor Ziwei who informed these two gods. However, compared to the calmness of these two gods, Emperor Ziwei was obviously a little flustered as he resisted the nebulous aura around him. This point could be seen that there was still a gap between him and the most ancient universe hero. Three divine gates of White Mountain, I've heard about you for a long time. However, our Tooth tribe has its own rules as well. If this was a different place, we wouldn't care about your feud. However, we're on our boat right now. If we hand someone over, we'll be breaking the rules and ruining our reputation. So, sorry, we can't hand him over. Although Tianya was surprised by the strength of the person who came, he still refused. Not to mention him, even if it was any other god of the Yifang clan, they would not hand over the person they were looking for. After all, this was the rule. If that's the case, then it's our fault. True God Penghua didn't care about Heavenly Tooth's choice. After all, if Heavenly Tooth race could compromise so easily, it wouldn't be their turn to open a dock. Let me give you a piece of advice. Our boat is very stable. You won't be able to break it. If Sky Tooth dared not fear these powerhouses, he naturally had his own confidence. He said faintly, although our ship doesn't have any offensive capabilities, its degree of hardness is comparable to a universe. Hearing Tianya's words, Emperor Yuan in the distance suddenly sneered. Indeed, but what if we change your itinerary? The moment these words fell, Skyfang's expression changed dramatically. Although the ancient ship could not be destroyed, its path could be changed. The misty sea was full of dangers, and if the path was changed, who knew what would happen? If all the gods on the ship died because of this, then the reputation of the Tooth clan would be ruined. This was no longer a small matter. It's up to you how to choose. I'll give you the time it takes for an incense stick to burn to consider. Seeing that Skyfang was silent, True God Penghua knew that he had found Skyfang's weakness. Inside the ancient ship, a large number of gods were discussing spiritedly, and some of them were panicking. If the path is changed, won't we be dead for sure? It's said that there are many dangerous things in the misty sea. What should we do now? Hand him over. That Lin Ling's life is important, but our lives are also important. Their voices were full of complaints, making Skyfang feel that it was even more difficult to choose. Skyfang, let's leave the ancient ship. At this moment, a cold voice suddenly sounded. Then Lin Ling and Longyang walked out. He's Lin Ling. Outside the ancient ship, True God Penghua and Emperor Yuan frowned as they looked at Lin Ling. This was the first time they saw Lin Ling. It was said that this person was the host of the world's will, and he was the person that the Buddha God wanted to take away. Lin Ling run. Let's see where else you can run to. When Emperor Ziwei saw Lin Ling, he couldn't help but sneer. However, Lin Ling ignored them. Instead, he looked at Skyfang and said, "Brother Skyfang, can you let us out?" This. Skyfang was suddenly put in a difficult position, and he looked at Longyang. If you can let us out, then open a path. Brother Skyfang, I owe you a favor for this. Lin Ling smiled at Skyfang. He also knew that Skyfang had done a good job as a friend. But Skyfang finally nodded. Then he walked towards Lin Ling and said in a low voice, "Later, I will give you a small boat that can help you resist the primordial chaos torrent from the outside world. However, the boat can't be driven too far. You'd better head towards the sea and find an island. Then you'll be safe." "Thank you," Lin Ling said gratefully. Then he left with Skyfang and entered the cabin. At that moment, outside the ancient ship, the three giant gods of the universe were still waiting. Their eyes emitted a cold light. Now, Lin Ling couldn't escape even if he had wings. As long as they caught Lin Ling, they would have made a great contribution. However, at that moment, the ancient ship flashed. Then, a stream of light shot out into the distance at an extremely fast speed. Damn it! True God Penghua looked around and realized that Lin Ling had left in the small boat. There was another person on the boat, and it was Longyang. Chase. The three giant gods of the universe cursed and chased after Lin Ling. Skyfang sighed softly as he watched Lin Ling leave. Previously, he had already advised Longyang not to follow, but Longyang was stubborn. Now, he could only pray that Longyang was fine. No wonder you kept rejecting my pursuit. It turns out that you already have him in your heart. Although Longyang hid it well, Skyfang could still sense that Longyang liked Lin Ling. She liked him very much. And this liking had already reached the level of love. This made Skyfang clear that he had no hope of pursuing Longyang in this lifetime. The only thing he could do now was to hope that Longyang and Lin Ling could escape this calamity and be together in the end. At that moment, Lin Ling and Longyang on the small boat had solemn expressions. They could sense that the three giant gods of the universe were chasing after them. With the power of the three giant gods, they couldn't resist at all. But now, they couldn't leave the small boat. The moment they left, they would definitely be torn apart by the primordial chaos torrent. They could only let the small boat approach the sea to weaken the power of the primordial chaos torrent. Everyone, don't be anxious. This small boat won't last long. As long as we don't lose sight of Lin Ling will be caught by us sooner or later. The three giant gods of the universe behind seemed to have realized something. They slowed down and followed slowly. Chapter 4871. Lin Ling, what should we do now? On the small boat, Longyang stared at the rear. She could see that the situation was getting more and more troublesome. If this continues, we will be caught up sooner or later. It seems that we can only go all out. Lin Ling's eyes were burning. If he let the three universe giant gods chase after him, it would be difficult for him to escape the fate of being caught. And if he wanted to get rid of them, he would have to take risks. Suddenly, Lin Ling stared at the turbulence in front of him. That turbulence was the primordial storm, and it was incomparably terrifying. Go there. Lin Ling was going all out. He knew that at the current speed, he couldn't get rid of the three giant gods behind him at all. Moreover, the small boat would disintegrate sooner or later. At that time, they would definitely die. And with the help of the primordial flood, they might be able to get rid of those people. However, these primordial flood could make the three universe giant gods afraid, which meant that Lin Ling and the others were definitely in danger. But Longyang nodded hurriedly and controlled the small boat to rush towards the primordial flood. Longyang, I'm sorry for implicating you in this matter. Seeing that Longyang didn't hesitate to follow him through life and death, Lin Ling couldn't help but feel a little guilty. Don't say this, it's difficult for me to jump off the boat now. Let's think of a way to get through this difficulty together. Longyang shook her head and smiled. She looked delicate and beautiful, but at the critical moment, she was extremely steady. Not good, they are going all out, heading towards the primordial flood. At this moment, Emperor Ziwei and the others behind also saw Lin Ling's intention clearly, and they gritted their teeth anxiously. The primordial flood was what they were most afraid of, and after Lin Ling and the others entered, they would undoubtedly be able to get rid of them. However, even they were afraid of those universe taboos. Lin Ling and the others would definitely be in more danger. Speed up. It's useless, that small boat's speed isn't slow, we can only watch them enter. Damn it. True God Peng Hua and Emperor Yuan both cursed angrily. In contrast, Emperor Ziwei chuckled coldly. His goal was to kill Lin Ling, so how Lin Ling died was none of his business. As real God Peng Hua and the others wanted to take Lin Ling away, they were naturally furious. Let's all stop and wait in the distance. If we don't see Lin Ling and the others, then we'll leave. By then Lin Ling will most likely be dead. Emperor Ziwei said with a smile. That's the only way. Real God Peng Hua and Real God Peng Hua nodded their heads. After that, they fixed their eyes on the primordial current in front of them. However, it was only a rough check. The flood of primordial chaos was too massive. It was as if countless clouds had gathered together to form a taboo in the sky. One couldn't see the end of it with a single glance. How could they see through it? At this moment, the small boat had also disappeared into the primordial chaos torrent as if it had entered the boundless clouds. This cloud layer was extremely grand. On the surface, it looked as if it was still, but inside, It was as if rivers and seas were overturning, continuously spiraling about. All types of most ancient powers interweaved together, forming a terrifying great explosion. Rumble. As soon as they entered, a terrifying roar sounded. If it weren't for the light barrier protecting the small boat, Lin Ling and real god Penghua would definitely have been torn apart. Even so, Lin Ling and Long Yang still felt a great pressure. It was as if there were countless hands pulling at them. Hang in there. Long Yang, how are you? Lin Ling's expression was anxious as he kept shouting. Now, all his major dantians were breaking through, and his original body was also the weakest one. However, even if he was at his peak, he might not be able to stop the primordial chaos torrent. I'm fine. Long Yang replied with a pale face. We can't go on like this. When the small boat's protective power disappears, we'll definitely be torn apart. Lin Ling nodded his head and looked into the distance. Then, he pondered for a moment, took out a large number of treasures, and threw them out of the small boat. Rumble. These treasures were the most ancient treasures. Many of them were exchanged from the heavenly realm. After they were thrown out, they were immediately swept away by the primordial chaos torrent and then exploded continuously. The primordial chaos torrent seemed to have a spirit of its own. It wanted to tear apart anything that entered the storm, even treasures were no exception. However, as the treasures continued to shatter, the pressure on the small boat lessened a lot, and it continued to move forward. This meant that Lin Ling's method was effective. Long Yang, control the small boat well. I'll be responsible for throwing out the treasures. Lin Ling hurriedly said to Long Yang. But which direction should I go? Long Yang said anxiously. This place was too big. It was all primordial chaos clouds, and they had no sense of direction. Let's try our luck. Lin Ling said helplessly. Long Yang could only nod her head. Then she said worriedly, you're now at the critical moment of your breakthrough. If you don't have enough treasures, you'll definitely fail. And the failure of a god's breakthrough is no small matter. I can't care so much. Lin Ling continued to throw out a large number of treasures. He looked like he was going all out. If he failed to break through, the outcome would be nothing more than chi deviation. His strength would regress, and he might not be able to break through again for the rest of his life. However, if he didn't throw out the treasures, he would die here. Between the two choices, Lin Ling naturally chose the former. Rumble. Rolling clouds, lightning flashed, and thunder rumbled continuously. Lin Ling kept throwing out treasures, attracting the attention of the primordial chaos torrent, and allowing the small boat to quickly move forward. The scene was extremely spectacular for a moment. In the short term, Lin Ling was safe. However, he was even more anxious. What he was most afraid of was that they still couldn't charge out of the primordial chaos torrent after all the treasures were used up. However, although Lin Ling was anxious, he had experienced many life and death crises and was already used to it. Therefore, when he kept throwing out treasures, he calmly realized that he could throw out the treasures sparingly. Every time he reached a certain distance, he could delay a lot of time. Rumble. Time passed silently amidst the deafening rumbling. An entire day passed, but Lin Ling and the others still hadn't charged out of the primordial chaos torrent. On the contrary, Lin Ling's treasures were getting fewer and fewer. Moreover, his 8 dantians that were in the illusion were showing signs of anxiousness at this moment, and they were silently withering. This was because their spirit energy was insufficient. Let's go in front. Suddenly, Lin Ling shouted loudly and pointed towards a certain direction. Long Yang looked towards the direction Lin Ling pointed at, and her expression changed violently. Because a vortex that was as enormous as the universe had appeared there, and it was rotating slowly. However, Long Yang knew that it was actually moving very quickly. It was only because the vortex was too enormous that it felt very slow. Obviously, it was an enormous primordial chaos torrent. Lin Ling, are we really going there? Long Yang shouted anxiously, and her forehead was covered in sweat. Chapter 4872. On the other hand, we have always been in the calm primordial chaos cloud layer. The boat will collapse sooner or later. At that time, we will definitely die. Lin Ling said solemnly. Others would definitely panic in such a dangerous situation. However, Lin Ling had experienced too much and had always been calm. Therefore, he had been analyzing the situation before. Alright, you are right. Life and death will depend on this moment. Long Yang was no fool. She knew what Lin Ling meant. Suddenly, she looked deeply at Lin Ling and hesitated for a long time before asking, Lin Ling, have you ever liked me? Perhaps this time, we will both die. However, I have always wanted to ask you this question. Perhaps I don't want to die with regrets. After hearing Long Yang's words, Lin Ling smiled bitterly and shook his head slowly. Long Yang's expression did not change when she saw Lin Ling shaking his head. Instead, she curled her lips in disdain and said, I knew that you would hold a grudge. You still remember our life and death battle. The life and death battle that we agreed on back then. Now, so many years have passed. I didn't expect that a pair of enemies like us would face this life and death calamity together one day. However, Lin Ling, have a beauty to accompany me before I die. Ha! Lin Ling laughed loudly. The image of Yu Yu and the others appeared in his mind. In the end, he gritted his teeth and steeled his will to live. You pervert! How can you still laugh at a time like this? However, you are right. Life and death are approaching. I, Long Yang, will die without regrets if I can share the trials and tribulations with you, Lin Ling. Long Yang smiled. To be honest, back then, you forcefully took away my most precious possession. At that time, I hated you and you were my nightmare. Even in my dreams, I wanted to kill you. Alas, in the following years, I kept on coming in contact with you and you kept on helping me, so I found out that you were right. Your character. Furthermore, I've thought about everything from the beginning to the end. I realized that if I didn't want to kill you back then, you wouldn't have treated me like this. Therefore, I don't hate you anymore. Perhaps, you'll be Long Yang's lifelong enemy. I, Long Yang, have no regrets in dying with you today. Perhaps because she was close to death, Long Yang didn't hide anything and confidently spoke her mind. To be honest, I, Lin Ling, still remember the ecstasy of that night. Lin Ling laughed again, which made Long Yang roll her eyes. However, when she recalled the ecstasy of that night, her memory was still fresh. Long Yang, in fact, I really wanted to kill you at first, but then I realized that it wasn't easy for you either. You just wanted to become stronger, but you were a weak woman who was smooth and slick. You had to face killing intent and danger from all sides, but you still managed to survive and become stronger. Because of this, I, Lin Ling, admire you. Lin Ling didn't hide his thoughts. Therefore, even if we really have to fight to the death one day, I won't kill you. Because as I become stronger and stronger, my friends from back then have become fewer and fewer. I don't want to lose you. Hearing this, Long Yang's body trembled, and a smile appeared on her face. She liked Lin Ling's words very much. I don't want to lose you. All right, life or death, it's all in this moment. At the same time, Lin Ling shouted loudly. As for the small boat, it began to lose control of itself and was gradually sucked into the massive vortex. After entering, the two of them realized just how fast the primordial chaos vortex was moving. It had reached 10,000 or even tens of thousands of world speed. The super terrifying speed also produced an incomparably rare force that tore everything apart. Kakaka. The small boat reached its limit and made cracking sounds. It was about to shatter at any time. Lin Ling and Long Yang were sucked into the huge vortex. It was difficult for them to even stabilize their minds, let alone control themselves. All they could do was try their luck. However, at the critical moment, Lin Ling reached out and grabbed Long Yang's hand. At this moment, Long Yang's mind was blank. She felt as if her soul was about to be torn apart, which made her panic. However, at the critical moment, a warm hand reached out and grabbed her hand. She knew that it was Lin Ling's hand. She knew that she would never let go of this hand for the rest of her life. Rumble. The small boat finally shattered completely. The two of them were swept away by the current, sometimes disappearing into the huge vortex, sometimes reappearing. Around them, time and space were also changing, making them feel as if they had returned to the past, to the void of the 9 continents. They had even returned to the time when they first met. At that time, they were still Lin Ling and Long Yang of the 9 continents. They hated each other, but their souls were now their souls. Hence, they looked at each other strangely. The two of them could appear here because of the reversal of time. This primordial vortex was too powerful. It had the power to reverse time. However, time moved forward again. Lin Ling returned to the sacred land of the rainforest, to the Heaven Mystics Kingdom, and to the Gu Yen sect. Next, he returned to Huaxia. Time kept moving backward. Lin Ling felt as if he had returned to the beginning of the world, to the most primitive and ancient universe. Looking at Long Yang, her time had ended. Moreover, it had ended early. This meant that in terms of antiquity and origin, Long Yang could not be compared to Lin Ling. Lin Ling saw that he had turned into the most ancient mist. It was like the primordial aura, but it did not seem like it. Fellow Taoist, split the heavens and earth. Begin, create a universe. In this ancient mist, there was a voice that sounded as if it had reached an agreement with Lin Ling. Lin Ling's soul shook violently. Vaguely, he knew what this was. Indeed, after that voice, the mist exploded. Then heaven and earth shook. Endless black holes appeared. Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. Divine fire roared. Then, a terrifying law of the universe appeared. It quietly began to form a new world. It was the most ancient and largest world. This was the divine world of the past, the primordial chaos realm of the ancient era. It was also the most ancient universe. So, I am the master of creation of the universe. Lin Ling's soul exploded. Time flowed backwards, allowing him to see everything, clearly seeing his own origins. However, he realized that in the power of creation, there was another voice. This voice seemed to be one with him. It was like another Lin Ling. Could it be that he is the most ancient power of the world's will? Lin Ling had a guess in his mind. He was Lin Ling, the most ancient god of creation of the universe. The other person was also the most ancient god of creation of the universe. However, one of them was the destruction of the world, and the other was the creation of the world. Boom. Chapter 4873. However, when the terrifying grand mist vortex came tearing at them, Lin Ling also sensed that Long Yang was about to die. With no other choice, Lin Ling could only use all of his soul force to protect Long Yang. Whether you live or die, it all depends on the will of the heavens. Then Lin Ling fell into a deep slumber. Rumble. Under the power of space, the two of them turned to dust and reformed. But suddenly, the largest spatial lightning appeared, sweeping over the two of them and pulling them into a spatial crack. After a long time, two figures fell from the massive grand mist torrent in the sky. Below them was an incomparably terrifying sea. Previously, when Lin Ling and the others were passing through space, they were lucky enough to enter a spatial crack and were sent out. If not for that, they would have died without a doubt. Bang bang bang. The two figures passed through the thick clouds and finally smashed into the sea. Suddenly, a giant mouth rushed out of the sea and swallowed the two of them. Looking carefully, this ancient sea was filled with giant divine beasts. It was like an island, overturning the rivers and seas. After Lin Ling and the others were swallowed, they flowed through the sea and into the divine beast's body. The incomparably terrifying divine liquid was refining them. But at this time, Long Yang finally woke up. Previously, Lin Ling had used his soul force to protect her, so she didn't suffer any serious injuries. Where is this? After Long Yang opened her eyes were blank. But the divine liquid around her stimulated her, causing her to gradually react. Lin Ling. Long Yang was the first to shout. She looked around and saw Lin Ling floating not far away. She quickly floated over. After investigating, she immediately left with Lin Ling. However, the divine beast's world was incomparably vast. It was like a small universe. Long Yang didn't know how to leave. With no other choice, she found a giant rock and landed on it with Lin Ling. This rock seemed to be a giant island, larger than the 9 provinces. After being swallowed by the divine beast, it was slowly being refined. Lin Ling. Long Yang shouted anxiously at Lin Ling, knowing that his life was no longer in danger. However, Lin Ling still did not wake up. He was incomparably weak. Longyang also noticed that Lin Ling's soul force and life force were weakening. Right, he's at the moment of his breakthrough, and he's facing the destruction of the primordial flood. He's probably already at his limits. What should I do? If this continues, he'll definitely die. Power, he needs power. Longyang was pacing around anxiously. Suddenly, she thought of something and quickly took out everything she had on her, including her clothes. As long as it had spiritual energy, she took it out and gave it to Lin Ling to refine. And as these things approached Lin Ling, they quietly disappeared, turning into a dense energy that poured into Lin Ling's body, entering the world of the 8 treasures. In the world of the heart, the 8 dantians were currently withering. However, when a new energy poured in, they gradually recovered some power. As expected, the power Lin Ling needs to break through is not enough, so it formed this dangerous situation. Longyang kept staring at Lin Ling. After that, she sensed something. Following that, she poured the divine essence in her body into Lin Ling's body. However, Lin Ling was cultivating all 8 dantians together. How could the power he needed be satisfied by Longyang alone? Time quietly passed. Longyang's divine essence was exhausted. She suddenly gritted her teeth and urged the world's willpower to pour into Lin Ling's body. After this energy entered, it disappeared again. It's effective. Longyang's eyes lit up. Originally, she thought that the world's willpower could not be used to break through. Following that, she urged all the world's willpower to help Lin Ling. However, Lin Ling still did not show any signs of breaking through successfully. On the contrary, Longyang's world's willpower was also exhausted. There was still a bit of power left. She could not control it and could not urge it out. She saw that Lin Ling still had not passed the danger. After pondering for a long time, she suddenly clenched her silver teeth, tore off the flesh of her thigh, and dripped all the fresh blood into Lin Ling's mouth. She already did not have divine essence in her body, but she was a deity in the end. Divine blood, divine flesh, and divine bones were all treasures. Lin Ling, quickly wake up. Longyang continuously tore off her flesh and let Lin Ling refine it. In the end, her originally slender and fair legs already turned into 2 white bones. Following that, she also tore off the flesh on her body and let Lin Ling refine it. This process also hurt her to the core, but she gritted her teeth and endured it. If it were another person here, even a deity, they would definitely not be able to do this. After all, how could a deity endure watching their own flesh and blood disappear bit by bit? Most importantly, the person who tore off the flesh and blood was themselves. Lin Ling, quickly wake up. Longyang continued to feed her flesh and blood to Lin Ling. In the end, she had already turned into white bones. Moreover, she also fed the divine bones of her legs and left arm to Lin Ling. It was the same for the chest bones and other things. It was the same for the dantian. She became weaker and weaker, leaving only a wisp of the flame of life, soul, and world's willpower floating beside Lin Ling. If not for the fact that she could not control these 3 types of power, she would definitely feed them to Lin Ling. And with Longyang's help, the 8 dantians in the 8 treasures image heart world gradually recovered. However, the power needed for a breakthrough was still not enough. However, this time, the 8 dantians were no longer powerless. They could refine and absorb power on their own. Rumble. Above the divine liquid, a vortex quietly appeared, followed by a second, a third, and all the way to the 8th. After these vortexes appeared, they weakly absorbed the surrounding power. When they gradually became stronger, they began to absorb the surrounding divine liquid. In the end, the divine liquid in the divine beast's body was continuously absorbed by the vortexes and disappeared within. I'm still alive. With the return of a powerful force, Lin Ling gradually woke up. What the hell is going on? But now I've reached the most critical moment of my breakthrough. I must devour. Lin Ling could not care less. His 8 dantians frantically devoured everything around him. Sir, who are you? Why are you refining everything in my body? Until an old voice rang out, interrupting Lin Ling's breakthrough. This was the divine beast's master. And who are you? Lin Ling let out a low growl and communicated with him through their souls. I am Kuan. The old voice also had endless dominance as it replied to Lin Ling. I don't care who you are. I need power. Since you're a divine beast, I'll refine you. At this point, Lin Ling could not care less. Junior, how dare you? The old voice was furious. It controlled the terrifying divine liquid and wanted to refine Lin Ling. The divine liquid drowned Lin Ling. However, the 8 vortexes appeared and frantically absorbed the divine liquid. Not only were they unharmed, but they became even more ferocious. Rumble. At the same time, in the sky above the sea of fog, a huge thunderbolt struck down. That was the divine tribulation of a higher god. Chapter 4874. Come. Come. Lin Ling sensed the surging pressure. Not only was he not afraid, but he let out a loud roar. At this moment he stood up. His entire body was formed by a powerful force. His head touched the sky and his feet stepped on the ground. He resisted the most ancient great law of the universe. And at this moment, under the rolling primordial flood, a terrifying aura was condensing, forming a powerful aura that could crush one's soul. One had to know that the primordial flood was a taboo that even the ancient giant gods did not dare to approach. But the high god tribulation could come. This showed how terrifying the deity tribulation was. Furthermore, the high god tribulation that Lin Ling was facing was different. It was the 9 levels deity tribulation. The tribulation thunder appeared and lingered in the sky. The surroundings were also filled with tribulation clouds. They were getting bigger and bigger, more and more majestic, intimidating the world. In the vast sea, it was silent for eternity. It was so quiet that not a single sound could be heard. Countless deity beasts felt uneasy. All the deity beasts sensed the suppression of the brilliant heavenly might. That heavenly might could kill them and turn them into fine powder, never to be reincarnated. What is this? On the calm sea, a huge Kuan raised its head and let out a low voice. Following that, it sank into the sea in an attempt to avoid the terrifying tribulation in the sky. Long. Waves formed in the sea. The huge deity beast sank into the sea and gradually disappeared. Furthermore, this deity beast was running along the sea at a terrifying speed. Old Kuan, get lost. After a long time, when this deity beast stopped, an old voice suddenly came from all around. Furthermore, the voice was mixed with anger. Clearly, these voices came from other deity beasts. What is the meaning of this? That deity beast was furious. These deity beasts were chasing it away? You brought the cosmos deity tribulation over. A large number of deity beasts' voices floated. They were incomparably furious. This also made that Kuan investigate. Its huge body instantly trembled and it repeatedly took in a cold breath. Because it discovered that in the sky, the terrifying deity tribulation was still hovering above its head. It seemed to have locked onto it. What is happening? Why is this terrifying deity tribulation chasing after me? The Kuan's voice was filled with panic. You have a treasure to attract the deity tribulation. Get lost, don't get us killed. You idiot. The deity beasts around began to leave, avoiding the Kuan. However, Kuan was dumbfounded for a moment. It had something that could attract calamities? What was going on? Then, it hurriedly investigated. However, it had swallowed too many things and its body was huge. It couldn't find the reason at all. Let me remind you that this is a high god's tribulation, and it's 9 times more powerful than an ordinary high god's tribulation. Seeing the suspicious look on Kuan's face, a divine beast's voice came from afar, but it only made Kuan even more confused. What was the meaning of this? Suddenly, it came to its senses and looked over. Instantly, it saw an indomitable man in its stomach. This man was full of battle intent and was brewing a powerful aura, as if he was going to fight against the terrifying calamity in the sky. It's him. Naturally, it knew who this man was. It was the guy who had been running amok in its body and madly absorbing its energy. Could it be that he was about to transcend the tribulation? Also, why was his great tribulation so terrifying? You get out of my way. Otherwise, I'll kill you. Kuan was furious at the thought of having to endure such a calamity for no reason. The voice traveled into its body and formed a terrifying shock wave. However, it was all blocked by Lin Ling. He stared at Kun like a deity and said coldly, "You're the one who should get out of my way. Don't disturb my tribulation." "Scoundrel, I don't have time to disturb you. However, couldn't you have chosen a better place for your tribulation? You're in my body. If the great tribulation comes, I'll be the first one to block it for you." Kun was furious. He was extremely furious and extremely aggrieved. Who had he offended? He had swallowed such a jinx for no reason and attracted such a great tribulation. "What has it got to do with me?" Lin Ling ignored it and sneered. Kun had taken the initiative to swallow him and Longyang. Therefore, it was not Lin Ling's fault. "I'm going to kill you." Kun's murderous aura surged. He knew very well that if he did not get rid of this young man, he would definitely die. Therefore, it controlled the endless divine liquid in its body and flooded towards Lin Ling in a mighty manner. The terrifying divine liquid drowned Lin Ling and was about to refine Lin Ling into nothingness. However, 8 illusory worlds appeared around Lin Ling's body and turned into colorful vortexes that frantically absorbed the divine liquid. Lin Ling was still a little bit away from the power he needed to break through. Who knew that Kun would take the initiative to give him power? Lin Ling naturally accepted all of it. "You scoundrel!" Kun cursed when he realized that. If this guy was outside his body, Kun was confident that he could kill him. Even if he was inside his body, he was confident that he could refine him after spending a long time. However, time waited for no one. Rumble. At the same time, the tribulation clouds in the sky became even more terrifying. They actually blocked most of the primordial flood. The pressure on the entire sea increased tremendously. Countless divine beasts dove into the sea for fear of being implicated. Kun wanted to cry but had no tears. In the end, he accepted the reality and could only hope that he could withstand the terrifying tribulation in the sky. What a powerful tribulation! At this moment, Lin Ling stood in Kun's stomach and looked at the sky. He could feel the rolling pressure in the sky that made him feel as if he was going against the entire universe. In the face of such a great tribulation, Lin Ling did not know if he could survive it. Is it because of the chaos divine skill that my tribulation is so terrifying? Now there are only 8 dantians. If there are 9 dantians, it will be terrible. I must find a way to survive this tribulation. Kun outside is of no help at all. Right, I should go back to the Lin Ling universe. That is my territory and I have the final say in everything. Maybe I can survive this tribulation. Lin Ling's eyes kept flickering. The tribulation of a high-level deity could pass through the primordial flood and could probably reach Lin Ling's Lin Ling universe. However, Lin Ling had the power of a universe to resist the tribulation, so he was more confident. However, it would take some time to go back to the Lin Ling universe. This was the same for all gods. Otherwise, they would not need the protection of a Tao realm cultivator in the face of a life and death crisis. The reason was that it would take a long time to leave by returning to the heavenly realm. Buzz, buzz. At this moment, a strange sound came from the sky, causing the calm sea to finally surge. This meant that the tribulation was ready. Ghost chi, divine chi, nether chi, murderous chi, evil chi, and all kinds of spiritual chi in the world gathered and poured into the tribulation clouds. The tribulation clouds seemed to be the incarnation of the universe and a god who created the world. Chapter 4875. It's coming from the fog sea. I think there's a terrifying god breaking through. Judging by the aura of the tribulation cloud, if this person succeeds, he'll definitely become a universe-level giant god. Those ancient giant gods frowned and continued to calculate. Unfortunately, they couldn't figure out anything. At this moment, the entire Tao realm seemed to be affected by Lin Ling's tribulation. Even the gods who were far away in the Tao realm had difficulty breathing, as if countless mountains were pressing down on them. As for the fog sea, it was as if heaven and earth were falling apart. The water of the sea soared into the sky, and a violent force rolled, killing countless divine beasts. In the fog sea, there were a few universe giant gods who were cultivating. But when they saw this scene, They were so scared that their faces turned pale, afraid of being implicated. In their eyes, heaven and earth disappeared, and only endless tribulation clouds were pressing down on the earth. Suddenly, a bolt of divine lightning finally struck down, condensing the power of all the tribulation clouds and striking down. This divine lightning had been brewing for too long, so its power was incomparably terrifying. Not only did it attack the body, but it also attacked the soul, dantian, and everything else. The speed of the divine lightning didn't seem fast, but it sealed everything, making people feel as if they were locked down, and there was no way to escape. Looking at the sea under the divine lightning, it had turned into a vacuum, and a huge divine beast Kuan was revealed. Oh my God! The Kuan let out a painful cry, because it sensed that it was locked down and couldn't escape. It looked up at the sky. Even though it was already incomparably huge, it was still incomparably small in the face of such a divine tribulation. Rumble! It couldn't escape. After the divine tribulation descended, a terrifying force pressed down on it like a palm. It only resisted for 3 breaths of time, and then it turned into dust. It was unstoppable. But at this moment, a dazzling figure soared into the sky. It was Lin Ling. Facing this terrifying divine tribulation, Lin Ling didn't choose to take it head-on. Instead, he chose to take the initiative to attack. Because this was what the aura needed. Not only was the power of the divine tribulation terrifying, but it also suppressed Lin Ling in all aspects, including the aura. If Lin Ling's aura was suppressed, he would be at a disadvantage from the start. A sword appeared in his hand. It was a sword condensed from divine energy. Then he slashed at the sky. This was Lin Ling's only method now. After all, his tyrannical song sword had already transformed into the 8th Danton, and it was currently in the process of breaking through. Far away in the sea of fog, several figures stood on the sea, solemnly looking into the distance. In their eyes, a dazzling figure soared into the sky and fought against the divine tribulation that was as huge as a mushroom cloud. This was a shocking scene. Is that person undergoing tribulation? I wonder if he can succeed. On the surface, it might seem difficult, but he's smart. He knows that the greater God tribulation not only gathers the energy of heaven and earth, but also baptizes the God's soul, battle prowess, and willpower. At some point in time, willpower is more important. That's why he took the initiative to attack. The gods discussed spiritedly among themselves. Rumble! At this moment, in the distant sky, Lin Ling was fighting against the strongest tribulation of his life. When the swords in his hands clashed, a ferocious force surged over. It made him feel that he was no match for it at all. Not at all. Crash! Cracks appeared on the sword in his hand. However, at the critical moment, a strange force surged into the sword, causing the cracked sword to reform again. What was strange was that Lin Ling's sword was clearly no match for the divine tribulation, but it could resist for a short period of time. This was because of his willpower. Of course, this resistance was also short-lived. It was only a matter of time before he was blasted into pieces. Lin Ling gritted his teeth. His whole body felt like it was about to fall apart. His bones, flesh, and blood were all trembling. Rumble! The two forces resisted like this for more than 10 breaths of time. However, the divine tribulation was like a merciless wheel, still suppressing down. Lin Ling's obstruction only delayed it slightly. Like this, the massive divine tribulation thunder began to submerge Lin Ling, emitting a blinding light. In the face of such a rare divine tribulation, he is still much weaker. In the distance, the gods sighed and shook their heads. They weren't surprised by the scene in front of them. They turned and left. However, they didn't see that within that incomparably massive light, a figure was still fearlessly resisting the divine tribulation. Life was like a song. Lin Ling's eyes blazed. It was as if he could see his entire life's worth of battles. This battle was also the most intense battle of his life so far. This was because he was fighting against the universe, fighting against himself. His willpower, his soul, his will to fight, everything about him was on display. He was fighting with everything he had. However, the divine tribulation was not only resisted by willpower, but also by strength. In terms of strength, the current Lin Ling was undoubtedly very weak. Thus, even if Lin Ling's willpower could resist, his strength couldn't. However, at the critical moment, a mysterious force surged out of Lin Ling's body. This force was like a new army, and it actually resisted the divine tribulation in the sky. This was the power of the world's will. Moreover, it was the power of faith. The massive divine tribulation in the sky finally stopped. What? The gods who were leaving in the distance suddenly stopped in their tracks. Their eyes were filled with disbelief. Previously, they had clearly seen that person fail. So why was there another force that was fighting against him now? The power of the world's will. Suddenly, an old man shouted in a low voice. For these people to be able to appear in the fog sea, their strength was naturally monstrous. Thus, they could sense the power of the world's will that erupted from Lin Ling. A host of the world's will? Another middle-aged man frowned and said, "The power of the world's will is the most mysterious. I didn't expect it to be able to resist the divine tribulation. No wonder this person's divine tribulation is so terrifying." The others spoke one after another. Looking at the sky again, the massive divine tribulation thunder continued to be consumed, turning into specks of starlight that scattered in all directions like snowflakes. The power of the world's will blocked the divine tribulation. And Lin Ling also sensed that the force in his body continued to disappear. He also didn't expect that the power of the world's will that he couldn't control all this time would actually protect him now. The power of the world's will can't resist for long. However, it's enough to wear down more than half of the divine tribulation. Lin Ling's mind worked quickly. Next, he flew toward the ground. Chapter 4876. Without the resistance of the world's will, the divine lightning in the sky continued to strike down slowly. However, compared to the beginning, both the momentum and the form were much weaker. But in the eyes of the gods in the distance, they shook their heads. They could see that the man had failed. Rumble. Next, the huge divine lightning began to suppress the earth. The ocean in the distance exploded, and endless seawater soared into the sky, forming an earth-shattering wave that engulfed everything. This also caused the gods to avoid the sharp edge and fly far away. Because they could also sense that although these waves seemed simple, in fact, the power was incomparably terrifying. It was the purest power, estimated to be at the level of hundreds of millions. When the divine lightning disappeared from the earth, the entire world seemed to have collapsed. After an unknown period of time, this terrifying universe power disappeared and gradually dissipated. Rumble. Only the sound of the aftermath spread far away. Failed. In the area of the Tao Pagoda, an ancient giant god of the universe muttered to himself. The divine tribulation wasn't broken but dissipated by itself. I guess this person failed to pass the tribulation. Many giant gods of the universe had their guesses. Unfortunately, no one saw that at this moment in a vast universe, a figure with 8 illusions and 3 balls of light appeared there. And he was Lin Ling. He had returned to the Lin Ling universe with the help of the Tao Pagoda. "I'm back." Lin Ling looked around and immediately felt that everything was under his control. Powerful, incomparably powerful. Then, he looked back and immediately sensed a powerful pressure coming. It was the divine tribulation. Everyone thought that the divine tribulation had ended, but in fact, it hadn't. It had followed Lin Ling to this universe. "This is my territory." Lin Ling sat in the sky, waiting for the arrival of the divine tribulation. Rumble. A moment later, the entire universe shook. In the distance, everyone in Lei Gong's hall felt suffocated and had difficulty breathing. This made them look around, wanting to know what had happened, but to no avail. Because Lin Ling controlled the laws of the universe and sealed the area around Lei Gong's hall, not letting them be implicated. Fellow Taoists, return. Lin Ling was still sitting cross-legged as he muttered to himself. Under his voice, his doppelgangers returned one after another. They controlled the powerful laws of the universe, and their eyes coldly looked at the divine tribulation that was slowly approaching. This divine tribulation was like an eggshell that squeezed through space and slowly descended. At the moment it appeared, lightning flashed, thunder rumbled, and divine flames roared. Fellow Taoist, we are here to help you. The doppelgangers nodded at Lin Ling. Then, they kept waving their hands and unleashing powerful universal laws. Every time a law landed on the divine tribulation, the divine tribulation would dissipate slightly. This is indeed my territory. Now, the divine tribulation is going against the entire Lin Ling universe. Lin Ling looked coldly at the sky. He also activated the great laws of the universe to attack the divine tribulation. In his universe, he was an omnipotent and invincible existence. However, the divine tribulation was indeed powerful. Even though Lin Ling used the entire universe's laws to resist it, the divine tribulation still didn't dissipate immediately. Instead, it continued to weaken. The divine tribulation that was originally as huge as an eggshell finally turned into the size of a bucket and gradually became as big as a strand of hair. However, even if it was the size of a strand of hair, it was enough to kill Lin Ling. Therefore, Lin Ling continued to unleash the great laws of the universe. Looking carefully in the universe's void, there were a total of 6,000 people sitting cross-legged and attacking the sky. The scene was extremely spectacular. Bang! In the end, the hair-sized divine tribulation finally disappeared. Finally, it's over. Lin Ling finally let out a sigh of relief. Since the arrival of the divine tribulation, Lin Ling had resisted it with the Kuan, his willpower, and the power of the world's will. In the end, he used the great universe to resist it. Only then did he survive the divine tribulation. If he didn't have these methods, Lin Ling reckoned he would have failed. Moreover, he was also very curious if his divine tribulation was the only one like this. Others weren't as terrifying. No matter what, I finally survived the divine tribulation. Shaking his head, Lin Ling didn't think too much about it. At the same time, he sensed that there was an additional mysterious power in his 8 dantians. This power not only had the comprehension of the great Tao, but also an endless stream of divine power. Divine power was the basis of evaluating the strength of a god. After becoming a superior god, the divine power would undoubtedly skyrocket. I'm about to break through. 8 dantians, return. Lin Ling's lips curled into a smile. He controlled the 8 dantian worlds and poured them into his body. The tribulation transcendence this time was a narrow escape. It was also the most dangerous, intense, and time-consuming tribulation Lin Ling had ever faced since he started learning martial arts. Buzz, buzz. As Lin Ling spoke, 8 rays of light poured into his body. A new power quietly took root in Lin Ling's dantian. Fellow cultivator, congratulations on successfully surviving the divine tribulation. The doppelgangers around him smiled. Then, they walked toward Lin Ling step by step and disappeared into Lin Ling's body. After they disappeared, Lin Ling's strength increased by another 30%. As these doppelgangers could cultivate independently and were controlling the universe, their improvement was not small. Now that they had returned to Lin Ling's body, Lin Ling's strength had increased greatly. Time passed quietly. After a long time, Lin Ling finally stood up. A powerful aura emanated from his body. This was the early stage of a superior god. Fellow cultivator, come out. Lin Ling said softly. His doppelgangers once again walked out from behind him. However, their current strengths were all early-stage high gods. They were much stronger than before. Thank you for your trouble, Lin Ling said to each doppelganger. The doppelgangers smiled and nodded. Then, they walked in different directions and disappeared into the universe. After so many twists and turns, I've finally become a superior god. With my current strength, it won't be difficult for me to kill a late-stage superior god. Lin Ling put his hands behind his back and looked into the distance like a giant god in the universe. His eyes were full of confidence. In the past, he had to use his trump card to kill a late-stage superior god. Now, that might not be the case. This was because the divine tribulation that he had experienced was the extreme divine tribulation of the 9th level. Coupled with his 8 dantians, his strength was naturally not to be underestimated. Long Yang, thank you. Then, Lin Ling waved his right hand and 3 rays of light appeared in front of him. There was a hint of heartache in his eyes. Naturally, he knew what Longyang had done for him. Now, his physical body was completely destroyed and his cultivation was destroyed. This made Linling owe Longyang a great favor. Linling knew very well that if it were not for Longyang, he would have died in the fog sea. "I'll rebuild your physical body for you," Linling shouted. He waved his hands and controlled the powerful great law of the universe to rebuild Longyang's physical body. Chapter 4877. Heavenly Mandate Godly Cloud. Twin Dragon Sprout Emperor Qi. Ancient Orchid Dust. Sitting cross-legged in the void, Linling kept shouting like a god who controlled everything. Under his voice, streams of light shot over from all directions of the universe. More than half of the universe was filled with halos. It was magnificent. These were the treasures of the Linling universe. They were nurtured by Linling the last time he returned. In the Linling universe, Linling was an omnipotent existence. He could nurture powerful talents. However, all of this was divided into two types. The first type was a talent comparable to a cosmos god. It was omnipotent and could do anything. However, once it left the Linling universe, everything would return to its original state. The second type was a divine embryo with good talent that surpassed Linling's. It meant that the talent nurtured by Linling would not surpass Linling's. However, after leaving the Linling universe, this talent would still exist. Considering that Longyang would not stay in the Linling universe, Linling reconstructed the second type of divine embryo for Longyang. This type of divine embryo did not surpass Linling's and was a 5th grade higher god. As for Linling's strongest eternal killing world, it was an 8th grade higher god. Of course, to reconstruct this type of divine embryo required a lot of time and effort. Otherwise, Linling would have reconstructed it for Yu and the others. The main thing was that Linling had succeeded in breaking through this time. He owed Longyang a huge favor, and he wanted to repay this favor. 3 flames, the flame of life, the flame of soul, and the will of the world. Let's start with the flame of soul. Linling muttered to himself. He controlled the supreme treasures and hovered in Longyang's soul. Upper 3 heavens nightmare world. Lower 3 clumps Li Shura. Linling's voice was like a god's language. It carried a magical power, and those treasures from all over the universe were continuously injected into Longyang's soul. As for Longyang's soul, it was becoming more and more exuberant, constantly growing bigger. Gradually, Longyang also woke up. Linling. After Longyang's soul awakened, she let out a cry of surprise. In the void, a large ball of flame floated there, and it stared at Linling as if it was shocked. "Longyang, thank you for helping me overcome the most difficult hurdle. Now that your physical body and Dantian have been destroyed, I will help you reconstruct your soul." Linling looked at Longyang's soul and smiled. Longyang's soul couldn't help but tremble. Linling actually had such a method to reconstruct the soul and body? This looks like the universe in Lei Gong's palace. After that, Longyang sensed something. After all, she had come from this universe before. It was just that she had followed the Yellow Emperor to cultivate the will of the world, and had not returned for a long time. She never imagined that this universe would become like this. Moreover, she stared at Linling and realized that Linling gave her a feeling of omnipotence, as if he was the most ancient god of the universe. I didn't expect Linling to have such a method. This universe is growing too fast. In the future, it might even be comparable to the Tao realm. Longyang thought to herself. Then, she looked at Linling and couldn't help but feel excited. She smiled and said, "Linling, you broke through? Thanks to you, I broke through smoothly." Linling smiled and nodded. "That's great. I always thought that your breakthrough would be difficult. I didn't expect you to succeed." Longyang clearly didn't know how difficult Linling's tribulation was. She was just happy for Linling. Linling didn't explain anything and continued to restore Longyang's soul. When Longyang's soul reached its limit, he smiled and said, "Next, I will help you reconstruct your physical body." Red Jade Flaming Rock. Reincarnation Light. Blood Chi Essence. All kinds of extremely rare treasures floated down and condensed in midair. turning into a dazzling ball of light. After pondering for a moment, Lin Ling pointed with his right hand. A talent floated out of his dantian, fused with his blood essence, and shot into the ball of light. This was Lin Ling injecting his 3 talents, the dragon blood, into Long Yang's body. After injecting a load, Long Yang's physical body talent couldn't surpass Lin Ling's, but after leaving this universe, she could still grow. Time quietly passed, and Lin Ling kept throwing out universe treasures. A full 10 years had passed. Long Yang's soul floated to the side, cultivating a divine ability to enhance her soul. Lin Ling was like an invincible god of the universe, sitting cross-legged and controlling everything. In front of them, a perfect and flawless body quietly condensed. This body had a supreme beauty with exquisite facial features, exactly the same as Long Yang's, and snow-white skin, well-proportioned limbs, and a slim waist, incomparably attractive. Most importantly, this body had a powerful talent, the dragon bloodline, and the dragon god bloodline. Lin Ling stared at this body as if he was staring at a work of art and nodded with satisfaction. This was also his first time reconstructing a physical body, but the result was very satisfactory. Long Yang's soul trembled. Although this was a body created by Lin Ling, it was still her body. Being stared at by Lin Ling without restraint, she felt a little shy. "Lin Ling, have you seen enough?" Long Yang couldn't help but ask. "What's wrong?" Lin Ling looked over suspiciously, and after sensing the fluctuation of Long Yang's soul, he blushed and smiled bitterly. "I'm not thinking about those things, I'm just admiring my masterpiece. No matter how great a masterpiece it is, it's still a girl's body," Long Yang reprimanded. "All right." Lin Ling pursed his lips and stopped looking. This made Long Yang's soul laugh. Then she floated to the body and her soul disappeared into it. What surprised Long Yang was that after fusing with it, she didn't feel any repulsion, as if this was her body. Moreover, she sensed a powerful force pervading the body, and it had endless potential. "This body is so much better than mine." Long Yang opened her eyes and couldn't help but exclaim excitedly. "Of course, this is the leakless dragon god body. It took 10 years to shape, so it's naturally better than yours. In fact, if I wasn't the master of this universe, I'm afraid I wouldn't be able to shape it without 100,000 years. Speaking of this, Lin Ling said proudly, which was rare for him. He looked at Long Yang's body and sized it up, and the more he looked, the more satisfied he was. "Don't look," Long Yang shouted, and her face was flushed. With a wave of her right hand, a gauze dress floated down and covered her beautiful body. Lin Ling pursed his lips again. It was Long Yang who let him look. He smiled and said, "Take back your world's willpower." Long Yang nodded and looked to the other side. There was a flame floating there, and it was the world's willpower. Only Long Yang could control it, and others couldn't touch it at all. Of course, a world's willpower host like Lin Ling could also be devoured. After the world's willpower fused into Long Yang's body, Long Yang changed again. Chapter 4878. Lin Ling, are you omnipotent in this universe? Long Yang nodded and then asked curiously. This universe was given to me by Lei Gong. Back then, it was a barren land. Now, after my continuous nurturing, it has become a powerful universe. Here, I'm omnipotent. Lin Ling did not hide anything from Long Yang. Long Yang sucked in a breath of cold air, her eyes full of envy. You're too lucky. With this powerful universe as your backing, you can hide here when you meet experts. Who can be your match? You're underestimating the giant gods at the universe level. Lin Ling shook his head. Many powerful giant gods of the universe have their own universes. If they use their universes to fight, my universe is not invincible. When he killed Xiao Yesheng, he saw the latter's universe. Although it was an incomplete universe, it was only a short time away from a stable universe. Moreover, at the Shrine of Ice, he saw many ancient gods. They were pursuing the great laws of the universe. Sooner or later, they would build their own universes. Therefore, Lin Ling was not the only one who had a universe. However, when it came to a complete universe, there were very few gods who could have one. Lin Ling's universe was one of them. Lin Ling only created this universe by chance. Moreover, this universe could still grow and become stronger. While thinking, Lin Ling brought Longyang back to Lei Gong's hall. "My lord!" Ling, Everyone was overjoyed when they saw Lin Ling suddenly arrive. "Grandpa, mother, Lin Ling also greeted everyone. For a moment, the scene was joyous and harmonious. Everyone was incomparably happy. This was especially true for the extreme flame ancestor. He knew more than the others about the power of this universe, so he knew that this universe was their strongest backing. No god was a match for them here. Longyang. After that, everyone greeted Longyang again. They were keenly aware that the relationship between Lin Ling and Longyang seemed to have changed. Their relationship was no longer as hostile as before. Although they all knew that Longyang and Lin Ling were no longer life and death enemies. However, both of them were stubborn people. Even if they didn't treat each other as a great enemy in their hearts, they still acted like they were mortal enemies on the surface. But this time, that feeling was gone. Regarding this, they were very happy. Longyang had been saved by Lin Ling many times, so she had lived in the Lei Gong Hall for a long time. Everyone was familiar with her and treated her as one of their own. "All right, grandfather, it's time for me to go back. The area around the Dao Pagoda is still filled with divine battles. I wonder how Yu and the others are doing. I'll be able to take care of them when I go back." After chatting for a while, Lin Ling said his goodbyes and left. Patriarch Tai Yin and the others all nodded. They weren't too reluctant. After all, Lin Ling and the others could return at any time. Lin Ling left with Longyang. After a while, they returned to the Fog Sea. However, when they appeared, they were shocked to find that there was a huge circular pit under their feet. This pit was bottomless and tens of thousands of miles wide. It was incomparably magnificent. Billowing seawater poured into it, erupting with a deafening roar. Dense mist constantly floated up, forming an incomparably beautiful spectacle. Moreover, the deep pit seemed to never be filled with seawater. It was constantly absorbing the water of the Fog Sea. "Since when was there a deep pit here?" Longyang said in shock. They floated in the air as if they were in the mouth of an incomparably huge divine beast. "Hee, you two should be new here." At this time, an old man slowly walked out from the curtain of water that flowed down the pit. His face was kind as he spoke with a smile. At the beginning, Lin Ling couldn't see him because the pit was too large. A single person would have been submerged by the billowing seawater. It wasn't until this old man came closer that Lin Ling reacted. Staring at the old man, Lin Ling's eyes narrowed. This pit was formed 30 years ago. The old man stopped in front of Lin Ling and explained with a smile, 30 years ago, someone crossed a tribulation here, forming a terrifying divine tribulation. Later, this person failed the tribulation and divine thunder blasted the Fog Sea. In the end, this giant hole was blasted open. At that time, when this tribulation arrived, the entire Fog Sea, the entire Dao Pagoda area was affected. Some people said that such a great tribulation only appeared a few times in several eras. Unfortunately, this person failed the tribulation. What a pity! Hearing this, Longyang and Lin Ling looked at each other. They both knew what had happened. Especially Longyang. She was shocked. She thought that Lin Ling's tribulation wasn't very difficult, but who knew that it would be such a great tribulation? The Fog Sea had been blasted into a giant pit, and it would never recover. Unfortunately, she was unconscious at that time and missed such a vast scene. Lin Ling secretly shook his head. He didn't expect that the influence of the divine tribulation would be so great that even the entire Dao Pagoda area was implicated. However, thinking back to the scene of heaven and earth collapsing, Lin Ling secretly sighed. Now, if he were to face such a great tribulation again, he didn't have the confidence to survive. 30 years ago? Lin Ling looked at the old man and said, "Yes, 30 years have passed in the blink of an eye." The old man nodded. In the first 10 years, there were many giant gods of the universe who came to check, but later, there were fewer and fewer. However, thinking back to the Great Tribulation that year, it really makes one sigh. Countless divine beasts died for it. At least 1/3 of the creatures in this fog sea died. That's so exaggerated. Long Yang sucked in a breath of cold air and couldn't help but look at Lin Ling. She was also curious about how Lin Ling had survived. Well, thank you for your reminder, Senior. However, you didn't come here just to remind us, right? Lin Ling nodded and looked at the old man with a smile that was not a smile. The old man was stunned. He didn't expect Lin Ling to say this. However, he also nodded and looked at Long Yang. I'm very interested in this little girl. I want to take her as my disciple. Obviously, Long Yang's leakless dragon god body had attracted this old man. I'm sorry, she doesn't need any master. Moreover, her realm seems weak now, but she can break through at any time and enter the ranks of the gods. Lin Ling smiled and refused. Who are you to her? What right do you have to speak for her? I see that her talent is not bad and want to take her as my disciple. This is her opportunity. The old man frowned. Old man, stop being a hypocrite. Lin Ling's smile turned into a sneer. I, Lin Ling, have seen everything in my life. With your tricks, you can't even fool her, let alone me. You've taken a fancy to her body and want to devour it. You. The old man's eyes narrowed, and a murderous aura appeared in them. Chapter 4879. Kid, it seems like this isn't your first time here. After being exposed, the old man's expression turned even colder. His body shook, and he actually turned into a huge dragon. This dragon was a bone dragon, so majestic that one couldn't see the end of it. Rumble. In the huge sinkhole below, the seawater was churning, and a large number of demon dragons were swimming. Each of them was incomparably huge, and one couldn't see the end of them. They gradually swam up and surrounded Lin Ling and Long Yenyu. Looking from afar, the scene was incomparably spectacular. It was as if 10,000 dragons were roaring. In addition, in the distance of the sinkhole, a large number of divine beasts were also swallowing. Sometimes they would appear on the surface of the water, and sometimes they would disappear. They were restless, erupting with shocking hostility. Crows. In the sky, divine birds as large as islands were also flying, weaving under the primordial flood. It was incomparably terrifying. The divine beasts of the fog sea were all mobilized. This was also the terror of the fog sea. No wonder passing through the fog sea was called a steel ancient ship. Lin Ling. Seeing this scene, Long Yang couldn't help but worry. I'm fine. Lin Ling shook his head. His eyes looked around, and the flames of war boiled. After breaking through to become a high god, he had always wanted to have a violent battle to test his strength. Divine beast, right? I hope you can satisfy me. After Lin Ling nodded to Long Yang, he finally made his move. He pounced and his fist blasted out. It was simple and crude, and he didn't use any techniques. A high god junior dares to be so arrogant. A large number of divine beasts let out violent roars, and they didn't take Lin Ling seriously at all. At the same time, a huge ancient turtle the size of Qingzhou opened its mouth and tried to devour Lin Ling. This turtle's face was ferocious, and its teeth were sharp. It was incomparably terrifying. Boom. However, Lin Ling's punch seemed small, but it was mixed with terrifying power. The punch actually broke the turtle's shell and penetrated the entire ancient turtle. Endless blood spilled into the sea, causing the divine beasts below to become even more violent. This is the power of divinity. However, the god beast in the air was somewhat shocked. Lin Ling's previous punch probably contained several 100 million units of divine power. An early-stage high god with hundreds of millions of divine energy? This was too heaven-defying. How could they know that Lin Ling's 8 great dantians had been gathered, and he'd overcome the most terrifying divine tribulation? Coupled with the return of his clones, his strength couldn't be compared to the past. Divine beast? You devoured me back then? Lin Ling's long hair danced wildly, and another fist rumbled out. Rumble. A massive fist condensed from the power of divinity killed 3 massive divine beasts with a single punch. 500 million godly power. A divine beast let out a loud roar. 500 million. An early-stage high god with 500 million divine energy. This was simply unprecedented and would never happen again. I've got you. But at this time, a massive golden rock swooped down from the skies, its sharp claws grabbing onto Lin Ling. These claws seemed simple, but they contained the mysteries of the universe, as if they contained countless laws of the universe. Did you catch him? Get lost. Lin Ling sneered. His body trembled, and a terrifying energy erupted from his body. Bang, bang, bang. The massive golden rock in the sky was so shocked that its feathers fell to the ground. Its body exploded, and blood splattered across the sea. What kind of energy is this? It's not the power of divinity. Could it be the power of his physical body? The ancient rock of the witchcraft has 300 million divine energy. The surrounding divine beasts continued to exclaim. At this moment, they couldn't see through Lin Ling. Could it be that his physical body's power is above 300 million? Gosh, he's a human. A massive ancient ape roared. This ancient ape had the lower body of a fish, but its upper body was like a giant ape. Everyone, let's join forces and eat him. The skeletal dragon elder roared. Then he summoned countless demonic dragons to surround Lin Ling. Rumble. The heavens and earth shook, and the sea of fog rolled. After the demonic dragons attacked, they surrounded Lin Ling. These divine beasts varied in strength, and the strongest among them was comparable to a late-stage high god. Boom! But soon, a ray of light burst out. Lin Ling, who was surrounded, shook his body, and an incomparable energy burst out. The surrounding demonic dragons were all shattered and fell into the sea. The gray-robed Lin Ling had appeared. This was the innate talent fusion. Very strong. 2 billion. Lin Ling floated in the air, feeling his body, and a faint smile appeared on his face. Before the innate talent fusion, his power of divinity was 500 million, and his physical body was 500 million. After the innate talent fusion, his total reached 2 billion. This was the power of the chaos divine formula. The later the stage, the stronger the strength. Of course, the power was great, but the process of breaking through was also the most difficult. Whether it was accumulating treasures or passing the divine tribulation, it was thousands or even tens of thousands of times more difficult than ordinary gods. He's so strong. Is he still an early-stage high god? Seeing Lin Ling's power, all the divine beasts panicked. As for the Bone Dragon Elder, he was also seriously injured, but he was also quite frightened. He shouted in shock, "Who are you? Why are you so strong?" "I don't know who I am. I can only say that I made this sinkhole." Lin Ling looked at him with a faint smile, and then punched out. After reaching 2 billion, this fist became even more terrifying, destroying everything in its path like crushing dry weeds or smashing rotten wood. It was as if it could kill any divine steps. Rumble. Blood rained down from the sky. A large number of divine beasts were killed by the punch. The punch went straight for the Bone Dragon Elder, and his pupils constricted. He wanted to dodge, but he couldn't. Only Lin Ling's words were in his mind. The sinkhole was made by Lin Ling. Could it be that this young man was the one who went through the divine tribulation 30 years ago? Wasn't he dead? Why did he come back? "Spare me, spare me." The bone dragon shouted anxiously, but it was flattened by the huge punch. In the air, the dragon's body deformed and finally exploded. So strong. Seeing this scene, the divine beasts in the surroundings fled frantically. "You want to run now? That depends on your luck." Lin Ling rushed into the sky and punched out continuously. He broke the void and tore the universe apart, forming terrifying punches that bombarded the sea. Rumble. These punches were like meteors, causing the sea to churn and whirlpools to form. Moreover, the sky was also bombarded by Lin Ling, and countless birds died because of it. He was too strong. The current Lin Ling was like the king of the sea of fog. His punches hit the sky, and no beast dared to touch him. Lin Ling's strength is too heaven-defying after breaking through. Long Yang witnessed this scene with her own eyes. She was so shocked that she covered her mouth with her little hand and was speechless for a long time. In the end, the sea of fog was overturned. Countless divine beasts' corpses lay there, and the divine beasts that were not dead had all fled. Awesome. Lin Ling flew back. After breaking through, it was the first time he fought so thoroughly. Chapter 4880. The sea of fog rolled, and two figures flew along the surface of the sea. It was Lin Ling. A powerful divine energy appeared in Lin Ling's hand, enveloping Longyang. He brought Longyang to find a peaceful island to improve her strength. Longyang had wasted her cultivation for Lin Ling. Now Lin Ling naturally had to help Longyang recover. Moreover, in the Dao Pagoda area, one could not go far without strength. What's more, Longyang was the host of the world's will. Without strength, it would be 1,000 times more dangerous. Boom. Wherever Lin Ling passed, the sea water soared into the sky as if it was exploding. Now, Lin Ling's speed had reached 50 million world speed. This was his basic speed. If he used Pangu's soul-shocking strike, his speed could reach 100 million world speed. Such speed was almost invincible among the superior gods. This was the benefit of breaking through the 8 dantians. At this time, a huge mouth came from the bottom of the sea. In a new place, the divine beasts did not know Lin Ling's strength. They actually took the initiative to attack, and there were many of them. At the same time, there was an ancient steel ship flying in the sky. On the ancient ship, someone could vaguely see Lin Ling and Longyang on the sea. Boom. Unfortunately, Lin Ling did not even look at those divine beasts. He punched out and killed them. Moreover, with a wave of his right hand, a large amount of divine beast essence floated over and was devoured by Lin Ling. Previously, at the sinkhole, Lin Ling had also collected a large number of divine beast remains, devoured and refined them, and left behind a large amount of essence for Longyang. And these divine beasts were incomparably rare, so the essence left behind was naturally a precious treasure. Unfortunately, Lin Ling's strength was too strong now. The divine beast remains did not bring much help, only increasing Lin Ling's physical strength. Lin Ling sensed that the strength of his physical body now was probably a little like Pangu's. Heavens, that man actually blew up a divine beast with one punch. Such strength, I reckon it's the strength of a giant god of the universe. At this moment, the ship was flying towards the distance, but the people in the cabin were shocked as well. They all knew that in order to travel freely in the fog sea, one had to have the strength of a universe giant god at least. Even a universe giant god would be in danger if they encountered a primordial flood. This was also the first time they had seen people in the fog sea. Too few people entered the misty sea. It was a dangerous place. Apart from a god who pursued the limit, who would come here to throw away their lives. Unfortunately, when they wanted to take a closer look, the ancient ship had already taken them away. Lin Ling was naturally aware of the ancient ship in the sky, but its speed was too fast. Lin Ling was too lazy to chase after it. Most importantly, the ancient ship was passing through the primordial chaos torrent. That place was too dangerous. If we follow this direction, we should be able to get out of the fog sea. Lin Ling looked ahead and said. After a while, he found an island and set up camp on it with Longyang. Boom, boom. Before the mythical beasts around the island could make a sound, they were all killed by Lin Ling. Longyang, you can cultivate in seclusion here. I'll protect you. Lin Ling said to Longyang and put down a large number of treasures, including the remains of mythical beasts. Moreover, he also exchanged some treasures for the celestial Dao restoration throne. Previously, when he killed the mythical beasts, there were many treasures in their bodies. There were also some celestial Dao restoration thrones that were about to disappear at any time. Naturally, Lin Ling benefited from them. After a large number of treasures were piled up, Longyang also sat down cross-legged and began cultivating. Her innate divine fetus was too strong, so in a short period of time, her strength had increased by leaps and bounds. Lin Ling stood guard beside her and then quietly sank into the ground. He wanted to see if there was anything special about this place. However, what shocked him was that even with his strength, he couldn't reach the bottom of the sea. The deeper he went, the greater the pressure. Even with his strong physical body, it was difficult for him to resist. This celestial Dao restoration throne is indeed powerful. Lin Ling was secretly shocked. He no longer sank to the bottom of the sea, but flew forward. At the same time, countless lanterns appeared in front of him. Looking carefully, it was a mythical beast that was as large as a jellyfish. My luck is not bad. It's the mother of the evil ghost jellyfish. Lin Ling's eyes lit up. He pounced over and punched out. Then he obtained a large amount of mythical beast essence, which he used to improve his talent. Unfortunately, the evil ghost jellyfish had reached its limit and did not improve much. However, there were many mythical beasts in the sea, which was enough for Lin Ling to improve a small part of his strength. Boom, boom. Lin Ling was like an overturning river and sea as he continuously killed mythical beasts. Moreover, he met even stronger mythical beasts that were comparable to the giant gods of the universe. Unfortunately, Lin Ling had used his trump card and killed the strongest divine beast with just one trump card. And with the death of this mythical beast, the treasures he obtained were even more awesome. Lin Ling felt as if his whole body was dripping with energy. As he continued to devour the mythical beast essence, Lin Ling's body became stronger and stronger. He was just a little bit away from cultivating the next level of Pangu. Why did the cultivation of gods require so much time? Because it mainly depended on one's foundation. Only with enough foundation would one be able to break through smoothly. Accumulating foundation naturally required a lot of time. While Lin Ling was constantly killing mythical beasts, on the island, Long Yang was also crazily breaking through, forming waves of impact halos that swept in all directions. The mythical beasts around her had been eliminated by Lin Ling, so Long Yang was also incomparably safe. In a short period of time, Long Yang had stepped into the ranks of lesser gods, and her strength was still increasing. After reconstructing her body, Long Yang's talent had increased greatly. In addition, she had cultivated before, so her speed was naturally very fast. Even the reincarnated gods couldn't compare to Long Yang's speed of recultivation, mainly because of her innate divine fetus. Gods who had recultivated also had to work hard on their innate divine fetus, but Long Yang didn't need to. Lin Ling is still the best. He created such a body for me. He's practically omnipotent. Long Yang sensed the surge in her strength, and she was also very excited. At this rate, it was even possible for her to break through to become a higher god. She only hoped that the treasures would be enough for her to break through. Bam bam bam. As the mythical beast corpses around her kept disappearing, more and more treasures floated over from the depths of the sea. They were all thrown up by Lin Ling. There were ancient jellyfish, endless pearls, and too many. This guy. Long Yang secretly laughed. Was Lin Ling going to exterminate the fog sea? However, with the treasures thrown up by Lin Ling, the difficulty of her breakthrough was undoubtedly reduced by a lot. After a long time, a powerful aura erupted from the island, and a dragon-shaped phantom soared into the sky. Long Yang's long hair danced wildly, and her aura rose sharply. She had reached the peak of mid-deity and was breaking through to become a higher god. At the same time, in the sky, dark clouds rolled, and the divine tribulation arrived. Of course, compared to Lin Ling's earth-shattering divine tribulation, Long Yang's divine tribulation was undoubtedly much simpler. However, to Long Yang, such a great tribulation still couldn't be underestimated. At the bottom of the sea, Lin Ling also sensed the fluctuation, but he didn't pay attention to it. Chapter 4881. Therefore, not only did Lin Ling not help, he swam even further. Rumble. As time passed, the huge divine lightning suppressed down. Long Yang looked up, her eyes solemn. In her body, the dragon god soared into the sky to resist the divine tribulation in the sky. Compared to Lin Ling, her divine tribulation was indeed much simpler. In addition, she had a divine fetus, so the divine tribulation did not bring her much pressure. Moreover, in the end, a new power surged out of Long Yang's body. It was the power of the world's will. Bang, bang. Once this power came out, the divine tribulation finally turned into ashes. And Long Yang also successfully stepped into the ranks of the superior gods. She was so happy that she could not close her mouth. She was very clear that if not for Lin Ling creating the leakless dragon god body for her and continuously providing her with treasures, it would definitely be difficult for her to break through. Congratulations, Your Excellency, there is another superior god in this world. However, while Long Yang was looking for Lin Ling everywhere, on the island, several figures landed on the island uninvited. These people were a few old men of different heights. They smiled faintly at Long Yang. Long Yang was facing a great enemy. She actually did not notice the arrival of these people. She frowned and said, "Who are you people? You don't need to know who we are. Little girl, we're here for you." One of the old men with white hair and a youthful face said with a smile. He stretched out his right hand and attacked Long Yang. White threads gushed out from his palm. They looked delicate, but they were incomparably powerful. Long Yang immediately urged her divine essence to form the power of divinity to resist. Rumble. Long Yang had just broken through and her power of divinity had increased greatly. She actually cut off all the old man's white threads. "You have some ability." The old man was not surprised by the scene in front of him. Instead, he revealed an interested expression. He said indifferently, "Not bad, a divine fetus. I reckon you're among the superior gods. In terms of talent, once you grow up, you'll definitely be an extremely powerful existence among the superior gods. Why are you attacking me?" Long Yang took a step back and her expression became even more dignified. "I told you, you don't need to know." The old men looked at each other and shook their heads with a smile. They appeared to be very benevolent. "Let's test her strength again," one of the elders said with a smile. They looked kind, but they didn't put Long Yang in their eyes at all. They attacked for no reason, as if they were occupying the truth. "Me." A thin and weak old man walked out. His hands danced continuously, forming a powerful divine power that turned into a huge pagoda, suppressing Long Yang. This old man's power of divinity was incomparably terrifying, nearly reaching 1 billion. The 8 trigrams cloud-like pagoda, a treasure of water, fire, and earth, an all-encompassing treasure left behind by the goddess of stone. The old man continued to attack while stroking his beard. "Girl, you'd better resist with all your strength." Damn it. Long Yang felt like she was a lab rat. These people attacked without distinguishing between right and wrong, taking advantage of their seniority to bully her. Moreover, they didn't give her any reason. Rumble. Long Yang couldn't care less. She used all her strength to resist the huge pagoda smashing down from the sky. She used all her strength, but unfortunately, her divine power was no match for the other party. If the other party wasn't at the level of a giant god of the universe, then he must be at the level of a peak high-level deity. "Girl, if you don't use all your strength, you'll die." The old man stroked his beard and smiled. He even whispered a few words to the few people beside him, and then all of them revealed benevolent smiles. Upon seeing this, Long Yang's body trembled. Suddenly, a mysterious force soared into the sky, as if it had turned into a sword, slashing toward the sky. Rumble! The huge pagoda in the sky was finally cut in half. After doing this, Long Yang breathed heavily and became weak in an instant. Amazing! She's only at the early stage of a high-level deity, but she can erupt with the power of a peak high-level deity. I reckon not many late-stage high-level deities can resist this move. This is the power of the world will. As expected, she's the host body of the world will. It's not in vain that we've been watching for so long. Sensing Long Yang's power, the few old men smiled as if they had been waiting for this moment. In fact, when Long Yang was undergoing her tribulation, they had been watching. Later, they discovered the power of the world will and were attracted to it. Girl, you're the host body of the world will, right? Look at you all alone. You don't know what kind of dangerous place you're in. After the few old men smiled, they looked at Long Yang and said, "In this world, countless deities want to harm you. You're all alone, and it's very dangerous. Moreover, as far as I know, there's a huge divine gate in the chaotic realm looking for the host body of the world will. Come with us. We're the 5 elders of the southern mountain. We can guarantee your safety." They spoke one after another, still looking kind as if they wanted to help Longyang. It's your fortune to have met us. The old man at the very beginning even proudly said a sentence. Longyang naturally didn't believe them. She stepped back again and said with a frown, "Thank you, seniors. But I don't intend to go with anyone. Moreover, there's someone waiting for me here. He's now at the bottom of the sea." Sigh. No wonder these deities only attacked her but didn't kill her. It turned out that they were after her, the host body of the world will. No one can help you. That person probably doesn't know what you're going to face. Otherwise, he would have left you long ago. Come with us. The old men didn't take Longyang's words seriously at all. Their only target was Longyang. Sigh, since you're young and ignorant, I won't blame you. In the future, you'll know the painstaking efforts of the 5 elders of the southern mountain. Then, they didn't want to waste any more words. They wanted to kidnap Longyang by force. Silk threads shot toward Longyang and tied her up tightly, not giving Longyang any chance to resist. Linling, Linling. Longyang couldn't help but shout, summoning Linling from the bottom of the sea. Why do you want to harm another person? Even if he shows up, he'll only bring trouble to himself. After tying up Longyang, the old men wanted to leave. Boom. But at this moment, the bottom of the sea suddenly exploded, and a huge whirlpool appeared. Countless corpses of mythical beasts were sucked in and spat out in the whirlpool. Then, a man slowly floated up. He was wearing a blue and white robe, and his long hair was dancing wildly. He looked like a giant god of the universe. For you, the man was Linling. At this moment, he was looking at the old men coldly. Previously, he had gone a little far, so when he found these old men, he was a little far away. Now, he had rushed back. This young man is quite powerful. The old men frowned because the way Linling appeared was too shocking. It seemed that he had killed his way up from the bottom of the sea. Moreover, they stared at Linling's surroundings and found a large number of corpses of mythical beasts. They knew that Linling had killed many mythical beasts. His strength was estimated to be at the late stage of the superior deity stage. Chapter 4882. However, Linling was indifferent. Instead, he walked along the surface of the sea and said coldly, "Who are you? Speak. You'd better pray that you're someone I know. Otherwise, you'll regret it." Linling. Seeing Linling walking over coldly, Longyang felt relieved and happy. Every time she was in danger, the one who protected her was Linling. This time was no exception. Shameless boasting. We are the 5 elders of Emperor Yao's tomb. We meet Emperor Yao directly. We are the first group in Emperor Yao's tomb. Hearing Linling's arrogant words, the elders were enraged. In their opinion, this young man was at most a late-stage high god. Who gave him the guts to be so arrogant? Emperor Yao's men? Linling heard this and narrowed his eyes. Emperor Yao, when did you become interested in the will of a world? With your status, you don't have the right to know. One of the elders said angrily. Sorry, I'm also a host of the will of a world. Linling suddenly let out a loud laugh. His blue robe quietly turned gray. He took a step forward, and his fist exploded forth. 2 billion points of power crushed everything in its path. What? The elder's eyes trembled violently. A late-stage high god had actually exploded with 2 billion power? Boom. Before they could react, the person closest to Longyang was killed by a punch. Moreover, the threads on Longyang's body were broken by the powerful force. At the same time, Linling landed on the ground and looked coldly at the elders. Do you think we're idiots? When it comes to the will of a world, we're more familiar with it than you are. Don't you know who you're facing? Who are you? The elders finally knew how strong Linling was. I'm Linling. The tyrannical song sword appeared in Linling's hand and he slashed. Rumble. 2 billion power merged with the eternal killing world. Perhaps only the giant god of the universe could resist it. Boom. An old man's body exploded. It was simply unstoppable. Linling, you are Emperor Yao's #1 enemy, Linling? Linling on the Heavenly Law's wanted list? The remaining few came to their senses, and their pupils were trembling. Why did he run into Linling? If it was said that they could still take advantage of their seniority in front of others, but in front of Lin Ling, this was a bit difficult. Moreover, when did Lin Ling become so strong? Boom. Lin Ling didn't say anything. With another slash, he reaped the life of another old man. In front of me, all of you are as weak as ants. How dare you talk about the will of the world? Lin Ling's sword slashed out once again, leaving only one of the old men. As for the last old man, his face was pale, and the corner of his mouth was bitter. Previously, when they saw that Long Yang was alone and her cultivation was weak, they wanted to take her away by force. However, they didn't expect Lin Ling to be here as well, and even more so, they didn't expect Lin Ling to be so strong. In Emperor Yao's territory, they were highly respected and respected. However, all of this was nothing to Lin Ling. Kneel. Lin Ling didn't kill the last person for the time being. Instead, he said coldly, "No, don't kill me. I don't have the protection of the Dao realm anymore." The old man knelt down with a thud. "Bring us out of the fog sea," Lin Ling said coldly. This was also the reason why he left the old man alive. Previously, when he explored the bottom of the fog sea, he realized that this place was very big. Moreover, there was the primordial chaos current. Without anyone to lead the way, it would be difficult to leave. Unless they waited for the ancient ship in the sky to fly by and leave with it. "I don't know the way out." The old man laughed bitterly. "You don't know? Not many people want to enter the fog sea. Those who dare to enter must have made sufficient preparations. You must know the way back. You don't want to say it, right? Fine, go to the netherworld and tell Nether God." Lin Ling sneered and raised the sword in his hand. No, I'll say it. The old man immediately surrendered. He didn't dare to hide anything. "Lead the way." Lin Ling kept his sword and took a step forward. He kicked the old man, causing him to stagger and almost fall to the ground. The old man gritted his teeth. Ever since he reincarnated, even Emperor Yao treated him with respect. When had he ever been humiliated like this? But now, the situation was out of his control, so he endured it. "This way." The old man quickly led the way and flew towards the east of the fog sea. "Long Yang, let's go." Lin Ling wasn't afraid of the old man's tricks. In front of powerful strength, all schemes were like paper. Emperor Yao. Lin Ling's eyes were cold. Emperor Yao had tried to kill him time and time again. It was time for him to settle this grudge. But he estimated that Emperor Yao was very strong. Even if he had broken through, he might not be Emperor Yao's opponent. Unless his Panga Strike or Universe 3 Extreme Break were upgraded again. Or he could reach mid-stage high god strength. But breaking through to the god realm was too difficult. In a short period of time, it was impossible to break through. "Long Yang, let's go back." Lin Ling said to Long Yang. "We will be safe once we return to Yellow Emperor's side. By the way, Brother Lei Gong and Sister Xiaoluan's strength has increased greatly. They will be able to help you in the future." Long Yang smiled and nodded. "But you must be careful. Because you are the hosts of the world's consciousness, there will be experts who will attack and devour you." Lin Ling couldn't help but remind them. He had devoured a host of the world's consciousness. Naturally, he knew that hosts of the world's consciousness would devour each other. Devour us? It was Long Yang's first time hearing this news. Lin Ling didn't hide anything and told her everything he knew. Long Yang's face turned pale. Could it be that the so-called hosts of the world's consciousness would devour each other in the end, leaving only one behind? "Don't worry, I, Lin Ling, will never devour you." Seeing Long Yang's worried face, Lin Ling also promised Long Yang. Long Yang couldn't help but look at Lin Ling, then smiled and said, "I have always believed in you. And no matter what happens in the future, I, Long Yang, will never devour you, Lin Ling." She knew very well that Lin Ling already knew this secret. If he wanted to devour her, there was no need for him to help her. But Lin Ling didn't. Not only did he tell her the secret, he also promised that he would never devour them. Long Yang absolutely believed in Lin Ling's character. "And even if such a day comes in the future, I will be willing to be devoured by you." Long Yang pondered for a moment and said solemnly. She knew that with Lin Ling's character, he would never attack his own people. However, there were always exceptions. For example, if Lin Ling was controlled by the world's consciousness and lost his mind, anything was possible. That day will never come. Lin Ling also knew what Longyang meant, but he still promised her heavily. After a long time, the coast finally appeared in front of them. A large number of gods could be faintly seen moving about. Among them, a familiar figure was also walking along the coast, checking on the gods that were constantly coming ashore. However, when he noticed Lin Ling coming from afar, his expression changed abruptly, and his eyes turned as red as blood. Chapter 4883. Emperor Ziwei stared at Lin Ling and the others in shock. His pupils constricted, and he felt as if something had exploded in his mind. Because Lin Ling was still alive. He had seen Lin Ling disappear into the flood of primordial chaos with his very own eyes. Logically speaking, Lin Ling shouldn't have made it out alive. One had to realize that even a giant god like him didn't dare to approach the flood of primordial chaos. How could a mere intermediate god like Lin Ling still be alive? He stared intently at Lin Ling and took a long time to digest this reality. After confirming everything, his fury began to burn. Because Lin Ling was still alive. He had killed his son and taken his treasures, so why was he still alive? Emperor Ziwei. At the same time, Lin Ling was also looking at the gods on the shore with an indifferent expression. It's him again. What a vengeful spirit. We're almost at the Yellow Emperor's territory, but he's still chasing after us. Longyang frowned. Lin Ling shook his head and said, "He's not chasing after us. He's been looking for us this entire time, afraid that he might miss a chance to kill us. He's just surprised that we're still alive." Then what do we do now? We're still some distance away from the Yellow Emperor's territory. Even if the Yellow Emperor and the others hurry over, they won't be able to make it in time. Longyang knew that Emperor Ziwei was extremely powerful. They were no match for him. However, Lin Ling remained silent. There was no point in overthinking things at this point. Instead, he was more curious about the strength of a giant god. My strength has increased greatly. Even though I'm not 100% invincible among the higher gods, I can still defeat 99% of them. However, I haven't fought a giant god yet. Lin Ling murmured to himself. Even if he couldn't defeat them, he was confident that the gap between them wasn't too large. Haha, Emperor Ziwei, it's Emperor Ziwei. Lin Ling, you're dead. Let me go if you're smart. In front of him, one of the 5 elders of Nanshan also shouted. Bang. However, Lin Ling sneered and smashed the heads of the 5 elders of Southern Mountain with a punch. After taking all of their treasures, he brought Longyang to the shore. Crush. Following Lin Ling's footsteps, monstrous waves appeared in the ocean. His aura was incomparably powerful, as if he was an omnipotent divine lord. There were a large number of deities on the shore. At this moment, they were all intimidated by this aura, and all of them felt a great increase in pressure. Who is this person? I feel that he is very strong. I don't know him, but if he dares to face Emperor Ziwei, he's probably no weakling. Emperor Ziwei is one of the 4 extreme divine emperors. Who would dare to face him head-on? After that, the gods discussed spiritedly among themselves. It was only when someone cried out in surprise that everyone came to their senses. That's Lin Ling on the Heavenly Dao's wanted list. When this voice floated out, countless people's eyes burned with passion. The 300 million Dao realm fragments deeply stimulated them. They never would have thought that Lin Ling, whose name shook the Dao Pagoda, would actually appear at the edge of the Fog Sea. Kill him and get the 300 million Dao realm fragments? Some of the deities seemed to have lost their minds as they stared at Lin Ling as if they were staring at a boundless amount of Dao realm fragments. Longyang, be careful. However, Lin Ling completely ignored the deities around him. After giving Longyang some instructions, he continued to walk forward. Longyang nodded. She had already notified the Yellow the Arch and the others to hurry over as soon as possible. Lin Ling, your 300 million Dao realm fragments are mine. At this moment, some of the impulsive deities had already pounced toward Lin Ling. They wanted to snatch the 300 million Dao realm fragments. Moreover, there were many deities like this. Rumble. Lin Ling continued to walk forward. A gray robe appeared on his body, and he unleashed a punch. He didn't even look at the deities. His entire gaze was locked onto Emperor Ziwei this entire time. He killed him with a single punch? My god, that's a late-stage high god. Some of the deities behind him wanted to pounce toward Lin Ling, but they forcibly stopped in their tracks. They didn't think that Lin Ling would be so powerful. He was completely different from the rumors. Could it be that this is a fake Lin Ling? Some of the deities even began to doubt their own eyes. Rumble. However, at this moment, a resounding boom erupted from their side as an extremely terrifying power swept toward them. It was Emperor Ziwei. It seemed like Emperor Ziwei didn't want them to interfere with this battle. Perhaps Emperor Ziwei also knew that they were no match for Lin Ling. Instead, they would only be a hindrance to him. Lin Ling, give me back my treasures. Emperor Ziwei stepped out from the ocean with an extremely terrifying aura. Who else could do it but him? As one of the 4 emperors, Emperor Ziwei's power was unfathomable. He was a mighty figure in the Dao Tower region. Even the 5 emperors would have to give him some face. Even though he could sense that Lin Ling had become a high god, he didn't believe that Lin Ling had the power to oppose him. Furthermore, Lin Ling had escaped from him multiple times, and this was the Yellow Emperor's territory. He knew that he had to end this battle quickly and not give Lin Ling any chance to escape. I've eaten all of your treasures. Lin Ling stood tens of thousands of kilometers away from Emperor Ziwei. His aura had also been unleashed to the maximum. A distance of tens of thousands of kilometers was no different from a distance of 100 meters to a god. They could cover this distance in the blink of an eye. This kind of distance was perfect for a battle of life and death. You actually refined all my treasures. I reckon that you relied on my treasures to break through to the next realm. Emperor Ziwei's expression darkened even further. His eyes were burning with rage. If he had exchanged 100 million Dao realm fragments for Lin Ling's life, then it would have been worth it. However, he had lost all of his Dao realm fragments and Lin Ling was still alive. How could he tolerate this? I'm going to refine you. Emperor Ziwei spoke in a low voice as he hurled his right hand into the sky. In that instant, an incomparably vast aura exploded forth. The entire ocean trembled violently, and even the shore trembled incessantly. All of the gods felt as if they were being suffocated. They knew that Emperor Ziwei had unleashed his most powerful technique. It looks like Lin Ling is dead for sure. No one was optimistic about Lin Ling's chances. Even though Lin Ling was no longer the same person he used to be, they still believed that Lin Ling was dead for sure. The gap between the giant gods of the universe and high gods was simply too vast. Under normal circumstances, high gods had no chance of killing the giant gods of the universe. However, the giant gods of the universe were also omnipotent gods who could defy fate. Violent winds swept through the air. The light that Emperor Ziwei had hurled out suddenly expanded in size before transforming into a cloth that gradually enveloped this entire world. This is... Countless people stared up at the sky and drew sharp intakes of breath. The cloth grew larger and larger until it transformed into a scroll painting. Moreover, this scroll painting was still expanding until it enshrouded everyone within it. Within the scroll painting was a vast and boundless world. There were mountains, rivers, seas, and clouds. It was as if this was an entire universe. The universe. Chapter 4884. Furthermore, after Lin Ling carefully comprehended, he was able to sense countless humans on the continent. There were even gods. The mountain and river map. Someone suddenly yelled in horror from the shore. Is that the mountain and river map? That's a top-grade chaos holy tool. More and more gods were yelling in disbelief. A top-grade chaos holy tool. Lin Ling's eyes were also flashing. He could sense that an unparalleled power of divinity was erupting from the painting. It could be said that there was no end to the power of divinity. Emperor Ziwei lived up to his name as a mighty god of the universe. His power of divinity was far too powerful, and he even possessed an entire universe. However, this was to be expected. Even Xiao Yexing had his own universe, let alone Emperor Ziwei's. Of course, Lin Ling felt that Emperor Ziwei's universe didn't feel like a real universe. Although this universe was filled with spiritual energy and laws, it seemed to have a huge flaw. It couldn't regenerate. Lin Ling knew the flaw of this painting. For example, Lin Ling's universe could grow infinitely, but this painting's universe was fixed and couldn't expand at all. Moreover, although the spiritual energy here was rich, it couldn't be regenerated. However, Lin Ling's universe didn't have this flaw. Emperor Ziwei's universe was indeed more powerful than Xiao Yexing's universe, but it wasn't a complete universe. You're embarrassing yourself by bringing out a trash universe. With that in mind, Lin Ling said in disdain. Don't spout nonsense if you don't understand, Lin Ling. My mountain and river map isn't something that you can understand. Emperor Ziwei harumphed coldly. He thought that this was the first time Lin Ling had seen such a powerful technique, so he didn't know how powerful it was. Is that so? Your universe should be from this painting, not a universe that you created and nurtured. All you're doing is throwing treasures into the painting. That's all. Lin Ling chuckled coldly. Emperor Ziwei's pupils contracted upon hearing this. He didn't think that Lin Ling would be able to see through his mountain and river map. Emperor Ziwei was naturally aware of the flaws in the mountain and river map. I'll show you the power of the stately painting. Emperor Ziwei roared as he abruptly pointed a finger at the painting in the sky. The painting expanded in size, and the 18 continents became even clearer. Upon closer inspection, the 18 continents were formed from 18 crepe myrtle stars. Emperor Ziwei had fused his Ziwei star into the mountain and river map. With the addition of this power, the picture scroll actually danced and then disappeared into the sky. Upon closer inspection, the sky seemed to have transformed into another universe. Everything was vivid and lifelike. The gods flew into the sky as if they could reach another universe. Divine artifact. The stately painting has become a chaos divine artifact. On the seashore, countless gods cried out in shock. Chaos divine weapons were incomparably powerful, and their owners were all top-notch gods of multiple eras. Lin Ling, let's see how you break this. Emperor Ziwei chuckled coldly as he made a series of complex divine seals with his hands, which he pointed toward the mountain river painting in the sky. A powerful suction force appeared and sucked Lin Ling into the mountain and river map. This meant that Lin Ling was about to enter Emperor Ziwei's universe. Lin Ling's expression shifted drastically as he was well aware of just how dangerous it was to be in someone else's universe. For example, Lin Ling's Lin Ling universe. Any god that entered it would be attacked by the Lin Ling universe, and their power would be greatly reduced. Now that he was being sucked into the mountain and river map, this meant that Lin Ling was about to be controlled by Emperor Ziwei. Damn it. Lin Ling clearly didn't expect Emperor Ziwei's mountain and river map to be so powerful, and he was unable to react in time and was sucked into the mountain and river map. After entering, Lin Ling immediately sensed that his power had weakened. However, this effect was weaker than Lin Ling had anticipated. He discovered that his power of divinity was still there, and his divine stares and divine abilities were still there. This meant that the mountain and river map wasn't as powerful as Lin Ling universe. The mountain and river map's power was that it could be brought into the Dao Pagoda and still be used. However, Lin Ling universe couldn't. Watch me break your mountain and river map. Lin Ling roared and unleashed all his power. 2 billion power points fused into the tyrannical song sword, and the eternal killing world descended. At the same time, the gods in the mountain and river map charged toward Lin Ling. To Lin Ling's surprise, these gods were all like giant gods of the universe. Of course, they were slightly weaker than the real giant gods of the universe. This also made Lin Ling realize that the mountain and river map couldn't change the person who entered, but it could increase the power of the gods in this universe. Of course, there was also a flaw, and that was that the gods in the mountain and river map weren't as strong as Emperor Ziwei. Lin Ling held the tyrannical song sword and slashed out fiercely. Rumble. No one could block this slash, and it killed a large number of gods. Of course, if the opponent was a higher god, there would be even more casualties. Bang bang bang. However, the gods that had been killed by Lin Ling flickered and came back to life, charging toward Lin Ling. All kinds of divine power and countless chaos treasures blasted toward Lin Ling. Lin Ling slashed out with his sword again, forming a 10,000-mile-wide sword light that viciously slashed towards the ground. Bang bang bang. A large number of attacks were cut off by Lin Ling, and countless gods were killed. However, those gods came back to life once again and returned with murderous intent. One had to admit that the mountain and river map was indeed very powerful and almost invincible. Lin Ling's eyes instantly turned cold. If this continued, it would be useless no matter how strong he was. He would die here sooner or later. There must be some flaw in the mountain and river map. After all, it wasn't a complete universe. At this moment, countless people on the coast looked up with solemn expressions. They had all seen the battle in the mountain and river map and witnessed the power of the mountain and river map. There were so many gods half-step into the universe. Thinking about it, if these gods appeared in the Tao realm, even the 5 emperors wouldn't be able to stop the North Pole Emperor. However, there were great laws in the universe, and the gods in the mountain and river map obviously couldn't enter the Tao realm. Even if they could, they definitely wouldn't be so strong. Lin Ling will die in less than an hour. The North Pole Emperor looked indifferently at the sky with his hands behind his back. He was also extremely shocked by Lin Ling's strength. He didn't expect Lin Ling to be an almost invincible existence below the universe giant gods. Fortunately, Lin Ling was brought into the mountain and river map. Otherwise, there would definitely be twists and turns in his battle with Lin Ling. Rumble. In the mountain and river map, the crazy battle was still ongoing. Lin Ling killed gods, and the battle was earth-shattering. Unfortunately, the gods around him died quickly and reappeared quickly. Moreover, their numbers were increasing. Terrifying. How could Lin Ling resist the densely packed half-step giant gods of the cosmos by himself? Too strong. Even if I use my trump card, I can only kill a batch. I can't destroy this universe. I have to think of a way. Chapter 4885. But now, he was surrounded by countless giant gods of the universe. It would not be easy for him to get to the 18 continents. I can also use your pressure to improve my Pangu strike. Lin Ling sat in the sky and chose to comprehend the Pangu strike. He still had not used his trump card because he felt that it was not the right time yet. Previously, in the Fog Sea, he had killed countless divine beasts and devoured their essence. His physical strength had slowly increased, and now it had reached a new threshold. Kill! At this moment, a large number of attacks came, covering the sky and covering the earth, causing the entire universe to be filled with light. Looking up from the coast, the sky was incomparably magnificent and shocking. Perhaps even the universe giant gods in the mountain river map would be filled with hatred in the underworld. Lin Ling. Above the Fog Sea, Longyang was extremely worried. At the same time, she said anxiously, "Yellow Emperor, where are you? Lin Ling is in danger now. We still need 3 incense sticks time to rush over." The voice from the other side was also very anxious. Clearly, the Yellow Emperor also knew that the North Pole Emperor was not someone Lin Ling could fight against. Hurry up! Longyang kept staring at the sky and could not help but complain. It was as if she had seen the most ancient battle of gods. The battle was incomparably fierce. Perhaps the great calamity of the worlds will back then could not be compared to this. And at this moment, in the mountain river map, Lin Ling was enduring countless attacks. The pressure made his whole body tremble, and Yaguang was also clenching his teeth tightly. If this continued, he would definitely die. However, he still did not choose to use his trump card. Finally, at a certain moment, an ancient gust of wind spread out from his body, turning him into the Pangu strike, ancient and magnificent. An ancient voice suddenly sounded in Lin Ling's body. "Return, my God." The voice was old and it spread out in all directions. Lin Ling instantly opened his eyes. He sensed that under the countless attacks, his body was under great pressure. Then, he activated the power of the Pangu strike and successfully cultivated a new level. This was the heaven and earth slash. Rumble. A series of rumbling sounds resounded within Lin Ling's body. Lin Ling felt as if his bones had turned into mountains, his blood vessels into rivers, his eyes and teeth into stars and moons. This was Pangu. Lin Ling didn't know why it had become like this. He only felt that a steady stream of energy was surging out of his body. It made him feel like he was about to shatter the heavens and collapse the universe. He abruptly stood up, and his figure grew infinitely taller. The tyrannical song sword in his hand fell to the ground as if it was out of his control. Pa pa pa. Lin Ling's long hair spread out and danced about like a sea urchin. Moreover, it was growing at a crazy speed. He floated in the air, but as he continued to grow, his legs actually touched the ground. Looking at the surrounding gods, they were now as insignificant as flies. They had all stopped attacking and were making strange noises. What divine ability is this? He turned into a giant. Kill him. Those gods used powerful techniques, but when they landed on the giant Lin Ling's body, it was as if they were just itches. Not to mention injuring Lin Ling, they couldn't even make Lin Ling move an inch. Heaven and Earth slash is the combination of split the heavens and shatter the earth. At this moment, Lin Ling's heart exploded. He knew the power of Panga's heaven and earth slash. This was the invincible power of a god, and it also had split the heavens and shatter the earth. Moreover, Lin Ling could only use this divine ability once in the past, but now, he felt that he could use it many times. Like shatter the earth, heaven and shatter the earth was particular about time. As long as the time didn't decrease, Lin Ling would be invincible. Only the steps of the gods could hurt Lin Ling. Amazing! Awesome! This is what an ancient giant god should be like. Lin Ling let out a roar, raised his foot, and stomped on the ground. Rumble! The vast and boundless earth cracked open, and the earth shook. Bam bam bam. Lin Ling stomped 3 times in a row. Boom! The continent beneath his feet shattered and floated in the sky like an eggshell. The gods around Lin Ling were all affected and were killed by a powerful force. Moreover, at least a small portion of them were unable to be resurrected this time. Sure enough, the flaw in this universe was the 18 continents. Ha, mountain river map, watch as my god destroys you. Lin Ling's long hair danced wildly in the wind, and he looked like a savage. He lifted his large feet and sprinted towards another piece of land. His foot stomped down fiercely. Meanwhile, everyone on the continent trembled as they watched a gigantic foot stomp down, threatening to destroy their world. Boom boom boom. After a few more stomps, the second continent shattered. At this moment, the shore was deathly silent. All of the gods were staring up at the sky, watching as Lin Ling shattered the mountain river map and stomped down on the universe. What kind of divine ability is this? Emperor Ziwei's expression also changed drastically. He discovered that Lin Ling's power of divinity seemed to be invincible. Moreover, Lin Ling's attacks were extremely terrifying. They possessed the power to shatter the laws of nature and reconstruct the universe. He was far too powerful. This was definitely an extremely ancient divine ability. Boom! The third continent shattered. Then, the fourth continent shattered. The universe within the mountain river map was stirred up by Lin Ling alone, and heaven and earth trembled. When the 18th continent shattered, the entire mountain river map became dim and lifeless. However, at this moment, a gigantic hand stretched out from within, as if a giant had crawled out of the map. It was Lin Ling. Lin Ling's movements were very slow, but in the eyes of everyone, even their breathing slowed down. Giant. This was a true ancient giant. Heaven and earth fell silent for a moment, and everyone could only watch as Lin Ling slowly crawled out. It was as if they were witnessing the birth of an ancient god. In the end, when Lin Ling appeared before everyone's eyes, countless gods could only look up at Lin Ling. Meanwhile, Lin Ling was looking down upon all of heaven and earth. His gaze finally fell upon Emperor Ziwei, and he abruptly thrust his fist backward before crashing down with devastating force, sending gale force winds sweeping through the air. What a terrifying sight! You beast, don't you dare! Emperor Ziwei roared as the Ziwei sword appeared in his hand, and he slashed it toward the sky with a majestic might. He was a giant god of the universe, and his power of divinity had already reached a terrifying level. 10 billion. This was his power of divinity. However, in the face of Lin Ling's gigantic fist, the Ziwei sword was still bent. The power of divinity was completely ineffective against Lin Ling. The gigantic fist crashed directly toward Emperor Ziwei. How is this possible? Emperor Ziwei finally understood just how terrifying Lin Ling was after witnessing Lin Ling's ferocious display of power. No wonder Lin Ling was able to shatter his mountain river map. This was the bloodline of the Pangu. Boom! Emperor Ziwei's gigantic fist crashed viciously into the shore, shattering the shore. However, Lin Ling's fist didn't stop there. It was like a torrential downpour as it rained down upon Emperor Ziwei. Chapter 4886. The giant stepped onto the shore and unleashed a torrential barrage of punches. Violent winds howled, the seawater evaporated, and the earth quaked and heaven and earth quaked. Countless gods trembled in fear as they drifted through the air in the distance. Even Longyang drew a sharp intake of breath in shock. Emperor Ziwei was a mighty god of the universe. His power was only inferior to that of the 5 emperors. Originally, she had guessed that Lin Ling would only be able to defend passively in the battle until the Yellow Emperor and the other experts arrived. However, never would she have thought that Lin Ling would be able to retaliate and crush Emperor Ziwei in such a domineering manner. How could Emperor Ziwei still be alive after being struck by such a fearsome punch? I estimate that the giant's punch already contains over 2 billion power of divinity, and it also contains an invincible power. That should be Lin Ling's trump card. It's way too powerful. All of the gods who had wanted to kill Lin Ling and were wanted by the heavenly Tao had turned pale with fright. None of them dared to provoke Lin Ling now. 300 million Tao realm fragments were extremely valuable, but they had to be able to obtain them. Ancient Ziwei Emperor's Seal. An elderly voice suddenly sounded from the dilapidated shoreline. Purple light soared into the sky as the projection of the 1,000 Emperor's seal descended. The terrifying purple light formed a gigantic barrier of light that continued to expand like an eggshell. Lin Ling's giant fist was gradually blocked by the barrier of light. Lin Ling looked down and could sense just how powerful this barrier of light was. Emperor Ziwei stood in an extremely sorry state with a ferocious expression on his face and an imperial might emanating from his body. Emperor Ziwei was one of the 4 ancient emperors. Aside from the fact that he wasn't as old as the 5 emperors, everything he had done in the past was comparable to the 5 emperors. After reincarnating, he was supposed to be the ruler of this era. However, there were far too many gods in this era, and all of the gods who had disappeared into the river of time had returned. As a result, he was no longer as glorious as he was in the past. However, even a toothless tiger was still a tiger. How could he be crushed by a small god of unknown origins? This battle was the most humiliating battle that Emperor Ziwei had ever fought in many years. Lin Ling, how dare you offend your superior? Emperor Ziwei's long robes danced in the wind, and the Ziwei sword appeared in his hand as he pointed it at the giant Lin Ling. Countless God Emperor Dharma idols appeared around him, all of them looking at the giant Lin Ling with awe-inspiring gazes. They all let out a divine sound, and it was as if a divine decree had arrived. The light they formed continuously strengthened the purple light around them. This was an ancient technique that came from the same era as Lin Ling's Pangu Strike, but its origin couldn't compare to the Pangu Strike. *T, this is no longer the era of the past. Even if the throne is rotated, it's time for someone else to sit on the throne. High up in the sky, Lin Ling let out a loud roar. He felt that the energy in his body had not been used up, so he also activated all of it. Pangu's heaven and earth slash was indeed much more powerful and could last for a much longer period of time. However, Lin Ling was unable to defeat Emperor Ziwei with his current attacks, so he had to become even more powerful. Grow! Lin Ling was already a giant, and he was still growing at an insane rate. He was already as large as one of the 9 states, but as he continued to grow, he became as large as the 9 states. His head was almost at the level of the primordial flood. The sturdy shoreline crumbled layer upon layer as seawater soared into the sky. Lin Ling's feet broke through the shoreline and stepped onto the seabed. Ah, this guy can still grow bigger. Is he going to transform into the universe? The gods in the distance flew even further away. They were all astonished by Lin Ling's terrifying power. They had naturally seen their fair share of giants. Over the course of several eras, many gods had the ability to grow bigger. However, there was a limit to how big they could grow. Furthermore, no matter how big they became, it would only be an illusion. Their strength would not increase. This was the first time they had seen someone as large as Lin Ling. Most importantly, as Lin Ling grew bigger, his power also seemed to be increasing explosively. It was said that this universe had been created by giants. Now, they felt as if they were witnessing the most ancient giants, the giants who had once created the universe. Emperor Ziwei, do you see how huge I am? You're like a single strand of hair on my body. How dare you speak of the God Emperor in front of me? Lin Ling could feel the power from Pangu's attack surging into his body, giving him the feeling of shattering heaven and earth and reshaping an era. Lin Ling. Emperor Ziwei raised his head, and his heart was also filled with shock. He didn't know what kind of technique Lin Ling had unleashed to make him so powerful. Hee, the wind I blow is enough to make you do a somersault and disappear into the horizon. The sound of my laughter is enough to make your soul tremble. The look I give you is enough to see through your 3 lifetimes. Even a fart from my mouth is enough to blast you into smithereens. Do you think you can compare to me? Lin Ling looked down at Emperor Ziwei. In his heart, Emperor Ziwei was extremely tiny and weak. It was as if he had transformed into the true giant Pangu. Eat my fist. Lin Ling then let loose a thunderous roar, and violent winds erupted as heaven and earth trembled. This was the power of a giant. Pangu was the giant. His bloodline transformed into the earth, his bones transformed into mountain ranges, his left eye was the sun, and his right eye was the moon. His fist seemed to be imbued with the most ancient power of the universe. The only difference between Lin Ling and Pangu's true form was the appearance. Boom! The fist that was the size of an island crashed down, and the shore crumbled again. The gigantic purple light emitted a series of cracking sounds, as if it were carrying an extremely terrifying power. In the end, cracks began to appear on the purple light. A gargantuan fist then crashed heavily into the ground, crushing Emperor Ziwei's body and flattening him into a pulp. Boom! The shoreline collapsed like a house of cards, extending into the distance with no end in sight. This time, Emperor Ziwei threw up a mouthful of blood. If it were any other god in his place, they would have already been reduced to smithereens. What a domineering fist! All of the gods in the distance trembled in fear. They hurriedly searched for Emperor Ziwei, only to discover that he was drifting down into the ocean like a kite with its string cut. Wang Ma and I, Pami. However, the severely wounded Emperor Ziwei continued to make mysterious seals with his hands before slamming them toward the gigantic Lin Ling. Freeze! A majestic voice drifted out at the same time. The voice was very simple. It was just a single word, but it was imbued with supreme divine might. After it landed on Lin Ling's body, it actually immobilized Lin Ling. Furthermore, this freeze also possessed the power of sealing, and it caused Lin Ling's body to shrink continuously until he returned to his original size. Emperor Ziwei is indeed powerful. Lin Ling was astonished. Even a giant god of the universe would have been injured by his attacks. Who would have thought that not only would Emperor Ziwei survive, but he would also be able to unleash a powerful attack. As expected of one of the 4 extreme divine emperors. The power of a god, the steps of a god, and even my treasures have been sealed. Chapter 4887. A gigantic vortex appeared in the air not far in front of Lin Ling. It was pitch black inside, and lightning flashed and thunder roared. A forbidden divine wind began to permeate through the air. Then, a true phoenix soared through the sky, a Kuan Peng spread its wings, and the lightning emperor descended upon the world. Countless mythological beasts and divine items rushed out from the gigantic vortex. These were all powerful techniques that Emperor Ziwei had collected in the past, But it also seemed like Emperor Ziwei had communicated with time and space to summon powerful beings to help him. Rumble. Countless divine items rushed toward Lin Ling as if they were trying to tear Lin Ling to shreds. Even though Lin Ling had shrunk in size, none of the powerful attacks missed, and Lin Ling threw up blood over and over again. His physical body had become much more powerful, but he was still unable to withstand these powerful attacks. Furthermore, he possessed the power of a god. Otherwise, he would have been torn to shreds a long time ago. Of course, the most terrifying attack was still Emperor Ziwei's immobilize technique. It was exactly because of this technique that Lin Ling was unable to resist and could only allow himself to be trampled. Immobilize technique, a technique that originated from goddess Nuwa's mending of the heavens. Back in the day, the universe collapsed, and the boundless power of the void engulfed all living beings. Goddess Nuwa mended the heavens and froze all of the powers from the void in order to successfully mend the heavens. All of the gods in the distance discussed spiritedly with grave expressions on their faces. None of them would have thought that a divine ability from the primordial era would appear before their eyes, much less be mastered by Emperor Ziwei. One had to realize that this immobilizing divine ability could immobilize even the mighty gods of the universe, let alone the greater gods. When cultivated to the pinnacle, even the entire universe could be immobilized. Just think about it, the vast universe had been immobilized, time and space had been immobilized, and countless gods had been immobilized. Just how terrifying was that? As for Lin Ling, he saw all kinds of powerful attacks coming at him. He knew that if he didn't do anything, he would definitely die. All of a sudden, his eyes became as scorching as the sun as a powerful soul power gushed forth. Rumble. Lin Ling's soul power was already at the level of the universe, and it was extremely terrifying. It was as if a god was transcending a tribulation, and it struck everyone with a sense of overwhelming pressure. Soul power. Emperor Ziwei raised his head, and his expression became even more grave. He didn't expect Lin Ling to have so many tricks up his sleeve. Not only was his physical body terrifying, but even his soul force had reached a level where it could suppress everything. Furthermore, Lin Ling's divine essence was also unimaginably powerful. Progress in all major areas. Such a Lin Ling was simply too powerful. No wonder he was invincible even though he had just become a high god. If Lin Ling were to step into the late stage of the higher deity stage, it was likely that even the king-level giant gods of the universe would not be able to suppress him. Universe 3 Extreme Destruction, Demon Destruction. After Lin Ling's soul force appeared, it transformed into a large cosmic ray that stretched for millions of miles, sealing off the area. The cosmic rays washed over, and wherever they passed, all souls would crumble. Soul divine ability, yet another divine ability. Just how many divine abilities is this Lin Ling hiding? Emperor Ziwei's eyes narrowed as he gritted his teeth. He felt as if Lin Ling was hiding countless secrets, and when he thought that he had seen through Lin Ling, he suddenly discovered that Lin Ling still had other secrets that were as unfathomable as ever. Return to the land of the Emperor. Emperor Ziwei let loose an enraged roar, and his voice rumbled through space like divine thunder. After that, the vortex that had appeared in front of Lin Ling appeared in front of Emperor Ziwei this time. Countless divine-level treasures surged forth to resist the cosmic rays in the sky. The final battle between two top-tier gods and two top-tier emperors was about to begin. This was an earth-shattering battle, and it was a clash of heavyweights. Rumble. The cosmic rays swept past, and countless divine-level treasures crashed into the ocean before becoming completely motionless. The cosmic rays were like a waterfall. However, Emperor Ziwei also unleashed an endless stream of divine-level treasures in an attempt to overwhelm the power of the cosmic rays with sheer numbers. Time appeared to be slow, but it passed by in the blink of an eye. Countless gods looked on at this earth-shattering battle, and they were so nervous that they even forgot to breathe. In the end, the cosmic rays were already very close to Emperor Ziwei. 100 meters, 10 meters, and finally, 1 meter. Emperor Ziwei felt as if his soul had been severely damaged, and he felt as if he were suffocating as cold sweat poured down his forehead. Bam! However, at this critical moment, the cosmic rays finally disappeared. This was because even though the three extremes of the universe was powerful, there was a limit to it. If it destroyed too many souls, it would eventually be depleted. However, Emperor Ziwei had unleashed too many divine-level treasures, and the three extremes of the universe had been completely depleted. Of course, even so, the cosmic rays were less than 1 meter away from Emperor Ziwei. Emperor Ziwei sensed that he had just been on the brink of death, and he had almost perished. Bam! At the same time, Lin Ling crashed into the ocean, and he looked up at Emperor Ziwei with battle intent burning in his eyes. The two of them stared at each other from afar, and neither of them spoke. Both of them wore extremely grave expressions. Lin Ling was shocked. Emperor Ziwei's strength was simply unfathomable. Emperor Ziwei was also shocked by Lin Ling's means. They were simply endless. They were like the two strongest gods of the current era, facing each other head-on. No one dared to approach the distant gods. They could only look up at the two strongest gods of the current era from afar. Lin Ling, I found you. But at this moment, divine voices rolled over. Two gods arrived from afar, and each transformed into a large hand that grabbed at Lin Ling. These two people were extremely powerful. They were true God Penghua and Emperor Yuan. They obviously didn't expect that Lin Ling was still alive and had become so strong. Previously, they were notified by Emperor Ziwei and had been watching the battle since then. They witnessed Lin Ling's tyrannical power that could tear apart heaven and earth. This made them realize that they must immediately capture Lin Ling and bring him back to White Mountain. Moreover, they were also trembling in fear. If they were to face Lin Ling one-on-one, they might die if they weren't careful. Fortunately, this was the best opportunity. But just as they moved, a large amount of divine light soared into the sky from afar. It was the arrival of the Yellow Thearka's powerhouses. Damn it! True God Penghua and Emperor Yuan cursed, but they weren't surprised by the appearance of the Yellow Thearka's group. After all, this was the Yellow Thearka's territory. Lin Ling. In the distance, a mighty divine light arrived. In the blink of an eye, it appeared in front of everyone's eyes. It was the Yellow the Arch and the others, including Yu Yu and the others. After seeing Lin Ling, they were all ecstatic. Lin Ling was arranged by the Yellow the Arch to do a mission last time. Unexpectedly, after many twists and turns, he became a wanted criminal of the Heavenly Tao, making it difficult for him to return. They were very worried about this, but they all believed that Lin Ling would be able to return. Now, after such a long time, they finally saw Lin Ling. Bang bang bang. Powerhouses landed on the sea surface one after another, looking at Emperor Ziwei and the others majestically. As for Emperor Ziwei and the others, their expressions were ugly as they remained silent. Lin Ling. The Yellow the Arch walked out from the crowd step by step, and his face was full of shock. Previously, he had already sensed the shocking battle here from afar. He never expected that Lin Ling would become so strong, comparable to a god emperor. I'm fine. Lin Ling nodded at the Yellow the Arch. Then he looked at Emperor Ziwei and said indifferently, "It's a draw." Indeed. Emperor Ziwei also nodded. The battle between him and Lin Ling with all their might was indeed a draw.